State Board of Education accountability hearings. This particular hearing is for Jackson-Madison County School System. I'll just outline a little bit about why we're here in the process. Based on the TISA legislation, the State Board of Education is empowered to conduct accountability hearings related to that funding and support that goes to school districts across the state. This particular hearing is for 3 schools that are underperforming: Alexander Elementary School, Jackson Central Mary Middle School, and Isaac Lane Technology Magnet Elementary School. And so our conversation today is will involve you letting us know answers to questions that we have. I want to make it clear for anyone here or watching that this particular committee has spent several months studying data, looking at information relative to these schools and the school district. There is a pre-hearing form that the LEAs complete with detailed explanations on a range of topics that we've reviewed as well. So I wanted to make it clear that a lot of thought, a lot of study, a lot of review has gone into this conversation, and that's why we're starting with questions and not necessarily a presentation from the districts, because we've gotten a lot of information. And so this particular committee subcommittee was appointed by the State Board of Education. My colleague, Dr. Ina Maxwell, our chair, Dr. Bob Eby, and myself will conduct these hearings, ultimately make a recommendation. We have 2 potential courses of action that we can take today relative to each hearing. One is recommending a corrective action plan. And I want to emphasize that a corrective action plan is not meant to be punitive. It's probably a lot of the plans that you already have rolled up into one, but that would put you in concert potentially with the State Department of Education to monitor the actions related to these schools that need to happen to get them off the list. And so I want to make sure that we emphasize that this conversation is constructive. It's not rake you over the coals. It's not gotcha or anything like that, but we do have to ask very pointed questions to ensure transparency about these schools' performance and what it will take to get them to be successful. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear at the onset, and that's our intention. We'll start with the first question, and this is, well, let me allow you, Dr. King, to introduce your team.
Right there. Okay, it's better. And so I'll let you go, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm Harvey Wald. I'm the chair of the school board there, Madison County. I'm Harvey Wald, and I'm the chair of the school board there, Madison County.
What's Marlon King, superintendent?
Josie Curry, Chief of Academics.
Diane Case Watkins, Deputy Superintendent.
Right. So,
one comment, you all can't have your mic on at the same time.
Okay.
So otherwise it will cut the other one off.
Your district is called today on behalf of its underperforming schools. To begin, please tell us what you believe are the challenges and root causes of those challenges.
okay, I'll share a couple of challenges about the 3 schools that are on the list. And then I'll pitch it over to our chief academic officer, who will probably talk about some more about some instructional processes. Isaac Lane Elementary School was a pre-K through 3 school at one point. And I think within the last 2 years, we have merged 4th graders from our hybrid middle school, elementary school, to be a part of the Isaac Lane team because of 3rd graders making that transition out of an elementary school, going to a middle school, and being in a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 school um, was one of the things that was a concern. The reason we brought fourth grade and we want to bring fifth grade over there to have some continuity in terms of the grade. The similarities with all of the schools that we look at of the three, and this is no secret to anyone, is that challenges from home and the lack of support that a lot of these kids receive is a challenge. In addition, in many of these schools, we have to beef up in terms of recruiting for teachers because these are schools where it's it's hard to staff, and the reason we've put a hard to staff metric in place to be able to retain and recruit teachers, high quality teachers for these individual schools. So those are a few challenges, and it's been a pretty much historic for JCM Middle. It is a new school coming on board. It's a school. It's two schools within one school. So we have a high school and a middle school on the same campus. And we opened a couple of years ago, and the middle school has just not taken off like it should. And so, of course, this upcoming year, we are moving to one consolidated school, a 6 through 12 versus having a split. And so I think with one school administrator in the building will provide more continuity from what's happening in our high school to our middle school. In terms of data, or do you want to stop there? It's up to you. I can keep going or, okay.
You mentioned about retaining and acquiring effective teachers. What are your strategies that you're doing there, and how effective have they been to allow you to get the quality teachers?
Yeah. One strategy is really focusing on embedded professional development for the teachers that we have in the building. We realize that high quality professional development is going to allow the teachers to have the pedagogy to actually teach children the standards that's needed. We have done a recruitment strategy, recruiting teachers within the district or outside of the district who bring an LOE score of a 3 or higher, recruiting them in terms of monetary for a 3-year period. So we're giving for a teacher coming in from another district, we give $10,000 over a 3-year period. So of course, 33 for a 3-year commitment. We have seen some high quality people, and we just started this last year. So we've seen high quality people now coming to some of these hard to staff schools or some of the schools where the challenges are. And we're going to see after this year if we're able to retain those teachers, but also the teachers that are within the building who are performing at the 3, 4, and 5. We are giving them an actual bonus as well because they're doing well and they're staying. So we didn't see that it was fair to recruit somebody, pay them, but you still have people already there doing well. And so we are working through that, and also job embedded professional development where they have coaches right beside the teachers, giving them that confidence, but also giving that support to provide instruction for students.
What percent of your teachers are rated 3, 4, and 5 for these schools?
Would you know the percent of teachers?
I don't think it was in our report, right?
And then how does that compare to the percent of teachers that are rated 3, 4, and 5 of your schools that are getting higher grades?
At our higher performance schools, there's always more teachers there that are, and when we say 3, 4, and 5, they have individual test data that supports the 3, 4, and 5, not just the ground level LOE. So of course we have higher performing, more higher performing teachers at our schools. What the recruitment and retention bonus has allowed us to do is give an extra incentive for people to want to go to one of these lower performing schools, because of course they have the challenges of not as much support from home, behavioral challenges, social challenges that's just in the community. All of these schools are located in our East Jackson community. So with that, the incentives have helped. I do not have the exact numbers of how many teachers. One thing that I do want to say as well is we have a larger amount of teachers in these schools that are permitted teachers. So they do not have all the credentials to be a fully licensed teacher in the state of Tennessee. However, they have a permit to allow them to teach while they're working on receiving their credentials.
And what's your process then to get them off permits into licensing? Do you support that? I mean,
We do. We do. So we have a person that is dedicated to licensure and compliance, and we have teacher support. And with our teacher support, we meet with those candidates that are on permits, those educators that are on permits, to ensure that they are, number one, staying on track, and we offer any assistance that they may need as far as tutoring in their classes and things of that nature. The biggest challenge for most of our educators that are on permit is the ability to pass the practice assessments, especially in our K-5 schools, because it's generally 5 assessments that they have to take and pass in order to get their license. So we have partnered with study.com, and we provide professional development and a professional tutoring program that is going to help them prepare for their practice assessments. So they are allowed to come in, they work through their modules, and then we have professional development at the end of them working through their modules. And we take the practice assessments, they get feedback from that. And we've had some success in getting our educators where they're able to receive at least a practitioner license.
so if you have a higher percentage of teachers in these failing schools that are on permits, have you considered moving teachers that are permitted from the better schools, better scoring schools over to this school, and then moving some of the waivered permitted teachers to the other schools to balance that out and to give more experienced teachers into the schools that are failing?
And I think this is our first year with offering the recruitment and retention bonuses, but that is the purpose of that, so that it would be more incentivized to come to those schools. So that's the purpose and the thought behind our bonus structure.
I want to add to that also. One of the things that we have done is, and Dr. Watkins didn't mention this, is we restructured our salary, our pay schedule for permitted alternative licensure seeking teachers versus fully licensed. And what we've seen is that once we adjusted the salary schedule, many of the teachers really cracked down and start doing what they needed to do to pass the test. But it wasn't what you call a major difference, but we did have an alternative schedule for the fully certified versus ones who are still working on alternative. And it's really, I think we've seen more people. I've gotten more teachers text me say, hey, I passed my test, and these people have been they've been working at this for years. And so we're excited. So we're trying to come up with all different types of mechanisms to put in place. And to your point about taking the highly qualified or level 5 or 4 teachers and putting them into the challenging schools, one of the things I think is important is those teachers the willingness to be able to go there and the willingness, and that's the reason we're offering an incentive, because it gives you that extra nudge versus we're already looking at a shortage of teachers, and then we tell this level 5 teacher here, hey, I've been at this school for this many years, and hey, you're going over to this low performing school. Well, we don't want to run them off because we know we're trying to recruit as much, and so we're trying to come up with different ways. How do we encourage and incentivize teachers to say, hey, let's take on the challenge? And what we want to do is not only that, it's a challenge across for everybody. Like we putting things in place for administrators, just across the board, like metric on how do you perform in this environment, and so that everybody can be on board and have a stake in the ground.
So I'd like to move to the topic of attendance. So who at the district is responsible for developing and implementing your plan for improving attendance?
My deputy superintendent behind me, Dr. Catlett, is over our truancy department. And what we've done, we've looked at our data and we looked at our chronic absenteeism and our percent there. And we know that when students aren't at school, they can't learn. And so we've hired 3 truancy counselors, and we have begun working with our court system to hold parents a little bit more accountable for these young children who are not getting to school when they should, and also making door visits to families and leaving stickers on the doors to let them know, hey, we've been by to visit and we noticed that your child's at this mark. We are seeing, we were talking about it earlier, we're seeing a different number than we did last year in terms of student attendance. Isaac Lane, we have this student incentive program that we reward to schools each quarter who have improved in their chronic absenteeism. I think this is our second time. Yeah, Isaac Lane, both times, just from, we have an initiative, a king size rewards, and they can pick from different things of that, whether it's an inflatable party or something. And we're seeing where when we provide these little motivational things for students, we are seeing an uptick in attendance. But I think parent awareness and informing parents the importance of student attendance has been kind of one of the key things that's working.
How does the district monitor the attendance data at these 3 particular schools?
Okay, so each week I have a principals meeting with all my principals, and we look at our heat map for that following week of where our students are. And so we see if you're in red, of course, it's a problem. If you're in green or if you're in orange. And so we have a discussion about what are we doing and how are we compared from this time last year to this time this year, and looking at it in real time from last week to this week on what we're doing. So we're just having a discussion about it. And when we have that discussion, the principals are in, all the principals in the room. And so you're hearing strategies from another principal saying, you know, we tried this at our school and this worked. And so providing that space for the principals to be able to collaborate on what works within different buildings has been very helpful. So in addition to monitoring that, of course, Dr. Catlett works with the truancy counselors who provide us weekly reports on where we are in terms of the court system, which students we're taking to court, which students that are almost at the threshold to go to court, and which schools are doing really well. So there is a process in place that we put in this current school year to begin to address just chronic absenteeism across the board.
What particular practices have you found that are addressing the challenges that the schools face with the chronic absenteeism?
Sure.
So I love this incentive because I feel like it was so effective in the schools, and we've seen a drop in all 3 schools in chronic absenteeism. So it's really exciting to watch the students actually participate in these promotional things. But king size rewards are where this principals feel supported as well in the decisions that they're making to support their kids. So there's a whole catalog of events that they can do, from having a DJ, a foam powder party, going somewhere on field trips. So the kids know what those rewards are in advance, and so they want to come to school, and they know that they won't be able to participate if they don't come. So putting those things out there in the beginning and letting parents know that they are going to have to get them to school too. And so it kind of, the kids are putting pressure on the parents as well. Hey, I need to go to school today. I don't want to miss my king size reward. And then since we monitor that every week in our principals meetings, we get to share how we're communicating to parents or what that looks like in how we're communicating to that student and how we're keeping track of that in schools, whether that's data walls for the kids to see or weekly pizza parties that maybe they're doing to be able to get to those bigger rewards and incentives.
So with the students who don't achieve those incentives, what does your digging in say are the barriers that these students are facing that are not able to meet the incentive guidelines?
Yeah, I think some of those things are supported through our wraparound services and through our truancy department, having those weekly meetings with parents that might not be able to come. Some of it is knowledge about what attendance means, getting their child to school, what they're missing out on. And I mean,
And let me add to that, and even last year, maybe, or even some this year, we had students from our Hispanic population who just weren't going to come to school, and they were afraid to come to school for whatever reason. And so you have to factor that into the equation. And some of the challenges within the community that some students face, that's deeper than even being rewarded, present a challenge that, is something that we all just have to wrap our heads around across the nation to figure out, what it is that we can do. So I just wanted to offer that.
Well, and one last follow-up, how have you found the working with the court system? How have you found that impacting this year's attendance?
I wish he was up here because it's been really beneficial. We have really worked and built a true partnership with our district attorney. And our district attorney has agreed to provide a warning letter to families to say we are serious about this. And so partnering with the district attorney, along with the juvenile court judge, and just with the detention center, it has really changed the focus in terms of parents, because when you bring these individuals into the picture, it changes the ball game for families. And so we have seen where our kids have gotten in front of the judge, families got in front of the judge, and the judge has made decisions and rulings on, to be honest, we had a parent who was sent to jail for a couple of days because it was just child neglect. And so it's been very, very beneficial, and we look forward to that continued partnership because that hadn't always been the case. It's always been, just some question marks on our side and then question marks on their side. And so Dr. Keller has really worked to build a strong partnership with our court system to make sure that parents know that we put a stake in the ground around this, and we truly believe that, having kids at school is the right thing to do if we want to improve student outcomes.
On that same vein, in your pre-hearing form, you reference challenges around social, emotional learning and behavioral situations. So what supports are in place for those students who are coming from these challenging backgrounds that you mentioned, where those issues find their way into the school building?
So I think we're also working towards making sure we have behavior supports in schools for our students. Dean of students, for example, we are kind of improving the culture in our schools through PBIS. Most of our teachers in those schools have visited Ron Clark Academy. They are working on making sure they have supports in school that can talk about behavior and what that looks like and what positive behavior can increase in the classroom as far as instruction and time on task. Those dean of students are bringing students out and being able to have conversations with parents and students about appropriate behaviors so they're not missing so much time in the classroom, and working with teachers on what different tools could look like in classrooms so that they're not being removed as much. That's a whole nother piece that has contributed to the lowering of our chronic absenteeism. Do you want to talk about that?
In addition,
And I want to add also, we have a process similar to this. It's called stock take. And our board members are part of the stock take. And so we've brought Isaac Lane and all of our low performing schools just like this. I mean, we feel like we're going through stock take right today. So we're getting back what we put on them. So it's okay. So, but what is important is the board heard teachers and principals say, if I could just teach without some of the behavior problems. And the board looked at me and said, hey, we got to fix that right now. We can't wait until the end of the year. We can't wait until mid-year. And so that's how the Dean of Student Engagement emerged just within this last semester when we had our first stock take, when we were able, the board and I and the team were able to say, hey, look, what's happening here? And tell us about this data from last year to this year and what's happening. And so being able to be a part of the stock take process, I think it's important where we identified there's a problem with behavior, social and emotional, a lot of things that we just don't know, but hearing it from them and the board being committed to say, if we need to adjust the budget to put deans of students in place to support that, let's do that. Let's move forward in that direction.
What does the dean of students do in the
So-
school?
Yeah, so when you think about just how public schools have operated, you know, we have a principal and assistant principal. Assistant principals really don't have what you call a defined role. You know, it's just basically what the principals say do. What I wanted to do was actually identify defined roles in leadership, but also not necessarily put where we have to have this admin credential, because that often stops people from going to administration. So if we open this dean, and so we have three types of dean: dean of academics, dean of student engagement, and dean of operations. And so now we have more clear defined roles. So the dean of student engagement works with student behavior, but not only student behavior, but also how do we create a culture, school culture, because that's what is going to ultimately keep kids in school and have kids to act right, is that we establish a culture. And this is the code of conduct around our building. So the dean of student engagement is like, how do we make school fun? But at the same time, when students misbehave, look, we have a problem here. They take them through the DHA process. They take them through the discipline process. And then talking about how do we prevent this and what is the root cause, because there might be some things at home or there might be some things outside that we can provide wraparound services and supports for the kids. So, and that's just something that we just implemented, I mean, like within this year because of the stock take process and the board saying, hey, there's a problem and we need to fix that and we don't need to wait any longer on fixing it.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on comments that you made with regard to your board's activities. First, how many total schools do you have?
27.
27.
Yes,
schools,
sir.
okay. So this is for the board chair. What specific critical data points are you looking at for these 3 failing schools? Not just generally on what you're doing across the board, but specifically
Yes, sir.
these 3 failing schools. What are the critical data points that you're looking at, and how are you using those data points to support the schools?
Basically, one thing the board has, and I'm so proud of my board. I think the oldest one on the board, the longest serving, is 8 years. I've got 5 of us at level 5s. We're gonna have another level 5 next year. The reason I said that is that we're trained in order to be able to support Dr. King. And with that, what we look at, a lot of stuff in operations we're not a part of, but we do challenge Dr. King, like talking about having the dean of students through stock take. What we look at is the heat map. That is so beneficial that we can, so every week we get a board brief. And the board brief is a lot of things, truancy, also about on different things that pops up that we need to look at as in academics. One thing we're very proud of is, starting phonics in our schools. That we're having tremendous success with that on several different block tests and things coming back. So with us, it's more of a wider picture. We like the stock take, and we had a teacher say that, hey, if I can teach one day a week without getting disturbed, it's great. We got great teachers. They can't teach. So that's where Dr. King and his faculty came in and came up with a dean of students and hopefully help those students. We don't want to just pull those students out that causes problems. They got to have instructions too. But like Dr. King said, with the many wraparound services we have, we want to take that and identify what's going on here. And one thing that I'm glad I'm getting to speak is on truancy is that when Dr. King was speaking, I think even a little bit modest. One thing we have done through the board and through Dr. King is having so many after school programs. Because in this day of time, the fact is a lot of times the kids run the home. I mean, it's just a fact. Well, what can we do to get the kids in school? I mean, they get, like Dr. King said, they got to be in school to learn. Well, we got flag football for girls, basketball for elementary, drone racing, this on and on and on after school programs. And the reason why you got to have a certain grade to be on that team, and you got to be in school. It's a win-win for everybody. So to kind of answer your question, it's more of, it's not just really one simple answer. So as the board, we really try to watch everything going on from an outside view. And then when things pop up, the heat map or XYZ, then we talk to Dr. King, say, hey, what can you do to fix this?
So specifically, like for these three schools, then how often would you have a conversation with Dr. King about what's going on in those three schools?
I do at least once or twice a month. In our board, it comes up with the heat map code. They identify. So every week we're seeing it. Are we making improvements? Is, what's going on here? Do we need to, Dr. King, do you need to tweak something here? As long as we're going up or making a movement, that's great. When we start either flatlining or declining, that's when we start having conversations. What can you do, sir, to help fix this?
Can you help me just a little bit about what the heat map is?
Yes, sir. It took me about 2 years to learn it.
We don't have 2 years.
No, I understand. But it's something that Dr. King came up with. You have a picture of it. It's basically like this. And what it is, it'll be on the screen. Have all our schools on one side. At the top, it's going to have all the categories from truancy, academics, there's several. And then I'm looking for red. I don't like red. That's what I'm looking for. Green is great. And so that kind of keeps us on target, that we can look and say, hey, Isaac Lane last month, well, great. Their truancy dropped a little bit. That's wonderful. Right direction. Month before, I was flat. What can we do? And so that's kind of what the heat map is. Thank you.
So speaking specifically about these three schools, how are financial resources allocated to them since they are obviously of highest need at this time?
What our biggest allocation is going to be with staffing. And in these three schools, we try to ensure that we have additional staff in those schools to make classroom sizes smaller, as well as the additional staff with dean of students and the supports for those students. In addition to that as well, we've purchased a lot of high quality curriculum. Our focus has been the science of reading and getting back to the phonemic awareness of reading. So we've spent a lot in purchasing the curriculum, but in addition to purchasing the curriculum, training teachers to properly utilize that curriculum. And they have received extensive training. The supports that we have for the school and how we've used our funding goes into three main buckets. So it's the support for school leadership, the support for teachers with the professional development, the job embedded coaching, and all of their training, and then their support for the students as well. Students received high dosage tutoring. We're currently using Kids First, high dosage tutoring in those schools, as well as using some different intervention systems and programs for those schools. Our school leaders have received what we call transformation specialists, and they work side by side with the school leader to support them in their professional development. It's difficult being a school leader of a lower performance school. I've been there and done that in the past. So they have an additional layer of support where they've been assigned a contract person to come in to look at their data, look at their systems, look at their modes of operations in schools, and to ensure that they're utilizing the best systematic approach in making sure that we make adequate progress in those schools. So the funding for those schools have been, very much prescribed and very much scripted because we wanted to make sure that every aspect of the school is receiving some type of support. And that's what we've done so far.
May I add something to that also? For those three schools specifically, and we have more too, but I'm going to talk about those three because that's what you want to hear about, okay? When we see these challenges, we know it's a problem. So what we establish is what we call a LIFT network. And then within our LIFT network, these schools fall within that network. They get additional support, they get additional funding, but also this is our time to really think about innovation through this process. And so with the LIFT network, what we've done, we do have in-house school, and then I've gone out and recruited charters. So they can be a part of the LIFT network because it's not necessarily the charter world against the school world. So you go out and you find the charters that match your school district profile to improve your school portfolio. And so that it doesn't create any animosity if the charters are already part of the LIFT network because they're helping us with the low performing schools. It creates a great partnership. For Isaac Lane in particular, Gestalt will be working with Isaac Lane and making that transition and helping them. With JCM Middle, we're collapsing that from being just two separate leaders to being just one comprehensive school, 6 through 12. And then for Alexander, we're looking at like leadership structure and what that looks like and how we're going to, and they will receive the 3 deans within the academic, the operations and student engagement, so that we can see which one of these are going to work. And furthermore, we also recruited, I went to the different college. We have a lot of colleges, of course, and universities within our area. So what I wanted to do was find, hey, how do we partner with these colleges and say, hey, look, why don't you open a charter? So I went to the president of Union University and said, hey, look, I want y'all to file a charter application and help us with some of our challenges here. I went to Lane College, and Lane College, they were on board to have an all males academy. I came down and we visited, the board and I came down, we visited Gestalt, saw Gestalt. We said, hey, we want you all to be a part of this LIFT network. And then we have one church. And so those are the things that we're doing, like outside the box. How do we create the right space, regardless if it's public charter, public traditional public, whatever? We want this to work. And so we're looking out to extend the reach to figure out what is it that we need to do to educate these students, because we want our students to be a great representation of Tennessee.
Thank you for that. Question just about school leaders. With these 3 particular schools, I know each of them are relatively short in tenure at their schools, roughly 2 years each. But in your pre-hearing form, you mentioned that you recognize that school turnaround work takes 3 to 5 years to accomplish. And so with where we are with these 3 schools, how do we balance that with the 3 to 5 year expectation with where we are now?
For the upcoming year, again, I mentioned for the middle school, that principal is moving to a new role because the high school principal would take on the middle school and the high school. For the Isaac Lang I just mentioned, as far as Gestalt phase-in process on that campus. And then for Alexander, just a restructuring of leadership altogether is what we'll look at, along with, as I mentioned, adding those deans to support. And so just to answer that, it's one of those, I did school turnaround, and that's the work that I enjoy most. But there comes a time when there's a sense of urgency when we have students out there and we continue to perform in a single digit. And I tell when we don't have 1 out of 4, if we don't have 1 out of 4, it used to be 1 out of 5 student proficient. I gave them the 20%. We got to be at least double digits, and now I've moved to 1 out of 4. If we can have 1 out of 4 students proficient in a building, that's a problem for us. It's a problem because taxpayers are paying us, and they are allowing their taxes to go, and they are trusting us to do the right thing, but the right thing for all students. And so when we talk about all students, those who need the most support, we have to be very strategic, and there requires sometimes a sense of urgency, which sometimes you have to compromise the 3 to 5 year process when you don't see the movement that you need to see. And that's what happens in our district.
Kind of following up on that. So I look at Isaac Lane in 2023, 2024, you had a 1 score in every component. In 2024, 2025, you had a 1 in 3 of the 4 components, but in the highest growth of highest needs, you had a 3. So you obviously did something right for those highest needs students. What was it that you did there, and why can't you do that across the map for for the students in that school?
So the highest growth, was that Delisa? So I'll tell you what happened at Isaac Lane. So you said the last year was the highest growth?
Yeah, you had a 3, 2024, 2025, you had a 3 for the growth of highest needs students, whereas the year before you had a 1. And in all the other categories, you have 1s.
Okay.
So you're doing something right on the
Yeah.
highest needs students.
Yeah,
Why
I know what
can't you
happened.
do that across.
I know what happened. Yeah. So school restructuring there, that data is kind of, it's difficult because the second graders took the test in third grade, and that was it. And so I don't think you had the growth because of the fourth grade, but when we brought fourth grade in, we were able to make a comparison of the growth. It's an algorithm out there that, and you all probably know it better than I do when it comes to third and fourth grade growth data. That school never had a fourth grade. So the data is going to look a little different because now they had a fourth grade in Isaac Lane. So it used to stop at third, and that was it. It just dropped. It was nothing to compare. But now you have the fourth grade there that can show you what you've done from this third grade cohort that's now in the fourth grade. And so I think that will be the change in the restructuring. The reason I mentioned earlier in this conversation that JCT, we still need to move the fifth grade from JCT to Isaac Lane. It's just some restructuring that needs to happen because JCT is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 school. We brought the fourth graders back to Isaac Lane, and we need to bring the fifth graders. And I think once we bring the fifth graders, we're going to continue to see some more growth because of the consistency and continuity.
But based on what you said there, I would assume that you would see the growth in all students, and you only see the growth in the highest needs students. So I'm
rephrase that.
Pardon?
Will you rephrase that? Because I want to make sure.
Said, what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, and that would say that, okay, I would expect to see the growth in all students in doing that, but you didn't see the growth in all students. You only saw the growth in the highest need students. So if what you're saying is correct, the growth of all students should have jumped up. But the only group that jumped up was the highest need students. So it looks like to me you're doing something with the highest need students that you're not doing across the board. That's
Okay.
General question, related to staffing. Do you have a grow your own initiative?
Yes, we do.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Dr. Watchman mentioned.
So we do have a Grow Your Own initiative that actually starts in our high school. We have an educator program in our CCTE program. However, we have our educational assistants, and several of our educational assistants at this time have four-year degrees. They have a bachelor's degree. And what we are doing now is partnerships with our educator prep programs in our area. Union University, we've also partnered with UT Martin as well as Grand Canyon, and having a partnership where those educational assistants are able to enter into their program, especially with Grand Canyon. It's giving a 50% discount to our educational assistants at Jackson-Madison County School Systems. And several of them are taking advantage of that. And we plan to seek funding to support that so that they would have that discount with Grand Canyon, but also that the district would try to match those funds as well if they agree to work for the district. So especially in the population of special education.
Good morning, Rachel Supay, General Counsel. Just one more follow-up question. Two of the three schools that you're called on behalf of today appeared on the 2024 to 25 priority list. Can you tell us a little bit about which interventions you've selected for each school and why, and how those interventions will be different than the interventions previously utilized at these schools? And how have you started to implement those changes?
So we're kind of looking at a three-pronged approach. One is systematic phonics instruction in those classrooms, and then strong foundational reading skills in the 6 through 8 schools. We have implemented a supplemental program, magnetic reading, which also is under the umbrella of iReady, so Curriculum Associates, Magnetic Reading, and iReady, which they create some more coherence for those classrooms and students. And then professional learning, which supports all of that, and they have had extensive, intensive professional learning where they have curriculum supports and walkthroughs, PLCs weekly on their curriculum instruction planning, and also their data on their formative assessments, where we are going through each of their weekly formative assessments and looking at their student work. And so they get a lot of instruction and professional learning development.
Well, that is it for our Q&A portion. At this point in time, we will have conversation amongst ourselves and ultimately let you know what our recommendation is. So with that, observations from colleagues? Mr. Eby?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. What I heard is there's a lot of changes coming down the pike with regard to the grade levels. You just recently changed, your pre-K to 2 is going to 3. You're looking at moving 6 through 12 to as opposed to middle school. So I think it's critical as you go through that process that you keep a focus and you don't let these 3 schools here kind of drop out and get lost in the students in those schools get lost in the fray as you doing those changes. I'm not saying those changes are right or wrong. You know, they may be the right thing to do, but don't lose these students in that process.
I'd like to speak to two things. Attendance. It does, they offered evidence of things that they're working on, working towards. Also, remembering to look at those barriers that are still preventing students from being at school, and what supports are there to support families in those situations. Also, the $10,000 commitment for a 3-year commitment. It sounds like they're doing some creative things with differentiated pay, getting people into those schools. Also, I guess there are 3 things. They mentioned that they're looking at not only the LOE of teachers, a 3, 4, or 5 for incentives, but they are also drilling down and looking at the test data of the students to see if it correlates with that level of effectiveness. I think that's a very important factor, because if we have schools that are not achieving what they need to be achieving, but if we have high LOEs, there's a disconnect somewhere. So those are my comments.
Thank you for your comments. I'll add mine. I was encouraged by a good number of things that I heard today. One in particular being that you've gone out and recruited charters to come in and help you. I think that is innovative in and of itself, when in other parts of Tennessee, that's not the approach. And I encourage you to keep on doing that. Relative to school leadership, I understand you have several different new approaches with charters and restructuring and combining, which means that there's still ongoing work to be done to move those schools forward. How long have you been in place as superintendent, Mr. King?
This is year 6.
Year 6.
This year 6. Mhm.
Okay. Understanding that in these environments where social, emotional, behavioral issues are a challenge, I didn't necessarily hear anything about behavioral therapists or any of those types of support services, but I assume you do have some of those in place. And as it relates to these 3 schools, they represent roughly 1,367 students that we have to get ultimately to where they need to get to have the futures that we want them to have. So echo the sentiments of my colleagues that there seems to be good work happening, but we still have a ways to go to get these schools off the list.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
without objection, I think because of all these changes that we're seeing, the questions that were brought up, I think it is incumbent that a formal action plan be prepared.
So the recommendation is that Jackson-Madison County School System have a corrective action plan, and so ordered without objection. I want to make sure that I emphasize this, and I want to make sure everybody's listening to me, okay? We're all in this together. This is an ecosystem across Tennessee, from the legislature to the state board, to the department, to the LEAs, to the schools and the school leaders, to the teachers and students and parents. And so we're all working together to get these 1 million students across Tennessee where they need to get to. So a corrective action plan is not a punitive measure. We all clear on that. I understand that there may be some other questions that you have to answer as a result of that, but it's meant to codify a lot of the things that you've said you're doing to get these schools off the list. and it puts you in concert and partnership working with the State Department of Education to make sure that we're focused on all those things that are going to get these 3 schools off the list. So I want to make that clear that we're all in this together, we're working together, and this is just a step on that journey. And you're already doing a lot of the work that would be included in a corrective action plan. So thank you for being here today.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just to clarify.
Yes.
What we will be doing, is we will be recommending
Yes.
to the board a vote
Yes,
to recommend to the state. So
that's right.
the board will be voting on that at our May meeting.
That's right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your presence.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Accountability hearing for Haywood County Schools. Darrell Cobbins, Vice Chair of the Board and Chair of this particular committee, joined by my colleagues, Dr. Ina Maxwell and our Board Chair, Bob Eby. This subcommittee of the State Board was appointed to conduct the State Board accountability hearings by virtue of powers bestowed upon us by the state legislature related to the TISA legislation, to have conversations with school districts about their underperforming schools and how state resources are being used to educate students and bring them to a higher standard. Today's conversation is related to Haywood Middle School. And we want to make sure that those watching and those before us know that this particular committee has been studying data on these schools for several months. Every school district has completed a pre-hearing form with answers to a lot of questions with a good amount of data covering a range of topics. And so for that reason, we are starting with questions rather than presentations from each district. And so our first question is, your district is called today on behalf of its underperforming school. To begin, please tell us what you believe are the challenges and root causes of those challenges for the school.
Okay. Well, first of all, good morning. Yes, if you don't mind, I would like to introduce my team just for ease of communication. I'm Amy Marsh. I'm Superintendent of Schools for Haywood County. This is our board chair, Mr. Alan Curry, our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Casey Jackson, and Larry Livingston, who is our Executive Director of Finance. And we appreciate you having us here today. As you have studied this for quite some time, we have as well. And I think we all can agree that leadership is pivotal. Leadership matters, leadership is important. And studies show that as much as 25% of student performance comes from leadership, that children can move up to 3 months in a school year as a direct result of school leadership. So I think school leadership is important. I think that the quality instructional delivery is an important barrier often. I also think that fidelity of implementation of the work that the district has laid out can also be problematic. Change is difficult, new things are hard, and turnaround work is intense. So that those often present barriers. I also believe that cultivating a culture of continuous improvement in a school is important. We all have to have a growth mindset. We all have to realize that the way we've always done things may not be the best way to continue them in the interest of students, right? So I think those are some of the barriers. I also believe there are some very strategic things that we have put into place to address some of those barriers. Prioritizing data-driven instruction, which, well, there's 4 things basically, and I'll go back into those because I know I only have a brief time for this, but prioritizing data-driven instruction is extremely important. Focusing supports around the delivery of instruction is important. PLC support is important. And then the observation, feedback, follow-up cycle is really important. And what is strategic about these things is anyone can say those things, but what does it look like inside of support around them, right? So when it comes to data-driven instruction, are you able to cultivate an understanding of the data, not just with the leaders, but with the teachers in that building as well? Do you have deliberate practice with that data where they take first small bite-sized chunks and then later go on to full discussions about their data, areas of strength, areas of concern, and what next steps need to happen, right? Providing side-by-side support for analyzing that data. In between those times, having someone to go in after every benchmark assessment and say, look, this is where you are. This is where you were. Here's some areas you did really well. Here's some areas you didn't do so well. Let's talk about how we're going to focus on that. So those are some definite things just around data we've put in place. Things around focusing.
Nat,
I'm sorry, go
just
ahead.
one question on that. I
Sure.
understand sort of the theoretical
Mhm,
approach that you're outlining,
mhm,
but specific to this school,
mhm.
what are its issues? What are the root causes of its underperformance?
I think the root causes are the things I listed in the beginning. I think turnaround leadership is important in having a strong leader in place who understands that work and has the stamina for that work.
So you're saying that's not been in place?
I'm saying that there are sometimes some changes you have to make as you move along when you see that things aren't progressing the way that they need to progress. I think that when I talk about the continued work that we're going through, that how the leader works around fidelity of that implementation and how that team, not just the leader, but the principal, the assistant principal, the PLC coach, the content lead teachers, how all of that is approached, I think has been and can often be in turnaround situations that their mindset isn't correct, a barrier. I think.
Is that a barrier for Haywood Middle?
I believe so, yes. And I also believe that ensuring that you develop teachers around the quality of the delivery of instruction and what that looks like is important. And when fidelity isn't there, often that quality can suffer, right? And that's why those observation feedback cycles become so important, because you're going in to say, this is going well, this isn't, let's focus on what isn't, let's talk about our action plan for what's going to happen next. In a week, 2 weeks, I'm going to come back and we're going to look at that and we're going to revisit it again, right? So really taking a strategic approach around that. And you've asked me a very pointed and honest question. What are the barriers? I think those have been some of the barriers. Do I think they can be corrected? Absolutely. And are we working to do that in a mindset of support and growth? Absolutely, because this isn't an I gotcha. We're doing this for kids. It's not about the adults. It's about the children and making sure the children get the quality of instruction they need with leadership in place that supports that quality of instruction and holds people accountable to that quality of instruction and holds them accountable to the level of expectations, particularly in PLCs. What do they look like? What happens when you come in there? What are you expected to bring with you? What are we going to discuss? What does the product look like when you leave to help you then go and deliver that lesson? We do that twice a week, one around planning and one around data and adjustments and next steps and monitoring in real time. And that's where those benchmark pieces become so important. And I don't want to go too far afield from your question, but it all goes very deep. I think we're all aware of that. That's why we're sitting here. But those are some of the biggest things. The PLCs, the quality of instruction, the accountability, and then that observation feedback follow-up cycle. So they have bite-sized chunks to move forward with, because teachers are doing their best every day. They need support. They need guidance. And that's what we want to provide.
Shifting to the financial aspect and specifically to Haywood Middle School. First of all, does Haywood County operate under the Fiscal Management Act of 1981?
Yes, ma'am. We're under the Fiscal Act of 1981.
Do you see that advantageous, or are there disadvantages to that system? How does it work in your county?
Well, I can tell you that most everybody involved with the school system believes that it gives the people, that the superintendent, more leeway into how the budget is developed and how that money will be be used. So we feel like we have a little bit more say-so than if it was a centralized system.
But I think in answer to your question, if I may, you asked, how does that work in our county? It works well in our county. We have a very supportive county commission. When we go to them with needs, this is only my third I came in February of a school year. So this is really my third full year as superintendent. And everything I've gone to ask for, they've supported us in. Whether it be capital improvements, safety needs. We had, when the governor's legislation came out about entry doors and safety, our youngest building is older than I am. And that means the doors are older than I am. And think of all the children that have gone through those doors. We had some serious issues with doors. We had to do some significant security upgrades. Our county commission met us in the middle and really supported us with that. They supported us with some roof maintenance. They ask a lot of questions, and they should. But they are always fair and equitable in listening and supporting us in those decisions that are in the best interest of kids. So I feel good about that.
That's great. Following up on that, specific to Haywood Middle School, are there any different types of financial assistance that they receive to help move them from the F letter grade? What, if you could explain that and
Yes.
what you're doing specific to them that you aren't doing at other schools?
There's quite a bit that we do specific to them, and a lot of that honestly comes from the CSI funding that we get for that district. Dr. Jackson, do you want to address some of that?
Sure. Haywood Middle School receives TAG and SIG funds from the state because they are a priority school. They were on the previous list, and then they were re-identified for this year as well. With those funds, Haywood Middle School receives intensive coaching. And so they have a coach that comes once a week in person to the school and spends the day, but then also provides virtual supports as well to help to make some of the academic and instructional shifts to support Haywood Middle. We've also had to use those funds to upgrade some technology. A lot of the classrooms had TVs, which students can't interact, can't annotate, can't work problems and different things like that. We've used those funds to upgrade some of the technology inside the school as well to make instruction more interactive. In addition, we are able to offer Haywood Middle School teachers performance bonuses. Previously, those bonuses have been tied to their teen evaluation and or TBOS. This year with the funding, there was a shift, and so all of the teachers are still eligible, but that's pending TBOS only. And so we are able to use that as somewhat of a retention perk as well, because TBOS generally does not come out until the next school year. But if those teachers do receive a 4 or 5, they will be able to have a bonus. And for any money that is not able to be allocated to the bonus, we will reallocate to the school and spend it on additional needs that they have.
Thank you. And following up on that, what types of interventions are specific to Haywood Middle School that you're using with these additional funds or supplemental county funds?
So all of the things that I mentioned, that they are specific to Haywood Middle School as well. With not necessarily funds that we received from our local entity, but also from the state. We do have a program at the middle school that's working to support in some of the interventions as well, the STAR program. And it kind of runs as a school within a school. And so half of the students in each grade at this year are able to participate in that program. And it does work to close gaps that we've seen based off of our historical data. In addition, Haywood County Schools previously had 3 schools that were identified as priority schools. And the first school that was identified was our 5th and 6th grade school. And so the students left our 5th and 6th grade school and went to our middle school, which was 7th and 8th, and then went to our high school, which was 9 through 12. And those were the 3 schools that we had. We've worked with Sunny Hill, and Sunny Hill has actually worked themselves off of the list. And so those students' gaps have started to close in 5th and 6th grade that are now able to matriculate into the middle school. The middle school has done some work to close gaps as well, because now at the high school, our students are closing gaps and we're working on those different interventions as well. But another intervention that is specific to the middle school would be our STAR program that comes from state funding. Those funds don't filter through our revenue streams, but come from the state of Tennessee and go directly to STAR.
An intervention is a regular part of every school day. There is an intervention period in the day where students receive support specific to their areas of need.
And who do you have delivering those interventions?
Teachers.
Every teacher in the building is an interventionist.
And so for your highest need students in tier 2 and tier 3, do you have teachers with the highest level of effectiveness delivering those interventions, or which teachers are delivering those interventions?
They're the teachers with the highest level of effectiveness for the students' deficits. And so we do have data team meetings every 4.5 weeks that is based off of our Ready and Ames Web data. And students may, if their deficit area has shifted, their intervention class shifts as well to meet the area of their deficit. And they do work with a teacher that can support the deficit that they have.
This question is for the board chair. The pre-hearing form noted that the district is considering closing this school. How is this decision made, and what's the key path forward in making that decision?
It was made as a group. The superintendent came to us and gave us her plan. And of course, we talked about it and we hadn't implemented it yet. It's coming, but that's how we came about. Figured that was the thing to do. We needed to move. Our school was old. Our middle school was old school. And we need to get rid of it. We need to do away with it. So that's where that came from.
And just to piggyback off that, if I may, it is correct that we had a capital needs study done a few years back, and that school was identified as being the most efficient in terms of its needs, so much so that repair is almost insurmountable. But even beyond that, in Haywood County Schools, the current configuration is two grade bands. So you have a pre-KK school, you have a first and second grade school, you have a third and fourth grade school, you have a fifth and sixth grade school, you have a seventh and eighth grade school, and you have a 9 through 12 school. As educators, I think we can all agree every time a child makes a transition, and in Haywood County, they make 5 of them. Children lose academic ground, they lose social ground. They walk into a new building with new rules, new expectations, new people. I believe that's detrimental to their long-term success. And so our long-range plan, and I've talked about this quite a bit throughout the community with county commissions, with the Chamber of Commerce, with the IDB, just about anyone who will listen to me. I've explained that our long-range plan is to condense down those number of schools, primarily for student benefit. But additionally, there's a financial benefit from that as well, because that's a lot of operational costs for a lot of buildings. And like I said, our newest building, and I'll say it, I'm 55 years old. I will be next week. Our newest building is older than I am. So we need to do some things first and most importantly for students to reduce those transitions and create instructional continuity. We know that in first through third grade, kids are reading to learn, but as you progress, you're not just reading to learn, you're learning to read, then you're reading to learn, then you're synthesizing that information. And we break that up so much that academically, I don't believe it's beneficial. So that isn't new information. That's information I've been talking about for a while. But as you said, we've been looking at these scores. We've been watching the trajectory. And Sunny Hill was a school that exited from the list. Eastside is the only school who's not on a list. And we believe that if we break up children in better grade band sessions, we can't combine them all. We don't have the ability to do that. Our building's large enough, but we can reduce the damage that we're doing with it.
So you currently then have 6 schools in the district, is that right?
Yes, sir, and an alternative school, but that falls under the high school umbrella.
Okay, and you're gonna go down to 5. So what's gonna
The long-range plan is actually less than that, but in looking at this data and this trajectory, we feel this move needs to happen a little sooner than some of the others that we may be considering.
So are you going to combine 5 and 6 and 7 and 8? So you have 5 through 8, or what are you going to do?
What we're considering, what I'm going to recommend, because as you know, as a superintendent, I make recommendations, the board makes decisions. What I'm going to recommend is a 3 through 5 grade band and a 6 through 8 grade band, rather than 3 schools, bring it down to 2. As I said, our buildings aren't large enough to do a traditional K-5 grade band. I do think there's some work that needs to be done at the lower level too, with that first, second grade block and considering kindergarten.
And so in that recommendation from the director, what are the key questions that the board will be asking, and what's of value in making that decision? What are the things that you're going to be looking for in making that decision?
I think like she said, that financially, that's a big one. And then our kids' performance, if it makes them better, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I think it's the thing to do. I think the board is in full support of her doing this.
And those grade bands that we've talked about are performing better. One has exited from the list, one is not on the list. And so we know that we have strong turnaround leadership there that we feel will make the difference for children.
What kind of questions and from the community and are you getting? Are they supportive of this, or?
It just came about. So I really hadn't, it's so new, I hadn't had any questions yet. I think the biggest one question was people were worried about losing jobs, which nobody's going to lose their job.
The children don't go away. They just move into a different configuration. But this did just become, when this document became public, it became an area of focus for people. I do think that people understand that our grade band configuration is not typical and it's not necessarily helpful. I do think it came out of COVID and a desire to spread children out and, you know, the things that happened during COVID. But I think it's time to bring it back together to better support children. We will be, we've talked with all the principals. We'll be meeting with the teachers first. I have meetings already set up in the community for the month of April to discuss this. We'll have meetings around that, whether it's church groups, community groups, county commission groups, all of those groups. I'm very active in all of those venues and have a history of being transparent in that. Sometimes that's helpful and sometimes that's not. But I think it's best to just lay it out there.
And how many total students in your district?
2,300-ish.
Thank you.
In the particular school we're discussing today, their current enrollment, when I last looked, was 324. And all of the schools, except for the high school, hover right around that 300 number. So in that case, we aren't overburdening other schools. Because we can shift employees around, we can provide additional support for those schools and those principals. I think it's important that you take as much off principals as you can so that they can focus on the work. Just going back, one of the things that Dr. Jackson had mentioned about coach, we've recently added an operational coach for this school. In addition to the academic coaching that we've offered them, just so that the support can be narrowed down a little bit and their focus can be more strategic.
If this action should happen, what is the plan to help families adjust to this transition?
The plan is to make them aware of the benefits. In our district, we do provide bus service for every child, so it will not be a burden in terms of transportation for parents. These other schools have honestly better accessibility. So those parents who choose to be car riders, that's not going to result in long waits for them. We'll support the teachers around that new grade band configuration and the leaders around that. But as I've said, we've discussed it with those leaders and they're very open to it. And quite honestly, the last one I spoke with said, Ms. Marsh, you've told us this for 1.5 years. It's just coming to fruition now. So this isn't new information, but as I said earlier, change is difficult and we want to support families through that. But ultimately our goal needs to be to support children, ensure that they get what they need every day. And I think that this move would best serve them and do just that.
So if this move were not to happen,
Mhm.
what are your plans to support Haywood Middle School above what you're already doing?
We will provide additional coaching support through our deputy superintendent, our academic team. We have, you've met Dr. Jackson, but there is also a content director for ELA, math and science. They are already in all the schools now, but they will have more concentrated time in those areas. We also have a PLC director who will support the PLC coach in that school. And I think it would be in order to probably add a second PLC coach so we could have one focused on ELA and one focused on math.
So should you move forward with this restructuring, these 324 students will be redirected elsewhere.
Yes, sir.
How do you ensure that their academic supports wherever they go at those particular schools to ensure that, you know, considering the challenging data,
Yeah.
that there's academic support there
Mhm.
with that transition?
I think you do that first. In this case, a lot of those teachers will move with them, so they know those children. So those emotional and social supports will be there, as will guidance counselors, as will social workers. Those are things we've kept in our district because we know we have significant barriers outside of academics that we need to help families with and to help support them and remove those barriers. I also think that you, in moving these individuals, they are going to higher performing schools who have shown, one of which has in 2 years' time come off a state list and has a very positive trajectory. We very closely watch their benchmark data, and they are all, and you may want to speak to this as well, but they are all on track and doing as expected. So we're placing them in environments that we already see as functional and doing well in both situations.
And I'll also add that they are environments that the students have previously been in. So like, for example, with the fifth graders, they just came from Eastside
Correct.
and moving Eastside to 3 through 5. Those fourth graders are currently there. They'll stay for another year with the principal, with the teacher that they've already been in. Also, the 7th and 8th graders, they came from Sunny Hill, which will be what's transitioned to 6 through 8. And so they also have been with that administration, they've been with their teachers, and they're familiar as well. So that's one of the upsides of it, is every student goes to every school. And so they would be familiar in that perspective, but it'd still be places for all the students and all the teachers as well.
And just as an aside, not really an aside as a parent, I had 2 children myself. It's an important aside. When you have 6 schools and you have multiple children at multiple schools with multiple events, it becomes difficult to navigate that. In the first 2 years, we had a district calendar where all schools had to list their events and we made sure there were no overlap. But that's an additional benefit to this, is that there won't be as much overlap. They'll be able to better support their children in coming to events, coming to activities, and sharing in their schooling. Because right now, if you're a parent of 4 and depending on the gaps in ages, you're trying to go to 4 different places. And that's difficult. And we've heard that from parents, which is why we started the calendar, which was the beginning of this idea of a long-term plan of consolidation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so the pre-hearing form discussed several intentional uses of federal funds to the school's CSI designation. So if the school were to close, do you lose those funds then? And how will you make up the difference, or what, or you save those amount of dollars by the school closure? So what's the net?
Well, we have spoken very informally with the director of turnaround around this. There's still some things we have to work through on that, so I don't want to speak prematurely because those aren't not decisions I make. But we hope that those monies will still follow because the 2/3 of the students will still be in that situation. And if they don't, yes, there will be a savings from no longer operating that school. But more than anything is the ultimate benefit to children, which is, I think, what you've been talking about since these hearings started. And what we all should be focused on, as you, Chairman Cobbins, have said repeatedly.
So you've talked about several things about the benefits of closing the school.
Mhm.
What's the negatives?
I think honestly, the only real negative is the change that people have to experience and that we have to support them through. I don't see significant negative effects from this in the long term. I think the short-term effect is this isn't what we've done. This feels different. This looks different. But I think there is comfort in Dr. Jackson's point that these children have already gone through these schools. They're familiar with the leadership. They're familiar with the teachers. And they are schools that function and continue to function well, and their benchmark data, whether it be Mastery Connect or iReady or through progress monitoring, show that they're moving in the right direction. So I don't see a tremendous negative benefit other than helping support people through something that's different and they're not in recent history used to.
So at the beginning, the very first question that Chairman Cobbins asked talked about the reasons why and the root causes. By closing the school, are you just going to transmit those root causes over to the other schools? Or are you going to correct all those, or the other schools don't have those issues?
I don't believe the other schools have those issues to this degree. I think the entire district, if you look at the scores, has to work very hard. We have a lot of work to do. I knew that when I applied for this job. I thought about that long and hard before applying for this job. It's turnaround work. Turnaround work is not easy. And I've done that at the school level and I've done it at the district level in other districts. And if I thought that I was just moving them from one negative situation to another, I would not stand up for this kind of change because I think we all are clear that this is not going to be easy. But I think it's important.
If I can follow up to that, this is for the board chair again. And how often do you interact with the director in talking about turnaround and what's the board's role in that?
Well, for example, we have annual evaluations. We have board retreats. We've had 3 this year. We have one-on-one meetings. I think we've had 5. We do surveys, community feedback. We're in contact.
Text
Our
message,
board-
emails, phone
Yeah,
calls at
we're-
10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I wish sometimes not so much, but we are in contact.
And in those one-on-ones in particular, what I try to do is really go through the last one-on-one. I think their eyes glazed over a little bit, each one of them, because we went so in-depth into the data and the reasons for the move. I think it's important that you don't just change something, you explain in depth why you're changing something and what the benefits will be. So I spent a whole week with one-on-ones with board members going through that, with the education committee for our county, from the county commission going through that, and explaining the data to them and where they were, so that when this decision did come to light, assuming the board supports the recommendation, that it wouldn't be a surprise, that there would be an understanding of, well, yeah, they explained these things are happening and this might be better and here's why it might be better. So I really try to be very thoughtful and long-range plan and be strategic around the delivery of that information, because I don't like for things to be a surprise. This was a bit of a surprise just because the document was public. And we'll work around that too, because the reasons don't change.
When do you expect the board will vote on whether to close it or not?
I expect, and I'm sorry, I don't know
No,
if
no,
you're
no,
asking.
I mean, it's gonna hit, we're gonna be discussing it with teachers and everybody
Yeah.
Wednesday, so.
Yeah, the plan is over the next month and a half to talk to all those groups I explained to you earlier, community groups, parent groups, teacher groups. I've already met with the principals. And then after that, the board would make a decision. So that would be May. So that would give us, and we don't start school until August. So that gives parents time to adjust. It gives us time to help answer their questions. We have a bus routing system that allows them to see where their children are. So I think that will give them some comfort in knowing this is where my bus pickup is, this is where they're going, this is how they get there. So there are a lot of pieces that we feed into that to support them, but it's a process. It's not something you do overnight. And we're being very deliberate about that.
I don't think the parents are gonna be the pushback.
Yeah. So the intent it would be effective in the next school year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I assumed that was, yes, sir. And again, not a conversation that just started. I've been having it for 2 solid years.
Ms. Maxwell.
In your pre-hearing form, you also stated that the LEA has placed a critical focus on chronic absenteeism that includes school-based and central office support in conjunction with juvenile court.
Mhm.
What does this collaboration with the juvenile court look like? And then if you would elaborate on the impact that it has had so far on your attendance rate and school climate.
Absolutely. That is one, there are a lot of things I'm proud of that we've worked hard on, but I'm very proud of this. When I came to Haywood County, the chronic absenteeism rates were astronomical. We had a high school that was in the upper 30% range for chronic absenteeism. We have dramatically cut those numbers, and that has happened through a couple of different avenues. Our executive director of student and family engagement, I worked with him to build a team with the guidance counselors and social workers, which when budget cuts are happening, those are often places you cut. We have not. We had to reduce, but we have those social workers in place, and their primary job is to work with these parents on the barriers that keep them from coming to school. If we work with them and we are unable to support them, we have meetings with them, we send them notices, we have conversations with them. Our executive director over that department, Mr. Garrett, he is very active in just calling the parents, going to the house. Social workers do the same thing. Guidance counselors do the same thing. Principals have even become involved. But I think the pivotal piece that has changed it is that we have a juvenile court judge that has come about shortly, I think shortly before my tenure, that has been extremely supportive and holds parents and students, because we all know the younger the child is, the more the problem lies with the adult. The older the child is, sometimes the problem lies with the child. But we have a juvenile court judge who is unbelievably supportive in that. It isn't just a quick conversation. She has actually placed parents in custody. She has them come back repeatedly. Our executive director has to go to juvenile court each month, sometimes twice a month, and give reports out on how these children are doing and what's happening with them. And if there is an improvement, they're right back in there. So just like I explained how we've been able to work with our county commission very closely and cultivate a relationship that's supportive, I am beyond grateful for the relationship we have been able to cultivate with our juvenile court. Our judge is phenomenal. She cares about the kids, and she holds parents and students accountable when she needs to. And we've cut it so dramatically. I mean, we are at or under the AMO in almost every school this year. From the time I came till now, some of those numbers have literally been cut in half or more because of that critical focus. So I'm extremely proud of the work that team has done. Dr. Jackson, it looks like you have something to share too.
Oh, I would also add that because we're in the LEA planning world, so I've been deep in this data as well. Our chronic absenteeism rate, not only at the middle school, but also across the board, is better than the state as well because of some of these metrics. And also from the academic perspective, my director of assessment and accountability, he sends out reports every 20 days, not only of students that have met the metric, but also at risk of what 10% of the days would be as of that 20th day in the reporting period. And so we all just worked collectively together to get that chronic absenteeism rate below the state.
And that proactive response of knowing who's coming up on that, because once you hit the magic number, you've hit it and there's no going back. So really watching those numbers and getting the social worker in there, getting Mr. Garrett in there to meet with the parents. And then once, the 358, you go to court. It's important. Children can't learn if children aren't present.
What types of barriers specifically are your families facing that your social workers are assisting them with?
It could be anything from food insecurity to problems with meeting the financial obligations for housing. We have a food pantry that we've started within our own district that Mid-South Food Bank helps support us with to provide meals to families, particularly over holiday breaks, long weekends, and throughout the summer, in addition to the federal feeding, program that every school does. We have agencies that we work with throughout Haywood County who support them when it comes to inability to pay electricity bills or inability to meet rent or house payments, whatever the case may be. Again, this is my third year in Haywood County, and I can say Haywood County comes together to support others in Haywood County. And there are a lot of philanthropic organizations who work to do that. And all you have to do is ask them, and they'll come and help. And that, as a superintendent, I appreciate so much, because it is those barriers that often result in low academic success.
Can you describe the student population at Haywood Middle and then the district as a whole?
The student population at Haywood Middle is pretty similar to the district as a whole. It's in the mid 70% minority. I think it's 77, particularly at Haywood Middle. But all our schools are very similar. Now, a little younger, your demographics may change a little bit, but the older they get, the more similar to Haywood Middle it becomes, and the high school is very similar.
What about English language learners? And
It's a fairly low
special
population.
populations?
At the middle school, I think it's 6%. And there was a second one you asked about.
Special population.
Special needs is, I believe, at 14%. So they're not tremendous populations. And actually, our language learner students, they're doing really well. They've done pretty well in the past year or so. We have a small team, but they're pretty mighty, and have done a great job with that. But those aren't necessarily, as maybe in some districts, a bigger piece of the problem.
Okay. So should this vote occur and these students are rerouted, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'm just talking, we can't assume that putting them into the stronger environment that you say exists necessarily lifts them up. And so how do you make sure that I know you said the teachers and the other guidance counselors and other people will be there to support them that know them, but from a fiscal standpoint, how do you make sure the financial resources follow them as well?
You ensure that by pouring them into those schools. Dr. Jackson talked about the LEA plan. There's the new TSI plans that have started, and we're working through those now. And we've been very strategic about in that planning. Right now, we still have to plan as if there's not a change. But our plan B is if the change happens, this is how funds will be redirected. We always have to have an A, B, and a C. Anyone who's in education, I think, knows that pretty well, as we do with our budget every year.
Yes, sir.
Your pre-hearing form discussed a mentoring program for new educators. How do you measure your return on investment for that?
Well, a couple of ways. When it first started, it was much smaller. It has grown. It has really excited me to see the new teacher mentors come in. There are monthly support sessions for them, from everything around behavior de-escalation to how to use Power School to how to interact with parents. So I've watched those sessions, and I've sat in the last two just to kind of gauge how they were going. I've seen that grow over time. So I see that it's successful in terms of those teachers coming for that support, because that's outside of school, after school hours. They don't have to be there, but they choose to be. We also follow their performance and see how they're doing academically. That's how the sessions are determined, right? We talk to their principals. What are you seeing? How can we support them? And that's how we determine what professional development is provided for them. And it has been difficult with budget cuts to provide funding for that. They've had book studies. They've had speakers who have come in. You mentioned behavior supports, I believe, earlier. We had a therapist come in to talk to them, particularly around behavior supports, because as a new teacher, it was a long time ago for me, but as a new teacher, No one taught me how to de-escalate that child who's in the corner upset and disrupting the whole rest of the classroom. No one told me how to talk to the angry parent who really isn't angry at me, but is angry at the situation with their child, right? No one told me this is how you operate Power School. So we want to make sure we support them in all aspects of that may cause them to not want to continue teaching, because we know there's a huge attrition rate in teaching, even in our college programs. The numbers are less and less.
Was a fair share of those that came to that mentoring program from Haywood Middle, or is that part of your leadership issues?
The last time, I believe there were 3. If I'm looking at faces in the room as I'm talking to you, and trying to visualize it. There were several, yes. And Haywood Middle hasn't had as many new teachers until this past year as some of our others. They did the first year, and then that stabilized. Do you want to add to that?
So from last year to this year, Haywood Middle did have a pretty high retention rate. Year one, and I'm judging year one, our first year there. As you know, the data was a bit better. That's, how we landed here. But we did lose some of the teachers that were there year
To the high
one,
school.
as well as some of the administrators that were there. The teachers were for permit issues. Their permits had been exhausted. And at the middle school, I believe, and I have the list, there are 3 or 4 teachers this year that we
6 on permit.
will more than likely lose
But yeah.
because they've exhausted their permits as well. So the only way that we'd be able to retain them is when TBOS comes back, if we're able to apply for a limited license because they met the metric on the LOE. And so some of those transitions have happened at the middle school, not as much as in other spaces. But when the new teachers do come in, we are able to support them as well. Beyond year one, they also
3 years.
have year 2 and year 3 supports.
So if you have so many on permits, what are you doing to try to get those off of permits and the fully licensed?
I'll start this and then pass it over to Superintendent Marsh. So academics works very closely with our human resources department as well. So we support the teachers from the academic perspective to make sure they have the resources that they need, provide one-on-one coaching, planning, all of those types of supports. But our director of human resources with our chief of talent and strategy, they go out quarterly. They meet with the teachers that are year 1, year 2, year 3. They give them their options. They support them if they need help with getting into a program. If there are things that the colleges need from us, we make sure that we provide it as well. We do all that we can to keep the teachers with us. And we also at our high school, we brought back teaching as a profession in the CTE department. And those students, we actually were able to hire them to support with tutoring. So they not only are able to start the teaching as a profession classes, they're making $12.50 an hour in order to tutoring to couple with their teaching as a profession to give them that exposure as a teacher or as working with students so that we can work to try to develop that into a grow your own where we partner with them and remain connected to them as they go through their programs, and then they come back to Haywood County Schools as well. So we're trying our best, but I know that's something that you all have heard reoccurring when it comes to permits. We have 3 years with those teachers, and we try our best to convert them to full licensure or limited license, and then full licensure, but that is a reoccurring issue.
And beyond that, I think you summed it up pretty well, but beyond that, we've also expanded our recruitment efforts. Initially it was a few colleges nearby. We're going far and wide looking for folks now, and share with them the benefits. I mean, we have a great benefits package in Haywood that others may not have. Our pay, pay is difficult. You've heard that as well. Depending on where you sit and who you sit next to or nearby, it's easy for them to pull your good teachers. We train them, we get them licensed, we get them there, and then people pull them. So I think the other large piece of that, which our HR person, she's communications as well. We wear lots of hats in our district, but she really works on climate and culture. Not just in individual schools, but across the district of celebration, those standout people, what they're doing, spotlighting them, congratulating them, honoring them at board meetings. and celebrating them. Teacher Appreciation Week in Haywood is huge.
Do you have a relationship with Blue Oval or not?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. Actually, we do. They have been a tremendous support in terms of resources. They have, and if it's, I hope they're okay with me sharing that, but I'll just share some of the things they've done to support us. In terms of those resources, they have provided new playgrounds. Our playgrounds were as old as our schools. And really not somewhere a child in 2025 or 2026 wanted to play. So they have provided new playgrounds for the schools that use those throughout the district. They have poured money into early literacy, quite a bit of money. They have provided computers for whole classes. They have, and the Fab Lab is unbelievable. That's, if you are ever in Haywood County, you need to come see the Fab Lab. It's a CTE lab where it kind of, you want to expand on Fab Lab a little bit?
Sure, it's a CTE lab that we have at our high school, and they provide all the furniture, all of it's 3D printing. It has an X tool. It can cut wood. We can start to incorporate like student enterprises with t-shirt making. They can make trophies. They can make a lot of different things. Right now, it's been up and running since October, and we're partnering with our drama department we're making the full set production for our spring performance of Frozen using the fabrication lab that Ford donated to us. So it's saving us money because we're not having to go out and buy those things. They're building in collaboration with CTE. They're building all of the set pieces, all of the houses, icicles, whatever it is, between the 3D printer and all of the tools that are available in that lab. The students are able to experience that working with our CTE teachers and their drama teacher in order to build it. And in our future years, we'll be phasing in to where we want every class to have some type of project that they have to come into the lab in order to
I think
work.
one already did one
So,
with
yeah.
soil and erosion.
Yep. So our agri-science class was able to build some different 3D prints of soil and erosion designs that they came up with to see if it would actually address the issue with what they were trying to solve within their classroom. So we're very grateful for some of those resources that they've been able to provide us.
And Ford has I'm on a group that meets regularly, and I actually missed one of those to be here, but it's a good neighbor plan, and they work with a mileage zone that goes out in concentric circles around the plant. And we are fortunate enough to fall in that concentric circle around the path, around the plant, so that we've been able to enjoy this. They've even made a recent donation for Teacher Appreciation Week, which we know is coming up. So we have gotten quite a bit of resource support from Ford for things that we might not otherwise have been able to do for kids that are pretty amazing.
All right. Well, thank you for answering our questions. We're at the point of our meeting time where me and my colleagues will discuss what we've heard today, what we've reviewed, and ultimately what recommendation we would be making to the State Board of Education. So
Yes, sir.
with that, observations, questions?
So a few observations. Obviously, them having had a CSI school and moving that school off the CSI list is productive, and hopefully the same strategies would be implemented or are being implemented here with Haywood Middle School. The attendance, there are lots of layers to that, of them being proactive to promote attendance. I am encouraged that they have implemented the teaching as a profession in the high school again, and that those young people in that program are also being compensated for tutoring. And the heavy HR involvement in working with their permanent teachers to check in with them periodically to
Quarterly.
say, here's where you're at, here, what can we do? That is encouraging. So those are some of my thoughts currently. I'm sure you all have others.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Dr. Maxwell said. This one is sort of a unique situation because of the impending closure, but there's no guarantee that the school is going to close. And I think that's the challenge. Either way, we've got two grades of students who drop from a D to an F. I am encouraged by sort of the proactive nature of what the director is doing and recognizing, but I'm concerned about those students when we move them from one school to another school. I think that will take extra care in doing that. But yeah, this is a unique situation.
Likewise, I think you've shared with us a number of strategies that you're employing to move the needle on the challenges that you outlined. The chronic absenteeism work in concert with juvenile court is encouraging to ensure that students are at school and prepared to learn. Similar to my colleagues, absent the closure of the school, there does still appear to be work that needs to be done. And we sort of have to operate under the mindset that the school still exists and it is still ongoing until such time that it's not. And so I know that there seem to be some questions about leadership, about how that leadership is ensuring that high quality instruction is happening within the school, and those things need to be monitored and observed and paid attention to, related to Haywood Middle School going forward. So, is there a recommendation?
So as both of you have spoken, this is a very unique situation. However, I think we have to deal with what we have presently. Even though there may be a different change, I think there's a lot of positives. It's just like in other things that we've heard from others, there's lots of things headed in the right direction, but until we have solid data to support that those changes have taken effect, I do ask for unanimous consent for a corrective action plan.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank
So,
you for your time. We
yes.
appreciate you. And we agree there's a lot of work that has to be done.
Yeah.
We're in year 3 of what is very clearly a turnaround situation district-wide, and we're there for the work and have made great strides and will continue to do that. So we appreciate the time to talk with you about it and the feedback you've given us. So thank you.
And we appreciate your spirit of cooperation. We're all in this together.
Yes, sir.
From the legislature to state board to the department to the LEAs to the school leaders to the teachers and the students and parents, all working together to make sure that these 1 million students across Tennessee are successful. And so I just want to make sure we emphasize that the corrective action plan is really taking a lot of what you've told us today relative to this school and codifying it in concert with the State Department and working towards that over time to make sure that this particular school gets off the list.
And with the TSI plans
Yeah.
and the LEA plans and the
Exactly.
district plan, all of those work
Yeah.
in concert to do that. So that's not an issue at all.
Okay.
We are there for the work.
Well, we thank you for being here today and
Thank you.
safe travels to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll take a break. We are convened for the State Board of Education accountability hearing for Memphis-Shelby County Schools. I'm Darrell Cobbins, chair of this particular committee and vice chair of the board, joined by our board chair, Bob Eby, and Dr. Ina Maxwell, also state board members. The three of us were appointed by the state board to serve as the accountability hearing committee based on legislation that was passed by the Tennessee General Assembly associated with the TISA funding process. And this particular part of our responsibility centers on schools that are underperforming in school districts and having a conversation about those schools, how funding is utilized, and what it will take to get those schools off of the underperforming list. Today's conversation is constructive. It's not gotcha. It's not rake you over the coals, but it's meant to have a public, transparent conversation about the challenges that exist for the district, for these particular schools, and what the district is doing to move those forward in a way that will make them ultimately successful. Our conversation today is roughly 75 minutes. Want to make sure for those before us and those that are watching or listening that you understand that this committee has received a lot of information, a lot of data. We've been studying it for several months, and we have received input from the LEA in the form of a pre-hearing form that covers a range of topics with a lot of information, and we've reviewed that as well. And so that's why with this particular process, we are beginning with questions as opposed to presentations and hearing a lot. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear on the front end. And so welcome, Dr. Richmond, to you and your team. I will allow you to introduce your team, and then I'll pose the first question.
Chairman Cobbins, thank you all for allowing us to come before you today. I'm joined by Dr. Angela Whitelaw, who's the Chief Academic Officer, our Board Chair, McKinney, and Mr. Tito Langston, who's our Chief of Business Operations. But I also would be remiss if I didn't say that I'm also joined by our principals, who represent the 14 schools that we'll be speaking to you all about today. I felt it was important for them to join us so that you all, as well as they know, we're taking this work extremely seriously as we try to move our students and elevate them, not just in growth, but also in student proficiency. So thank you all for allowing us to join you today. Thank you.
So the first question is, your district is called today. Can you please tell us what you believe are the challenges, causes of those challenges? I'll start over. Your district is called today on behalf of its underperforming schools. To begin, please tell us what you believe are the challenges and root causes of those challenges for the schools.
Yes, sir. Good morning again. Members of the State Board, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of Memphis-Shelby County Schools. We're here to address the performance of 14 of our schools and roughly 7,409 affected students. We acknowledge these results fully and without hesitation. They reflect persistent, systemic challenges that require urgency, clarity, and decisive action. The root causes are unmistakable. Too many students are entering classrooms without mastery of foundational literacy and numeracy. Tier 1 instruction has been inconsistent in execution despite the presence of a high quality curriculum, and intervention systems have not always been implemented with the intensity or the fidelity needed to accelerate student progress. In several of the 14 schools, more than half of the teachers hold permits rather than full licensure. This impacts many students in special populations, including English learners and students with disabilities who have not consistently received the scaffolds or instruction necessary to access rigorous grade level work. Chronic absenteeism and student engagement challenges have further eroded instructional time, creating additional barriers to learning. While these schools are struggling, they are not static. Across the district, we have earned the state's second highest accountability rating, advancing, and achieved the highest TVAS growth score for 4 consecutive years. Evidence that our students are growing when strong instruction occurs consistently, yet growth alone is not enough. The gap between growth and proficiency remains unacceptable, particularly in our eligible schools. That is why we have moved from a one-size-fits-all support model into a differentiated, data-driven system that includes weekly regional superintendent walkthroughs, curriculum fidelity checks, and rapid action data cycles that require instructional adjustments within 7 days. Today, our district is operating under a unified system-wide framework that is anchored in a new 2025-2030 academic plan. And so that academic plan is the first that we've had in over a decade. This plan presents a shift from supporting schools to transforming them through clear expectations, strong instructional systems, and aligned accountability. We now have district-wide structures in place to drive consistent, high-quality Tier 1 instructional materials across all core subjects, SEA tutoring and early literacy supports in our grades K2, weekly PLCs and common formative assessments, MTSS, or multi-tiered system of support structures informed by quarterly iReady diagnostic and biweekly progress checks, and a defined 7-day response window for instructional adjustments. Each of the 14 schools are supported through job-embedded coaching, leadership labs, data monitoring through our CompStat report outs, and a strengthened retain, reclaim, and recruit strategy, including mentorship and praxis support for our permitted teachers to stabilize staffing, also attendance liaisons, truancy prevention specialists, and community partnerships are helping us address chronic absenteeism with both preventive and responsive strategies. Looking forward, we have tightened our approach to ensuring that supports are matched with accountability and that leadership decisions are directly linked to results. 6 of these schools, which are additional schools, will join our iZone next year, expanding access to intensive research-based turnaround support. 10 schools will participate in the targeted Tier 1 and Tier 2 instructional partnerships with the state, and CSI designated schools will work with external turnaround providers to strengthen implementation and leadership capacity. The progressive tiered intervention system introduces performance-based leadership assignments, ensuring principals and leadership teams are evaluated on demonstrated turnaround competencies. Through student-based budgeting, resource allocations now align directly to student need, and our feeder pattern model strengthens instructional continuity across our schools. We're clear-eyed about where we stand, transparent about the factors that brought us here, and unwavering in our commitment to ensuring every child in Memphis receives the high-quality education they deserve. Our work is not finished, but it is focused, aligned, and moving forward with both urgency and purpose.
I failed to state for the record the schools that we are having a conversation about today, and I'll just read them off very quickly. Mount Pisgah Middle High, A.B. Hill Elementary, Cape Bond Middle School, Chickasaw Middle, Douglas Elementary Middle, Jeter School, Hickory Ridge Middle, Kingsbury Middle, Riley Egypt Middle, Robert R. Church Elementary, Sherwood Elementary, Treadwell Elementary, Carver College and Career Academy, and Grandview Heights Middle School. Next question is for the board chair. We understand that there have been a number of turnovers in leadership at the superintendent level over the past few years. Can you just talk about the board's current outlook on permanent leadership and what those steps may look like?
Thank you for that question, Chairman Cobbins. Yes, we are currently, first I want to say we've already appointed Dr. Richmond as the superintendent. We did that on February 11th. That is after we had him as interim superintendent for about, I think, 14 months, something to that effect. And in that 14 months, he was charged with 3 things. That was an academic plan ensuring that we had an academic scorecard and a facilities plan, recognizing that these were the things that the board and the district need to ensure that we were stabilizing the district for our students and stabilizing the district for our staff. So as a result of that, we made the decision on February 11th to appoint him as the permanent superintendent. We are currently working on his contract, but he has been appointed the permanent superintendent, recognizing that we needed stabilization, recognizing that that stabilization needed to bring us a clear academic plan. As Dr. Richmond did indicate, we had not had one since for about a decade, which allows us to have a clear pathway for not only our district, its leaders, its teachers, students, and community, but also a very clear pathway for the community to see where we're going and how we're going to get there.
Just one follow-up question on that. Understanding that lack of an academic plan preceded you all, but how do you exist without an academic plan as a school district? How does that happen?
So I was not on the board, but I can give you my opinion around that. They were operating on something called a Destination 2025, and that was a 10-year plan. I think that the various administrations had different iterations of what that looked like. And so I think this board, going through our governance training and working with Council for Great City Schools, understands that we have to have clear vision, clear goals that we codify. So that means that we approve them so that as you move through different machinations of a board, you still have consistency with how we need to move forward. And we have a clear roadmap, and you're not veering off the path. So that is something that I believe that was probably happening. But we stabilized that.
Additional questions for the board chair. So have you created any kind of special committee, or what are you doing to specifically look at the data from these 14 schools and the turnarounds for those?
So what we do as a board as a whole on a regular basis, while we don't have a special committee, what we do is on a monthly basis, we have various ways to ensure that we are monitoring the progress of all of our schools. So one avenue for that is our board academic committee. That is a committee that we convene on a monthly basis. Then we have something called business systems reviews, which are actually codified, and we're required to do an annual review or audit of our major systems, which includes academics, finance, contracts, and various other things, technology, transportation. And we're in the process of that, and we have to calendar it every year. We then have the opportunity to, we have the scorecards that we get from the superintendent, which I'm very, very excited about. The scorecards that cascade from the school level all the way up to the administration. So we are able to see what is happening across the district, and also we can delve in very deeply. The other avenue that we have, and this is on a case-by-case basis, is something called the self-directed improvement system that we have that the superintendent has introduced not only to his school level, but also to his administration, but introduced to us. So we can actually ask for data for those very specific schools as well. So we have, I think that's about 4 levels of ways to monitor the progress and ensure that we are appropriating the appropriate resources and supporting the superintendent in the way that he needs us to.
So I think that's good that you have that capability. What specifically then are you doing for these 14 schools? In other words, sometimes it's easy to get 14 out, what, you have 200 schools or something like that, and you're looking at all this data and, oh, yep. What, as you drill down, I mean, what is the board doing specifically for those 14 schools?
I think as we move forward, Chair Eby. We will be asking the superintendent to bring us reports around those specific 14 schools. And those reports will probably come in through our, either through our self-directed, we'll ask him, we'll work with him. We consider ourselves a team of 10. We'll work with him with the best way for us to support him in monitoring the progress of that and ensuring that we are allocating resources and doing everything we need to do to support.
Yeah, I think that's really important, not to lose sight of those specific schools.
Absolutely.
In the pre-hearing form, it asked about the district's recruitment and retention strategies. And we noticed that your response did not mention any differentiated pay structures or intentional staffing strategies to ensure the district's most effective teachers are serving in schools with greatest need. What is the district's approach to the differentiated compensation, and what might you be doing to encourage highly effective teachers to go to these schools?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Maxwell, for that question. It's a great question. It's a question that my team and I have been working on this past year. As you may or may not know, I was the architect of the I-Zone. And one thing about the I-Zone is that we believed in implementing those turnaround models with fidelity. Under our former administration, the former administration did away with the I-Zone, so we've had to retool the I-Zone. But this year we are using SIG and TAG dollars to recruit and retain teachers in those high priority schools where we know our high performing teachers need to be. Also, as early as yesterday, I introduced to our board that we want to try a new strategy to stabilize and to provide continuity in our district by really offering every teacher in our district a $1,000 bonus to remain where they are this year. That doesn't account for us also recruiting and trying to retain our teachers in our priority schools by offering them up to $1,500 to remain in those schools. So we're retooling and dusting off our old I-Zone approach because we realize the importance of not just stabilizing our entire district, but in stabilizing and recruiting and retaining high-performing, highly effective teachers in those schools. We also realize that people don't leave institutions, they leave people. So the other thing we want to do is to create the culture and context where people want to escape to and not from, not just our district, but our school. And how do you do that? You have to have support and coaching. So in all of our district, and in particularly these schools, we have a tiered approach to supporting teachers. Just like at Tier 1, we want good first teaching for our students. We want good first professional development and coaching and support for our teachers. For our teachers who need Tier 2 or Tier 3 support, we want to provide that for them as well. You heard me earlier talk about one of the issues with these schools is having a high number of teachers who are on permit. So what we have done this year is all of our teachers who are on permit, we've called them in. I've addressed them personally. We've had educational preparation programs to come and support them in real time. We've also been there to provide praxis support for those teachers who need to get certificated. But again, as you all know, in our priority schools, it's extremely important for us to be able to recruit and retain highly effective teachers. So we'll be looking at offering retention, recruitment, and performance bonuses in these particular schools.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I,
Go ahead.
I just, could you explain the I-Zone? I'm not familiar with that. Just tell us a little bit what the I-Zone is.
Yes, sir. The I-Zone, under the ESEA waiver, remember we went from NCLB. And under the ESEA waiver, that's when the ASD was created. And under the ASD legislation, school districts had to create innovative zones. Legacy Memphis City Schools, which became Memphis-Shelby County Schools, created the I-Zone. And our I-Zone model over the years outperformed the ASD. However, we reached a point that it was difficult for us to implement the model with fidelity because we had so many permit teachers. And so with us having not just a lot of permit teachers, but also not recruiting certain teachers, there being a shortage of teachers out there to really recruit for some of these roles and responsibilities, we weren't able to recruit in highly effective teachers into some of our priority schools. So we weren't able to implement the model with the fidelity that we had implemented it during the early years of implementation. Yes, sir.
Talk about chronic absenteeism situation and solutions.
Yes, Chairman Commons, thank you for that question. First of all, we're implementing our policy around truancy with fidelity. Our policy around truancy requires that 3 days in, we should be alerting parents that their child has missed at least 3 days. 5 days in, we should start having what's called a SART meeting. That's a student attendance review team meeting, which should include parents, the students, as well as the counselor, principal, assistant principal, and teachers. So we're trying to implement, and we're implementing that policy with fidelity. When that policy is implemented with fidelity, we should produce what's called a parent-student attendance plan, and that parent-student attendance plan should be followed. But we also have additional resources. As we've said, we're trying to really tailor supports for our schools where we can support the principal without the principal totally having to do a lot of these operational tasks. We want principals to be able to focus on instruction, but we have what's called RTI Square B specialists as part of our MTSS model, our multi-tiered support system. And those response to intervention RTI specialists should be helping to look at who are the students that have 5 or more unexcused absences, and how are we supporting those students? Are they absent because they're being bullied? Are they absent because of health conditions? Are they absent because of truancy and the like? We also have at the district level attendance liaisons, and those attendance liaisons help us collect what's called both quantitative and qualitative data by calling parents and saying, hey, why isn't little Johnny at school? What's preventing little Johnny from being at school? And then we have what's called our truancy liaisons. We have all these layers of support, which we call ecosystems, to support our whole child needs. When I look at these schools as well as our other schools, as we continue to implement these things with fidelity, we are seeing where we are on target to meet our chronic absenteeism target this year. Last year, we were about 30%. When we checked as early as, I guess, a month ago when we presented to our board, we were about at roughly 27, 28%. So we've set a target for ourselves to reduce that by 2 to 5% each year. Our main students that are chronically out of school are our high school students. So when we look at these schools, and particularly the majority of these schools are K-8, most of our students in these schools are below the 30th percentile when it comes to chronic absenteeism, but we're continuing to focus to get it down even lower than that. In an urban district, when you look at the data across the country, you want to be somewhere in between 20 and 25% is what a benchmark is when you talk about an urban school system. So we're continuing to target and to look at that so that we can decrease that as much as possible. But I think we're doing a great job, but we continue to look at it every day. Attendance is what you would call fluid, so it fluctuates. A student who may not have been in school or may have been absent in the fall that we may not know about, if we go back and drop that student today because that student transferred somewhere else that we didn't know, all of our data will shift. And so we never speak in terms of the data being accurate in the moment because we know it's fluid and it could always change due to a numerator or the denominator changing. But thank you for that question.
One thing we constantly hear about the value of schools and the performance of students is the leadership.
Yes, sir.
In fact, the last session that was in here, last group that was in here, the superintendent said that the leadership can make a positive 25% performance improvement to students just by their leadership alone. I noticed of the 14 schools that we're looking at that only, I think, 3 leaders have changed in those 14 schools in the last 2 to 3 years. What's the process that you use in determining the leadership and the changing of leadership, and how does that impact what you're doing?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Again, as you asked our board chair, over about the past 5 or 6 years, we've had several superintendent changes. What we've started to do under my administration is we really started to take a long, hard look at what I would call our leadership effectiveness. As you know, we have our teacher effectiveness, and it's based on 4 strategies. One is a clearly defined definition of what effective teaching looks like. The second strategy is recruitment and retention. The third strategy is around support and coaching. And then the last is about culture and context. We're taking that same approach when it comes to leadership. Now, what that means is we have a TIM, and we're looking at having what's called a LIM. And that's our leadership effective measure. And we're designing a matrix, and that matrix would be a matrix of support around leadership. So if you're what you would call a LIM 1, that means you need more coaching and support. And that coaching and support will require more touch points from our regional superintendent, or what we hired for this year, which is a new role in our district, which is called an instructional leadership coach. And that individual is responsible for coaching those principals around instruction. We've freed them up where they don't have to support principals or around what you would call operations. We have teams of people to do the operational tasks like I talked about earlier. Our leadership coaches are responsible for coaching and supporting principals. As we coach and support principals, just like teachers, we are expecting those individuals to get better. Part of them getting better is we have an internal preparation pipeline program, but we also are going to start partnering with some outside partners who will start to help us to train, coach, and develop principals. In the past, we used to work closely with the University of Memphis, who had a fellows program. We also used to work with new leaders for new schools. And we currently have a relationship with UVA, the University of Virginia, who's helping us to support our principals. Some of the principals on this list have probably gone through some of these preparation programs, but they probably went through years ago. We do have some that are on this list who recently went through our pipeline development program. We will be reviewing this list and reassessing these principles because I think it's only fair that at this point we start to assess and to address and to look at the leadership to see if the right leader is in these schools. We know I've led turnaround work. For a principal to lead turnaround work, they have to have a certain set of competencies. It doesn't necessarily mean that that individual is not a good leader, but for you to go into a turnaround situation, we think you either need those competencies already, or we're going to have to coach and support you around it, or it's our responsibility to see if we need to find another seat on the bus for you. Doesn't mean that you're not an effective leader or a good leader, but we will be looking and making those tough, hard decisions that we know we need to make. We'll also be working closely with these leaders to help them to review their staff, to ensure that they have the right staff and highly effective teachers, as well as looking at how many permit teachers. We've started to comb through and to look at that data because we know that in order to move schools, you have to have highly effective teachers in each and every classroom, which is why we're trying to not just stabilize the district, but to provide continuity. And the only way to provide continuity and to move student proficiency and student growth is to stabilize our district with highly effective leaders in every school and highly effective teachers in every classroom.
I'm glad to hear that. You talk about looking for specific competencies. What are those competencies you're looking at for that leader for the turnaround?
Yes, sir. So the first thing is we want a leader who has some level of content experience. We've found that as we look at many of our leaders, they're not content experts. And so if you're not a content expert around literacy or numeracy, is there someone on your team? So the other thing we'll look at is you as a leader, do you have the grit? Do you have the skill and the will to want to learn and to want to get better? And then the next thing would be us working closely with you to not allow you to totally select your team, but to ensure that your team complements you as a leader. So let's say literacy is my content area. I would say that principal or myself, I would need support around numeracy. Do you have an assistant principal who's strong and well-versed in numeracy? Do you have a PLC coach who's strong in literacy or numeracy or science? Putting a full, complete complement as far as a team is concerned at that school. When we've done the turnaround work before, the way we've approached it is first we start with the leadership team. Once we develop the leadership team as well as, and when I'm talking about leadership, not just administrators, I'm also talking about teachers because teachers are leaders within that building too. So the next thing would be as we hire on teacher leaders, you have a team who's helping to hire other team members to complement that school and turning that school around because you have to have a full complement to be able to do that.
Following up to that, Director Richmond, in your opening remarks, you mentioned the lack of mastery in ELA and numeracy. And with the leadership direction and programs that you're developing currently at these particular schools, what is being done to strengthen that Tier 1 program? Not for next year or, the year after, but right now, today, if I were to visit your schools.
Yes, ma'am. So priority one is, again, high quality Tier 1 instruction in every classroom every day. We're prioritizing consistent, standard aligned, and rigorous instruction that includes clear learning targets, effective checks for understanding, purposeful questioning, and strong instructional delivery. By strengthening our Tier 1 instructional schools, we'll reduce the need for intervention and to ensure that all students have access to grade level content and expectations. Again, this goes back to when I came in under my 100-day plan, one of our foci was teachers. You can't improve schools without having highly effective teachers. And it all begins with high caliber Tier 1 instruction. That's part of our new academic plan, is starting with what you would call the instructional core. And the instructional core is focused on the content, the teacher, the student, but also we've added another component, and that's leadership. So those are the things that we're focused on in order to afford and to allow for good quality Tier 1 instruction in all of our schools.
Thank you. And I think I heard you speak to this, but within including the leadership, they're being trained or have already been trained to ensure the fidelity of that Tier 1 instruction with standards alignment and all of the formative assessments that they can do.
Yes, ma'am. We're having fidelity checks, as you heard me earlier, our regional superintendents, as well as what we call our regional cross-functional teams. Each region has what's called, again, another ecosystem of support that consists of academic coordinators in ELA, math, science, and social studies. Those walkthrough teams, they go and do walkthroughs, and we give real-time feedback to both teachers as well as leaders on what we see when we do those instructional walks. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, with the funding conversation, I understand that the district has been doing some right sizing and evaluating its facilities and operational cost and making some tough decisions. Can you talk a little bit about that and how that translates into allowing more dollars to go back into the classroom?
Yes, thank you again, Chairman Cobbins. That's an excellent question, and it also supports your question again, Dr. Maxwell. Uh, we have a facilities plan, and our facilities plan over the next 3 years, what we're proposing to our board is that we need to start doing what's called right sizing our district. And we've said that over the next 3 years, we want to close approximately 15 schools. We in Memphis-Shelby County Schools, we have a more robust staffing formula than what the state requires. So that robust staffing formula, we applied that staffing formula to our district recently. And at that time, we needed about 159 teachers. And we saw that if we applied that staffing formula, we wouldn't have needed any teachers. So what we've been able to do this year, normally we would need about anywhere from 400 to 600 teachers. We've cut that down to 150 teachers. So that says that we're recruiting teachers back in. We're putting them in classrooms. We're not nearly needing the number of teachers that we have needed in the past. So what we think is that as we close schools, we'll have better economy of scale when it comes to our teacher workforce. We're also working closely with our charter partners to do what's called right sizing our entire portfolio, because what we're doing, we're cannibalizing each other. They're in need of teachers, we're in need of teachers. So how do we work together across our portfolio to right size the portfolio so that we're being able to satisfy the human capital needs of not just Memphis-Shelby County Schools, but our entire educational portfolio? As we do that, and as we continue to what you would call flatten our organization, where we're not nearly as top heavy, we're going through budget season, and our administrative staff may account for about 5% of our budget, if not less. So we're also trying to get people to go back to schools to see the need for the principalship to be the destination, recruit and compensate our teachers. I want our teachers to be the highest paid teachers, not just in Tennessee, but in the country. How do we take those dollars and put them back into the classroom? And part of doing that is right sizing our district by closing some of the schools. Another thing we did, we sold 11 properties over the course of 12 months. We revenue generated $27 million. Last year, when we went before the county commission, we asked them for $34 million. They could only give us $5 million. So guess what that $27 million did that we were able to revenue generate? It was able to help us with some of those life safety needs that we needed around capital improvement. So we were able to do those things by selling those properties. So we're trying to do the tough work. We're juggling a lot of balls. I want to continue to thank my team and thank my extremely supportive board. Because without our board and without the team and our principals working closely with us, we couldn't do this extremely difficult work that we know that we need to do, but we're going to be able to see the return of the work through having highly effective teachers in every classroom just by doing that work. So we've got to continue to educate our public so they'll understand what we're doing as we close schools and why it's going to help us with economies of scale, and it's going to help us to have a more effective teacher in front of every student.
On that same vein, for the board chair, how is the board holding the superintendent accountable relative to these 14 schools?
This will be a part of his performance objectives. We work with him annually on performance objectives, a part of his evaluation. And so this will be a very definite part of his performance objectives. We're working on that as we speak now.
So if I look at some of the data that was provided. I'll just take Hickory Ridge Middle School as an example. In 2023, 24, and also 2024 and 25, your achievement and your growth scores are Fs for both of those, for both years. But your growth of the highest need students, that's the bottom 25%, you had an A. You had a growth score of an A for both 2023, 24, and 24 and 25, which is outstanding. What are you doing for those bottom 25% that you're not doing for the rest of the students? And how do we get that growth score up for the rest of the students consistent with what you're doing with the bottom 25%? What are you doing uniquely?
Yes, sir. Great question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pivot to my chief academic officer. I'm going to allow her to answer that question. And then once she concludes, if there's anything else that needs to be added, I'll add. Dr. Whitelaw.
Thank you. Great question that you asked. Because of the fact that going to Hickory Ridge Middle, this is a prime example of where we moved an elementary principal who had done some great work in elementary school over to our middle school. So they were able to really model and help teachers to think about how to utilize small group instruction in a middle school setting. So how we need to scale that up, even though we're achieving on the Growth 25, we have to make sure that that is system-wide and school-wide. We do know that this particular principal has been in that site for 4 years, but what we do know with the creation of lesson plans that we've done at the district level, he's also being able to do lesson internalization inside of his building and work through PLC meetings and identify those students in Growth 25 and make sure that he's accountable for those students by ensuring they have small group instruction, they go to tutoring, as well as they're being pulled out throughout the various parts of the day. But again, where we need to improve, we need to scale that up for the rest of the students in the building.
Yeah. Did you want to make any other comments?
Well, I also would say, in particular, this school, it had some staffing issues. I can recall 2 years ago, this school needed 2 assistant principals, and we had to support this principal with the hiring of 2 assistant principals for his leadership team. I was in another role at the time. I personally interviewed the 2 assistant principals that he recommended, and I asked him to be sure that these 2 assistant principals were people who could assist with content. And so we're hoping that over the next year, we'll see the improvement with those 2 additional staff that were added. But again, we have to have retention in our schools in order to have the stability that is necessary in order for us to move instruction. We can't have high turnover in schools. So that's another area that throughout all of these schools that we'll be look at what is the turnover rate as it relates to both teachers as well as administrative staff.
But you clearly are doing it for the bottom 25%.
Yes.
And so there ought to be an opportunity to learn what you're doing there for the other 75% in those schools. Likewise, so you have 200 schools or whatever it is in the district, and you have these 14 that are failing. What is it? And I know you've gone through your root causes for those, but what can you learn from those other schools that you can bring to these 14 schools to lift them up too?
That's also a great question. As you heard earlier, we talked about our CompStat report out. So quarterly, what we ask regional superintendents as well as principals to do is to have CompStat report outs. And that's like a professional learning community where principals in different regions and or clusters or grade bands come together and they share what's working and what's not working. They share our data. They look at best practices. As you heard our board chair talk about, we've established a district-wide scorecard, which begins at the district level with me. And it cascades down through our entire organization, because what I want everyone within the organization to understand is how independent, interdependent we are on one another in lifting our district. We start with what is the proficiency goal? What is the goal? regardless if it's ELA in grades 3 through 5, or if it's 6 through 8, or it's 9 through 12. What is the goal? Where are you as it relates to the baseline? What was your baseline data? So we're looking at these data. And then now, what is your current data? And so the current data may be looking at formative assessment data. It may be looking at iReady data, and then asking the question why, using what Board Chair McKinney shared, the SDIS process, which is the self-directed improvement system. We then look at those data and ask why. We put strategies in place. And through those strategies, we develop action plans, and we come back and we review those action plans every 6 weeks or quarterly, depending on what the data are and how important it is to have that data in real time. When we think about those small learning communities, it's an opportunity for principals to learn from each other. We've also, our next phase, as we roll all of these things out, would be for principals to then teach these concepts at the school level. So each teacher, each classroom teacher, each content teacher, what is your proficiency goal? Our next step would be to teach it to students. So students then become responsible for their own work. This work is adopted from what's called the Efficacy Institute. And what we want students to understand is that smart isn't something you are. Smart is something that you can get through effective effort. So we're trying to lift all our schools by putting certain strategies and structures in place where we have continuous improvement and continuous learning. So that's one way we're going to take this work and learn from each other.
So question again on funding. So you went to the county commission and asked for, was it 34 million and received 5. What was the rationale there based on their rationale for such a small investment?
I don't want him to sit here and feel like he's not a part of the team. So I'm allow Mr. Langston to chime in. Mr. Langston.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond. Thank you for your question, Chairman Cobbins. To address that question, I guess the way I'll explain the funding and how it works at the county commission level is they're responsible for an entire county, not just education, but as well as hospital, roads, so on and so forth. In any given year, they set aside about $75 million of debt through bonds to do all of these capital improvement projects. What we have undergone for us for the past 3 years is we're in the process of building 2 new high schools. The rationale is that most of the funding for education has gone to those 2 new high schools. So unfortunately, as a direct effect, that means deferred maintenance or the capital needs have been kind of lessened, if you will. So we really received about $5 million for the past 2 years, and 3 years ago, we didn't receive anything at all when we first received money for the 2 new high schools that we're building.
So is the expectation that once those 2 new high schools are complete, you may hopefully see a significant increase?
So the answer to that is yes, but I mean we'll also be asking for, after those 2 new high schools are built, we'll be asking for other new schools as well. So what our facility plan shows is not only are we closing and consolidating schools, but we're also wanting to modernize our schools. So what we understand is that we want our principal leaders, we want our students to be in really great buildings, and we know that's a part of learning every day as well. So even when we build those 2 new high schools, we'll still have our footprint. Even though we'll close some schools, we want to modernize those schools, as well as in some communities, it's time to build new high schools as well.
Thank you.
The district has implemented a few successful pilots targeting chronic absenteeism. How are you taking the successes of these pilots and implementing them at these 14 schools? And how are you monitoring the results from that?
Great question again, and similar to what I talked about with the SDIS process. So we have what's called 75 attendance liaisons. Those 75 attendance liaisons are responsible for supporting Some schools, one-on-one, what we do sometimes is if we see chronic absenteeism is spiking somewhere, we'll redeploy those attendance liaisons to those schools that are in more need. Those attendance liaisons have to come and report out using the SDIS process, as well as the leader of those attendance liaisons, Mrs. Davis, who's the director of attendance and discipline. Most recently, last month, she came and reported out at our board meeting around where we are district-wide as it relates to chronic absenteeism. As it relates to these individual schools, they each have an attendance liaisons. That attendance liaison should be monitoring attendance in real time and sharing that information. So there's a cascading down as well as a cascading up. These schools also have family and community engagement specialists in them who also support. We have district family and community engagement. So we have an ecosystem of support. Part of what we're doing with the ecosystem of support is looking at what is the ROI. So for both our material resources as well as our human resources, we're looking at are people moving the needle, and or is this program a resource moving the needle? Because we are now in a position where people want to see what is the return on investment for some of these things that we're investing in a $1.8 billion budget.
Thank you. And what does the district know about the causes of chronic absenteeism specifically for these 14 schools?
So it's both quantitative and qualitative. This year we got out, myself included, the whole senior leadership team, we knocked on doors. As I knocked on doors, I heard everything from Dr. Richmond. I didn't send or I haven't registered my child because I don't get paid and I can't get her hair done, or they don't have a uniform, or we have right at probably about 3,500 of our students are homeless. So students could be homeless. Students could have underlying medical conditions, or you could just have students who are truant. We've even had parents to tell us, I can't make him or her go to school. So we hear a plethora of reasons and rationales for students not coming to school, but we continue to press on. We continue to try to encourage our students as well as our parents to get students to school. We have incentives for our students to attend schools. We recognize both principals and schools each and every month by providing those incentives or celebrations. So we have monies invested that are budgeted for these attendance incentives. So we're doing any and everything that we possibly can to get students to school each and every day.
So with that, with your family engagement system that you've developed, are they looking outside of the district for other supports, companies, communities that want to invest in the education of our young people?
Yes, ma'am. We have a lot of great community partners. As early as 2 weeks ago, we celebrated our community partners. One community partner I could think about, he goes out and cooks for students and parents as well as teachers to celebrate attendance, but to do any types of celebrations that we need. We also have community partners who help us with food pantry drives. So for some of our parents who've been struggling financially, we have monthly food pantries where parents and students can come and pick up food. We also have what you call community schools where we provide food for our families who need food. They can come and pick up food from the food pantry on Fridays to help students to be fed over the weekend. We have clothes closets. We have a number of supports, again, to address the whole child throughout our school. In some of our schools, we have washers and dryers along with washing detergent. So parents and families can come to school to wash their clothes and do what they need to do. Whatever we can do to support our families, we're doing it in Memphis-Shelby County Schools.
Yeah, I just want one last question. How do the budget decisions for these 14 schools differ from the budget decisions for your higher performing schools?
Again, I'm gonna defer to Mr. Langston. I don't want him to think he drove all this way and didn't get an opportunity to answer some of these questions.
Thank you for the question. Particularly for these 14 schools, much like, so obviously we have TISA. TISA is a student-based model that's driven, but before TISA, we've had a student-based budgeting model even before we embarked on under TISA. So particularly with these 14 schools, oddly enough, we're actually undergoing what we call budget checkout at the moment. And it's where our schools are being given their budget to be able to make decisions around personnel and discretionary things. As it relates, again, to these particular 14 schools, these 14 schools, much like a lot of our other ones, have students who are experiencing a lot of different things. So what that means is, much like TISA, our SBB model gives additional resources to these schools. So these schools are able to make different choices, or they have the autonomy to have more personnel and things of that nature to be able to support the students based on their need that they have.
Yeah, I would just contend that they obviously, because of their performance, have higher and different needs than the other schools. And so I would encourage you to look at the funding of what those schools are and where those needs are, I think.
So, Dr. Richmond, we know that the district carries a heavy load. I mean, you've talked a lot about just so many different areas in addition to instruction, but so many other areas like you just talked about. And oftentimes, sort of external partners, vendors, support systems are necessary. And I know, being from the area, that prior to your arrival in this role, there was a sort of dismantling or dismissal of a lot of those particular partners that provide high dosage tutoring in other areas. And so under your leadership, is that being restored, or is there an effort to bring some of that back and help support these schools?
Yes, sir. Great question. We have our strategic partners in literacy. We meet monthly with them. We have a great relationship with them. Dr. Whitelaw leads that group around our academic plan, along with Ms. Kiner, who's here. We've started to cultivate some of those relationships. We'll be working closely with TNTP, which is also on our agenda for a contract for the board to accept this month. We are working closely with those strategic partners in literacy with a project manager. So they've decided to share in the cost of a project manager around our early literacy, where we're using all of those community partners for support. We continue to increase the number of community partners as it relates to our 5 A's, which are academics, attendance, attitude, the arts, and athletics. So in those 5 A's, we have a partnerships department where we're trying to get in as many partners as we can if it's the arts community. So who in the arts community wants to help our students to be more exposed to the arts? As it relates to athletics, who in the community wants to support and help our students to be more exposed to athletics, but also to help us with some of our athletic improvement around attitude. How do we want to reward and incentivize our students around social emotional learning? As it relates to attendance, what are we doing to encourage students to get to school each and every day? What are some of the wraparound supports that parents need? And then with our academics, those partnerships. So we are cultivating those partnerships. I think they're back on track. But again, we welcome all of our community partners to the table to support us in this work. I often tell people that a leader is never divisive. A leader ought to be able to bring people of all walks of life together. And that's what I've been trying to do ever since the board selected me to move into this role, to bring people together. We can't do this work by ourselves. It's going to take the collective effort of our entire district. You asked about some of the capital improvement needs. We partnered with XAI. We're also trying to partner with the Must Foundation, whereas the county commission not being able to give us dollars and resources, how can we use some of those partnerships to help better modernize and improve some of our schools throughout our district?
Just a question generally with regard to special needs populations. And within these 14 schools, do we have a read on what that looks like? And I know you may not be able to go through all 14, but just understanding the moving the needle with that population in this cohort.
Yes, great question. I'll defer to Dr. Whitelaw to answer that question for us.
Thank you. Chair Cobbins, we do have a read on the special population inside of all of our schools. What we do know that based on the data that we are making some incremental marks or steps in the right direction. And we attribute that to basically our ongoing guidance throughout the district, as well as targeted PD around inclusion, inclusive practices, as well as push in instead of pull out. So all of those efforts that we're making, we're not there yet. So we're not at a place where we're seeing really monumental growth, but we are seeing incremental changes in many of our schools who have a high SPED population. How we've supported the schools, the 14 schools that we have here, we have advisors that are on the ground and they're in schools, and they're supporting our new teachers. They're supporting teachers by modeling lessons and ensuring that they keep up and they know about standards aligned instruction and really around how do you have an instructional coherence model, whether you're in exceptional children or whether you're in EL.
Thank you. We have reached the point of completion with our question and answer session. At this point, my colleagues and I will just discuss observations and ultimately share a recommendation that will go to the State Board of Education at our May meeting relative to Memphis-Shelby County Schools. So, colleagues.
First, let me say, of all the districts that we've interviewed so far, I think this district has presented its root causes better than any that we've heard. I think you understand what your challenges are, you know, whether it's literacy or numeracy in the elementary schools, permits or waivers for the teachers, chronic absenteeism. You recognize what the issues that you have in your school system. I think you're also very data driven. I'm an engineer, so I like data. So
Yes, sir.
that is important to know where you are and where you want to go and how you're going to get there. I like the concepts of the complementary leadership. You know, you're strong in one area, you bring somebody else who's strong in another area. I think all those things are right things. I think it's critical you continue to focus on these 14 schools and what the individual needs are, what the students' needs are across all those 14 schools to bring those up, not just the bottom 25% or whatever. I think that's really, really important.
So everything that Chairman Eby just said is what I had written down. Your focus on root causes and your knowledge and understanding that the lack of mastery in those early grades are just continuing to perpetuate as the students continue to progress in grades, causing greater deficit areas. That's critical, and your focus planning on leadership going forward, I think will be very profitable to the students and the teachers and the leaders if that can come to fruition, helping them to be able to take things off of their plate so that they can be in the classrooms focused on that fidelity of instruction being delivered and understanding the mastery of where the students are. So I think there's definitely some things going in the right direction if that can come to fruition. Also, your strong understanding of the importance of, I've really already said this, of that tier 1 instruction. We can't emphasize enough that is so critical for every student, with all types of needs for every student. Tier 1 is critical. And with your association, you mentioned that you have something going before the board this month with the incorporation of bringing in an organization that is known to help facilitate that strong instructional practice in the classrooms is a step in the right direction.
Echo my colleague's sentiments. I want to applaud the board for its leadership in providing stability and clarity of the direction with the leadership, and then Dr. Richmond bringing your 30-plus years of knowledge of this particular system to bear on critical decisions that have to be made in so many different areas. As it relates to these schools, just one particular observation in terms of the number of teachers on permits. I know you are working on that, but I think that's definitely an area that we have to keep focus on and making sure that they have support in terms of content knowledge and instruction delivery as they try to become permanent and in their roles. Also, thank you for bringing the principals with you. And I want to say to the principals, we know this is tough work. We don't take lightly the challenges that you all face every day, internal and external, that oftentimes create hurdles to just focusing on instruction and academic achievement. So keep working hard and keep pushing, and let's see what we can do to get these schools off this list. So thank you. From
Mr. Chairman, recognizing the issues are important. Executing those issues are more important. So with that, I would recommend that we would recommend to the board for a formal action plan without objection.
Want to make sure that we emphasize that the step of corrective action plan is one of two routes that this committee has that it can go. It's either corrective action plan or no action. And with these 14 schools, we want to make sure that the strategies that you shared, the efforts to get them off the list are codified, and that you're working in concert with Tennessee Department of Education. So that recommendation, like we said, goes to the state board. And if the state board approves that, then that recommendation will go to the State Department of Education. But we're all in this together. We're all a part of, you used the word ecosystem. We're a statewide ecosystem, from the legislature to the state board, to the department, to the LEAs, to the school leaders and teachers and students and parents. And so we're all trying to make sure that these 1 million students across Tennessee are achieving and have bright futures. And these 7,400 have bright futures as well. So we thank you for being here today and appreciate your presence. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. and we are convening for the State Board of Education accountability hearing for Westside Middle School. My name is Darrell Cobbins, chair of this particular committee, and I'm joined by our board chair, Bob Eby, and Dr. Ina Maxwell, also state board member. This committee was put in place by the state board for the purpose of adhering to requirements in the TISA legislation that the state board convene schools that are underperforming for accountability hearings. This conversation today is roughly 60 minutes, and it is meant to be a constructive conversation. It's not gotcha. It's not rake you over the coals, but it's meant to create transparency for the public and also to hear from the school district, or in this case, the operator, about the school's current performance and what it will be doing to improve that performance. So we appreciate you being here, and we'll allow Dr. White, or who should I be directing to? Okay. All right. We'll allow you to introduce the team and let us know who you all are.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon. I'm Dr. LaWanda Clark, the principal of Westside Middle School. To my left, I have our consultant, Ms. Kimberly Adams. To my right, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Tina Pearson, and our founder and CEO, Dr. Bobby White.
Thank you. Our first question, let me say this. This particular committee has received a lot of data, a lot of information over the past few months, have been reviewing that, and each school, in this case, completed a pre-hearing form that outlined a lot of answers to a lot of questions covering a lot of areas, and we have studied and reviewed that. And so I wanted to make sure that that is clear on the front end for everyone listening or attending, so that you know that we're starting with questions because we've received that information, and
Sure.
we're not doing presentations. We're just going straight into questions. So, all right. First question is, your school is called here today due to its underperformance. To begin, please tell us what you believe are the challenges and root causes of those challenges for the school.
Although this is my first year serving as the school leader for Westside Middle School, I've served the past 3 years as a director of curriculum instruction. And so through those lenses, I was able to see that one of our main reasons for being underperforming has a lot to do with our teacher development staff. The capacity of our teachers to actually teach, use data to drive their instructions and to align resources there. I think that has been our biggest challenge. We've also had a lot of changes in regards to leadership. So having consistent leadership at the school level has been a tremendous hindrance for Westside. Having school leaders to leave in the middle of the school year, bringing on new school leaders, and then adopt a new vision and trying to get or develop a culture for teaching and learning has been a tremendous hindrance at Westside Middle School and has contributed to us underperforming.
And if I may add, pardon me, the data that we're talking about is Westside, and the last 2 years, you look at what the organization was experiencing. So we were in the midst of closing down 2 schools and figuring out what one school looked like with staffing with 3 schools, supporting the district with the turnover of the staff from those 2 schools, and figuring out what it was going to look like to close MLK down as soon as possible so that we could break ground on the new high school. And although there are no excuses for when data doesn't look the way that it needs to for our babies, there are some things that were taking place that just caused a lot of turmoil against and you know, I'm always gonna like absorb the blow for maybe not handling that as best as we could have. But when schools are closing, then folks are thinking, oh, am I going to have a job? Right. And so then the folks that were at Westside were thinking the same thing. And so trying to hold everything together while all of those pieces were moving proved to be really challenging. In light of that, when we moved to when those 2 schools were closed, and we were operating Westside last year, for the first year with just 1 school, I tried to pull together talent from the 3 schools to save talent, for one, just in case there was going to be growth opportunities later on. And I implemented a model that was a little funky, where I did not have a principal per se. I had four leaders that all had equal power. And that model just didn't work. You know, I want to own the fact that I was attempting to be innovative in a space that I felt like I had talent, but it did not work. At the end of the day, the traditional model makes a heck of a lot more sense because the psyche of those involved are connected to that traditional model. And so I think last year was an anomaly, given that we went through those things the years before, leading up to the closures of those other two schools. Last year, the innovative model that I wanted to use for the leadership team was ineffective. And so we moved back to our traditional model this year. And I think throughout the course of this hearing, you will hear Dr. Clark and Ms. Adams talk about like what is happening this year and moving us away from where we were so that we can get the results that we would like to have.
Just so I understand, so before there were 3 schools, now there's 1 school. Are there any other schools in your arena that are competing for your time too, or is it just a single school now?
Just a single school, sir. Okay. Yes.
Well, in looking at your data, we noted that every letter grade that you indicate is an F, except for the growth of the highest needs, 25% students. And you got an A in 2023, 2024. You got a C in 2024, 2025. I understand the C because that means you still grew a whole year, the way the growth thing works. But what is it that you've done to get those good growth scores that isn't translating into achievement scores?
What I would say would be with that bottom 25%, the intervention process that we put in place. And like I said, I don't think I was directly there the first year you got the A and the C, but I would believe that it was the intervention processes that they put in place, having someone there to monitor and adjust the instructions for the teachers and support them in that work. The focus at that point was on achievement. A lot of it has to do with just skill, disposition, and knowledge. And so what I discovered is that the staff just didn't have a clear understanding of achievement versus academic growth and performance, and understanding that and how to use that information to garner or even plan a lesson. And so again, I think it goes back to they knew what they were doing. They had someone specifically in that position to be an interventionist. Then there came the change about the cycle from 3 schools to 1 school. So now you have a shift in the culture. You had to downsize your staffing. Now you have new people. I believe there was a turnover rate that also contributed to that. So now you have new teachers that now you have to bring in and get acclimated to the systems that you have in place to support the students. I think that was a great hindrance in our students being able to maintain that A for that bottom 25%. Again, going back to why we have not achieved that with those 2 Fs, it still goes back to what the teachers are able to do and what they know to do. Even on the network leadership team, as a leader, director of curriculum and instruction at that time, recognizing that the support of the teachers was not there and trying to put structures in place to provide that support to grow and develop our teachers so that our students can develop and grow as per year as required.
So what will be the specific strategies then that you plan to use to bring that F up?
So what we've done, we now have someone that's serving as a director of curriculum and instruction. She's very strong in intervention and ELA and social studies. I tend to support the math and science teachers, but we're also looking to hire a math instructional coach. And we want to make sure that the entire leadership team has an academic focus. So we meet with our teachers more and we do PLCs, but they are intentional meetings. So we're teaching the teachers about their data. We're teaching the teachers about their planning. We're teaching the teachers about relationships with students so that students want to come to school and learn. They're eager to engage. We're doing deliberate practices with the teachers. We're doing we're doing observations consistently and providing them with real-time feedback. Right now, we actually have a coach in the building doing some live coaching with the math teacher, recognizing that we do need to make great gains in math as well.
And well, I was just going to say, if you guys can make sure that you speak of at least a little bit to, given that we have been given this designation, the additional dollars that we will have and what you guys are thinking about doing with those additional dollars as it relates to the instruction for those strategies. Right.
And also with implementing a RTI leader, a pure person that's handling our RTI with our Dean of Instruction who specializes in RTI. As you know, RTI, its purpose is to bring up those Tier 3 students, and her having that focus, which was not necessarily a focus prior to these years, although RTI had been part of the school, we do have someone who specializes in that, and we've seen great gains in that simply because someone is doing that every day. It's done with fidelity at Westside Middle. The students understand it is part of what we do every day. We are a culture that understands that growth is important. And students, although prior to these years were not committed to growth, we have changed the culture in the building now that they understand that they can achieve. Just to give a little more back history, within the past few years, Westside was a part of ASD. And with that, we've had leadership changes in the middle school. Probably out of 10 years being part of ASD has been at least 8 principals. So with that brought a culture in the community that the school was not stable. After this year, we're bringing on Dr. Clark as the head, only having the one school to focus on. The community is starting to buy in, and they believe in us. So as the community believes in us and we become more stable and more grounded, we have children coming that were going elsewhere thinking that we were not a stable environment, coming back to us and beginning to believe in us as we can continue to believe in them and grow.
What curriculum is used and how is it selected at West Middle?
For ELA 6 through 8, we use My Perspective. For math, we use iReady Math. For science, we use McGraw-Hill, and for social studies, we use Gallup-Haid. I select a committee that serves on the selection process. So I'll get teachers, parents, and I even talk to students about the curriculums. What is that you would like to see? Digital components, homework assignments. What is that you want to gain from the curriculum? And then we meet with the vendors. So we'll have a meeting with the vendors. We do a demo with the teachers and with the students so they can actually walk through and go throughout the curriculum and test some of the products. And based off that, then we'll meet to decide which curriculum meets the needs of the students, which also aligns with the state is requiring our students to learn, and we'll make a selection for the curriculum.
So after you've done that and you've chosen your curriculums, how are those supports given to teachers to implement the chosen curriculums?
We do purchase a professional development component with each curriculum, and we purchase that. We do like a 3-year curriculum, and we purchase PD for 3 years. And so myself, along with the Director of Curriculum Instruction, we receive some training, and we bring their vendors into the campus. Either they come in person or do a virtual training for our teachers throughout the year. And then, go ahead.
Go ahead, no.
Okay. And then in a coaching session, we use the curriculum. We follow up with the teachers when we do our deliberate practice with them based on the curriculum. And we walk through those practices or questions or things that are in the curriculum to make sure they understand how to properly execute the curriculum.
How often are they observed as far as the implementation and data collected to show student progress being made?
So we have a team of 4 observers at the school, and at any time, our teachers can be observed. So we are observing our teachers at times weekly and monthly. I would say weekly and bi-weekly. Between the 4 of us, we get through to them. We have weekly and bi-weekly POCs, professional learning community meetings with our teachers, where we talk about the curriculum, how it's being executed, and what our observations are giving us when we come in to see, are you using a curriculum guide? When we look at their lesson plans, we can tell. So that's another way of observing and monitoring them. When we look at the lesson plan, we can tell if they're using a curriculum. We can tell about their resources, if they're aligned or not. Again, with the challenge our teachers are facing with knowing how to teach, it is a strong recommendation that they follow the curriculum that is chosen for them. So we are very We make sure we monitor it with fidelity and we support them and make sure they understand how to properly execute it to get the results that we want.
So are all of your tier one classrooms teaching grade level material?
That is the expectation, that every teacher is teaching on grade level, and we do intervention. We have 2 intervention blocks, but we allow for them to teach tiered instructions. But all teachers teach grade level, yes.
And how do you ensure that they are teaching on grade level?
Again, it has to be aligned and follow the curriculum with fidelity, which we know is provided to them on grade level. And so we look at their assessments, we look at their questionings, we go in and we watch how they are using their resources to make sure that all those things are aligned to pure tier 1 instructions.
When you say we, who is the we?
Oh, the 4 of us, that would be myself, the principal, Ms. Adams, the consultant, the director of curriculum and instruction. So it's actually 5, the director of curriculum and instruction, the assistant principal, and the dean of students.
So if you've made an observation and you see that a teacher isn't implementing the curriculum and you have a consultation, a coaching session, and you go back and you see that that's still needs to be remediated, what other steps do you take to ensure that the students in those classrooms are getting the instruction that they need?
So we do have real-time coaching where I or Ms. Taylor will go in with the teachers to make sure that it's being implemented properly. And we also have 2 intervention blocks. So when we feel that a teacher or there's a gap that's occurring during that tier 1 instruction, we have an intervention block at the beginning of the day and we have one at the end of the day. And when we have our planning sessions, we talk to the teachers about pulling some students in for a small group to make sure they're getting those instruction. It can go into as homework assignment. The curriculums do have a digital component where they can assign learning paths to them as well. So we make sure that there are multiple opportunities for the students so teachers and students can close that learning gap that we're noticing. But we also continue to support the teacher in making sure they're able to properly execute tier 1 instructions.
Also, if I can add, as observers, we collaborated a lot as well. So we'll get together after seeing a teacher and decide, what are you seeing? What are we seeing together? And then we can attack it differently. Everybody has a different eye, just like each of us have different teaching styles. So we want to bring out the best of that teacher, at the same time being able to work with he or she collaboratively when we all vet what we're looking at, and then making sure that we're giving that teacher the best that they can receive in order to improve instruction. If it takes a time that we have to go in and model whatever it is that they're trying to teach, we don't have a problem going in and actually teaching a lesson, co-teaching with them if that's necessary in order to help them go forward in their instruction so the students will be able to improve.
The chronic absenteeism data appears to be twice the district average. Can you talk about, and I know you've had some reduction in that successfully, but can you talk about the strategies you're using to address chronic absenteeism?
We make school an enjoyable place. What we've done, we have a 20-day attendance incentive that we do every 20 days. We are continuously acknowledging our students for coming to school. We also make phone calls to our parents daily, expressing the importance. So we need your baby at school. Little Johnny didn't come to school today, finding out why they didn't come to school. We do have partnerships within our building, community and schools, and Agape. They help support us in understanding the challenges that our parents face with our kids not coming to school. And then they help to work with us. Gas card, parents may need gas, we provide gas. Bus transportation, if we have to reroute a bus, we will reroute a bus to make sure that our kids are able to get to school. And once they get there, we treat them with a level of respect. We make sure they understand we want them there. We make sure that the instructions is engaging. They have a voice. And we recognize that. And so we do those things. And those are simple things, but they have had a great impact on our chronic absenteeism rate. We're hitting it right at 90% now. We track it daily. We announce it every day. We let them know we want you here. Hey, we're excited to have you here. Now let's get to work. And they're showing up and showing out.
And we build relationships with the parents and the community and all those that are involved in making sure students get to school. So we're hands-on, especially this year, we've been very hands-on. Again, we're changing a culture at Westside because prior to, we were in a situation where our leadership did not understand that Westside is a community school. So with them not understanding the community, there was a lot of pushback by the community. But now the community knows that we are active, we are embracing them, we want them to come in, we want them to see what's going on because we're positive about the climate and culture and instruction that's going on in the building.
And I think just practically, sometimes, like, you have to admit that you didn't do a good job. Like, these strategies that we're talking about are not things that are not synonymous to what we've been doing for years or what many folks may do. But when you realize that there is a period of time where you may have not done a good job and you double down on those things and pay closer attention to them, and actually start to look at them as your scorecard. The 4 disciplines of execution, where we talk about like what is the scoreboard, like us having a school board and Dr. Clark ensuring that teachers and staff are looking at that scoreboard, students are looking at that scoreboard. They have something to celebrate as a result of them, being able to meet this mark at a much higher level than we have been in the past. Is something that I just think, practically, just doing a better job at what the strategies were already there is something that we have to make sure that we're committed to. Are there a few nuances and things that we're going to do that may be a bit more innovative? Sure. But the reality of it is doubling down on what we know works. And making sure that we hold those accountable that are in charge of those things, to keep that scoreboard at a forefront, so that we're able to say we are or are not doing what we need to do, and then adjust in real time as a result. Right.
So what did you say your chronic absenteeism rate is now?
Oh, hold on. I gave you the wrong number. Our average daily attendance rate is 90%. And I think our chronic absenteeism rate, I believe it's below 64%, which is what it was. We ended the last year. So if I'm saying this right, we have decreased the number of students that are chronically absent at Westside tremendously. And we're coming in on an average daily attendance rate of 90%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least the data that I saw, the chronic absenteeism was some of the worst in the state. So, you talked about some activities that you were doing. If they weren't working correctly, that you would change. So specifically, what are you doing that is different than you've done in the past?
So what I say is that we need to do what we have been doing better, like, and hold those responsible for doing it accountable. So one of the things that I think, we all do across the district is hold these SART review teams, student attendance review team. Once a child has had X number of days, ensuring that we bring the parent in and we have a conversation about the why around why they have been struggling with being able to with attendance, and coming up with having a real plan for that family. And then utilizing our partners. I mean, we have Agape and we have Seeding Success, and we have these folks that are partners with us in our school model, and then really utilizing them, not seeing the data several months later and saying, oh, this is what the data looks like. But no, saying, hey, meeting with them monthly, saying, here are the kids, what are we doing about this group of babies that we know have an absentee problem? Like, doubling down on what we know works, at a level that we have, and in my mind, that we had slacked on, right? And so when I say doing some things differently, no, I actually mean doing what we know works better and holding those around us accountable for doing it.
So that's the question I got to ask
Yeah.
you. Say, how are you holding them accountable? What happens if they're not doing it correctly? How do you hold them accountable?
Yeah, so I think with Dr. Clark leading the school, we have our goals in place, and our attendance manager and the folks that are responsible for attendance, when things aren't happening the way that they need to happen, there is a progressive discipline around what needs to happen, so that if they're not upholding what they need to, then we can figure out a way to get somebody there that can, right? Then that's a worst case scenario solution. In real time, it's having more than one person being responsible. Dr. Clark, the assistant principal, the attendance manager, the homeroom teachers, the folks throughout the school being connected to our absentee rate at a level to where everybody has in their mind, everybody is responsible for it. That's why I talked about the school board. If everybody feels responsible, with Dr. Clark leading it all and holding everyone accountable, and we have the school board, then we won't lose sight of what the goals are, because it's an ongoing process. If I missed something, Dr. Clark, but that's kind of how I see it around the accountability piece. Right.
Let me, this is a question for the board chair. You want to speak?
I wanted to add that also.
Well, yeah, mine's on, and I want to make sure that like, I'm sorry. I'll respond once he asks that question.
Along with accountability comes with access and what the attendance manager and teachers and staff know about attendance. And so one thing I had to make sure that they all knew that, first of all, it's not optional. It is a priority of me as their school leader. And so I make sure that the attendance secretary actually knows how to process attendance. Something simple as coding absences the correct way. Her role in conducting a SART and SARP meeting. What I need her to do to talk, how does she needs to form that relationship with parents to understand why they need to be in school. So she makes those daily phone calls. A thing about the relationship with Fraser is that our parents are intimidated or they don't like to come into the building. And so my attendance manager has to be someone where parents feel like they can trust, and she's welcoming and she's inviting them to the meeting to sit at a table with her to have a SART and SARP meeting. And so what I've seen in just 2 years difference in the meetings is that when you would have a meeting where a parent was attacking the school, now the parents are in the meeting with the students saying, why are you not on that bus? Why are you not at school? So then it goes to, like she said, creating that shift in the culture. And I myself make sure I'm attending the SART and SARP meetings in support of the attendance secretary. But I make sure she goes with district training. Memphis-Shelby County does provide monthly training for her to go to. So she goes to her cleanup sessions. She works with other secretaries in the district to get a clear understanding of what attendance is and how it needs to be properly managed. So accountability is not about just if she's not doing it right, but how do I assure she knows how to do it correctly? And she's the one now monitoring it and reporting it to me. She also has to report it to our board. So now that she's doing that work, I know that she knows what it means to tell me why the kids are absent, who's absent for discipline issues, who's absent because they're ill. She can tell me the trends of why my students are absent. And then we go into troubleshooting to decide what do we need to do to make sure we get those numbers better.
This is a question for the board chair. So how do you hold your director accountable for meeting the goals and for bringing these grades up in the schools?
So if I may, so Ms. Adams is our most recent board chair. She rolled off the board several months back. We have a brand new board chair. And even though Ms. Adams is now serving, supporting the school, no longer on the board, I think she would be better suited to answer that question than our current board chair, if I may.
And your question is, how do we make sure?
How does the board, since you're not the chair now, but how does the board hold your director accountable for, say, getting Westside Middle School off the F-rated schools and getting those grades up?
Well, we attend all of our board meetings. We are definitely a part of our academic excellence committee as well as our governance committees. And as part of that, they have to explain to the board what's going on in the school. We see the data. We understand every chart. One of the reasons why I wanted to be more a part of the school, inside of the school, is because of the great work that they were doing. And I wanted to help enhance that with the knowledge I brought into the board and into the schools, being a principal, a retired principal after 30 years of instruction. So we're a team, and we worked with the director, with our principal, with everyone in the building to ensure that we're all on the same page. The board is actively engaged, and we try to engage the community as well as help the school as much as possible.
So,
Mike,
go ahead.
you might want to, speak to there is a CEO evaluation every
Right,
year
there's
that the
also
board.
definitely a CEO evaluation every year. We definitely have surveys that we reach out, we answer, and of course, they explain, we go through that information with everyone. So, and again, we're really closely involved in the school because of the academics committee and also the climate and expectations of them. They report out to the board monthly or even bi-weekly, depending on which committee they're speaking. So we're involved with the school on a regular basis.
Yeah, I wanted to hear a little more about that because what I've heard on accountability so far is that you tell people they're accountable and they're judging, they're looking to see, but what are the consequences if they don't meet it? And at least you have an evaluation process that gets down on paper and et cetera. And I would assume that if you had negative evaluation year after year after year, at some point in time, you would change the leadership.
Definitely. That's where we are. Where we come to the conclusion where we have this year, where we looked at last year with the 4 horsemen, as we were calling them, didn't work. So as a board, we kind of came together with the CEO as well as who we deem the greatest person for the position, Dr. Clark, to come in and to say, hey, we need one head to this ship and everyone else need to follow one vision as the vision is set by our CEO. So we definitely have opportunities for change if necessary, removal, additions, what have you. As a board, we act collectively to make the best decisions in order to run the school.
Yes, ma'am.
The board this year also assisted me with the development of the school improvement plan, so that we didn't do that last year. So this year, with the revision, coming in, explaining to them what actually is a school improvement process.
Right.
Just recently, we did a needs assessment, and the board participated in that as well. So we have invited them into the building, full transparency on where we are. Like she said, they have the meetings, they hold me to the fire, kind of like what we're doing here. I have to explain the data, I have to explain my plan to improve the data, and they are invited into the process. And so I look forward to working with them continuously on that school improvement plan to make sure that we are continuously monitoring that process and making immediate adjustments, being more proactive and not reactive in our decision-making process.
I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity on the teacher population. I know you said that you closed a couple of schools and brought people over from there to try to ameliorate the situation, and some of those people remain, some may have left, but I just want to make sure I understand the teacher population, the level of experience, number of teachers on permit, that type of thing, so we can understand what that picture looks like.
I believe we have about, so again, we took 3 schools, we minimized them to 1 school. We selected the top talent of our building. I believe right now we have, from last year, we had, I believe it was like 66% of our teachers were on permit, and we're down to 44% of our teachers. On the ride here, we discussed that some of those teachers are coming off permit. And so we work with Ms. Conley, she's in HR, and she tracks that continuously, and she has conversations with teachers. She helps get them enrolled in programs. We also will offer praxis tutoring for our teachers to help. The goal is to make sure we are 100% with teachers that are licensed. And so we're going down from 66 to, I believe, 40% now. Our teachers are within their licensed area to teach. And so we made sure that, as well as the permit teachers are as well. Just this year alone, looking at staffing for next year, I've already identified 3 potential candidates that are licensed that are going to come in and replace the 3 teachers that are permit teachers.
So have there been reassignments of teachers in the past 2 to 3 years based upon student performance data?
I would say yes. I would say yes, even looking at assigning teachers from grade level, changing the grade levels from where they were based on the teachers' TBOS scores, based on the teachers' level of effectiveness, whether they were permit teachers or licensed teachers. Yes, and the goal this year is to be more intentional about how that looks in the building. I've already started to have conversations with teachers about where they will be positioned. Teachers have actually come to me to say, Dr. Clark, based on the need, I feel I can better serve this grade level. And they were on spot. So again, there's that culture where now I'm not only the only one owning the building. The teachers are recognizing that they have ownership in the building and that we have a lot of work to do. I've been very transparent with them about this entire process. And so they understand that we have to own it like we caused it, whether it was their first year with us or their fifth year with us. And so we're all committed to doing this work. Ms. Conley just gave me a note. 70% were fully certified and teachers left prior to the end of the year. So in the closure of the two schools, 70% of our fully certified teachers left prior to the end of the year. So 70% of our fully certified teachers. So now we're at 40%. This was before when we closed, when we took the 3 schools down to 1 school, we lost 70% of our teachers. So now we're at 44% of teachers on permit, leaving 56% licensed.
And remember, a teacher is a hot commodity in the state of Tennessee and the United States of America. We're not just trying to tell everybody they have to leave. We're prepared to coach people up in as many cases as we possibly can. We're not trying to just wholesale remove a person for not performing if we know they didn't have the instructional fortitude in order to do that. Let us put them in a position that we help them so they can continue to help us. But if someone has made the decisions to move on or we cannot coach them up, we don't have a problem with coaching them out.
But I mean, I want to make sure we're clear. In the process of closing the schools, I mean, I saw it as our duty because we didn't know how many of the folks we could retain at the one school. Like there was a number of nuances going on, and we worked closely with the district to ensure that the folks at MLK and Humes were able to, if they were ready and the district wanted them, that they would be able to find employment and be placed there. So we weren't attempting to keep everyone because we knew we couldn't keep everyone, right? And then, of course, you have folks that are high school because our high school was our largest school. We were moving out to one middle school. There's a smaller school. So I just think that data I don't know if it is as clean when we're having a conversation about how many folks left, because I think in a way it was a good thing because it spoke to the partnership and the relationship we had with the district and how many of those folks were able to go and support the district in schools where they were going to follow students that were leaving those schools that were closing.
Yeah. So the question really isn't as much about how many people left. It's more about who's there today.
Fair.
Right.
And
Totally fair.
just trying to understand with 44% on permits, 56% certified, what are you doing to get more experienced teachers in the building?
We do our recruitment fairs. We work with the local universities, partner with them to get more teachers in. Word of mouth. Like I said, even just within this year already, I've had teachers reach out that want to come to Westside. They've heard about the culture shift at Westside, which is a great thing to have in the community because now you have teachers calling, want to come to work to Westside, certified and licensed teachers. So it goes beyond even just what we have in the classroom. I've had to work to change the narrative of what is happening at Westside Middle School. One thing that frightened teachers was just fighting every day last year, right? So teachers don't want to work in that environment. And I just hit 130 days fight free at Westside. Teachers want to come and work because now they feel safe. Licensed teachers now want to come and work because they feel safe. And so for me, that is a key thing. Like you said, the numbers can't tell the true story of it all, 44, 56, but why are these teachers not in the building? And what do I need to do to get the teachers in the building? Market a great product, build a great product where teachers want to come and be proud of it. where parents are going out into the community and talking about what we're doing at Westside, where the children are going out into the community and talking about it. Those are some of our greatest recruiting strategies right there. And so we have seen, like I just said, I've seen already where teachers are now contacting me on my cell phone. Hey, Dr. Clark, I heard you have an opening in math. Can I come and teach in math? I send their name straight to Ms. Conley. Are they certified? I vet every applicant that comes in first. I want the certified and licensed teachers first. And so she and I work closely together to make sure we are decreasing the number of teachers that are on permit in our building. And our goal is to have 100% licensed teachers in the building.
Supe.
Good afternoon, Rachel Supay, General Counsel. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you decided to close the two particular schools and keep this one open?
So all three of our schools were a part of the Achievement School District. The 10-year contract came to an end on literally all three of them. But there are some circumstances around how I got Humes and how the State Department provided us the opportunity to run Westside as well. Like neither one of those were schools where we received a clean 10-year contract. There were challenges during the time under Dr. Earhart in that era. When the ASD had challenges, they reached out and said, who can actually operate the neighborhood schools? Who can help us with this work? So we absorbed Humes. MLK was the only clean charter we had, meaning I applied, I was approved, I took over the former Fraser High School, MLK is born. Humes, we absorbed because the former operator Gestalt pulled out, and the ASD asked me, would we be willing to support in running that school? A year or so after that, the ASD was operating Westside as a direct run school. They experienced challenges with that, and they said, would you be willing to run that school? So both Westside and Humes were schools that I absorbed from the State Department due to their inability to operate the school efficiently. All right. So, but we still were under the same calendar window as if we had have taken the school over cleanly, meaning the 10-year window, right? So when the 10 years were up for Humes and MLK, then we needed to either be approved by the district, Shelby County, to continue operating the school, or the school would go back to the district. And then the district had the decision about whether or not they wanted to keep the school open or close it based on whatever was going on with the school. There were some natural things that were taking place. Humes, we were hemorrhaging financially with Humes because of the neighborhood in general. But I couldn't see us in charge saying we're going to close it. So I wanted to get to the 10th year for the district the opportunity to say yes or no to us, and then allow the district to make that decision about what was going to then happen to Humes Middle School. MLK, hey, we worked hard. Everybody worked hard to try to get a new high school built in Fraser. The only reason why we would have continued to operate MLK is if it was going to be a stopgap in between the time that the new high school was going to be built, depending on where the new high school location was going to be. When there was a decision that was made that the new high school was going to be located at the MLK site, then it was just natural for that school to close. So although neither one of those schools were approved by the district, our current LEA, in Memphis-Shelby County Schools, it was just some natural things that took place, the reason why those two schools closed down. Now, were those schools performing at a super high level? No, ma'am. I want to make sure that's clear. But the reason why in that moment had way more to do with those other things than it had to do with anything else. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Sort of follow up on that. So have you seen any changes when the school authorizer was ASD versus now Shelby County Schools?
So, yes. So I mean, I'm from the birth of the ASD. I was there from the beginning. And there was just the approach to the charter work was a more of a hands-off approach. Like you guys, there's autonomy, and there's autonomy with support by your LEA. When the LEA is the State Department that does not have the staff to provide support for many of the things that you may need, whether it's students with special needs or facilities or whatever it is, then you're on your own. So so I've only been with Shelby for a year now. Like this is year 2. But we just noticed that the structure, the support, being able to call somebody and actually ask a question and not having to figure it out on our own. I got to the point where I didn't want to ask anybody anything because I just like, we have to figure it out. And if we don't have the talent to figure it out, then it means we're not good enough to do it. And that was just the nature of those 10 years. Again, because there just wasn't the level of resources for charter organizations when their LEA is at the State Department and their LEA does not have the staffing model to support schools in a way that they need to be, specifically schools that we have. Like, we're not the choice charters. Like, you understand that the schools that the ASD authorized were all schools that were a part of the bottom 5%. So we, by default, walked into a situation where the work was going to be more challenging. And then the LEA just did not have the resources, if you would, to truly support at a high level. But we never balked at that. We signed up for that. And I learned a lot as a result of signing up for that. But to your question was, what is the difference? There is a mountain of support with the new LEA that we did not receive from our past LEA. But it was expected because of the nature of the work.
Specifically to Westside Middle School and Dr. Clark taking on her role, what supports are in place from leadership to support her to take things off of her plate so that she can be in those classrooms daily and promoting the instruction for these students?
Well, if I may, and Ms. Adams, please chime in, but I think we have a staffing model to allow her to be the instructional leader of the building, with having the type of support from an assistant principal and a dean of students, a person that is in charge of curriculum and instruction, hall monitors, and we have, of course, a traditional like SRO. Like, we have the supports in the school that afford her the opportunity to actually lead. Yeah, I think we have the proper staffing model that affords her the opportunity to lead. Not that, and I kind of run cover for her around the other pieces, like the things that may have to take place at the district level or what have you. Like, we kind of double team on those things, so I can run cover with her on those things. But Ms. Adams, if I'm missing something.
Also, not to mention the fact that she's born for this and the fact that now she's able to actually go out to principals meetings and kind of sit in with the district to see different things and opportunities that the district has. She was not, as the school prior to, they were not working as well with the district simply because they didn't know. You know, there was no understanding that we have a powerful LEA and MSCS now, with them being able to have a collaboration with them as opposed to being a separate entity. And then having me come in for the time that I'm here, just trying to be a backbone for her, a whisper in her ear, another opportunity, another leader in the building. We're actually bringing up the assistant principal, coaching him up, as well as having two outstanding deans, be it a dean of curriculum as well as a dean of students, that also helps the lift and keeps it off of her shoulders. So now she can be that instructional leader. She doesn't have to worry about discipline until it comes down to a situation where she has to make an ultimate decision. She can be in classrooms now where we're not having to monitor hallways. There was a major culture shift when we came in July and sat down and restructured the entire schedule, or how students move in the building, and just having a different eye on that, and then bringing that to her, and then her making a decision of what works well. Prior to being, she's been at Westside, I guess, 3 years now, but to see the building move with that one eye, you know, anytime you have so many leaders, you have a monster, whereas too many heads. Now, when we have one head that understands education and understands curriculum, being a curriculum specialist herself, that can come in and really teach teachers how to teach, it brings a different dynamic to a building.
Thank you. So thank you for coming to answer our questions today. We're at the portion of the meeting where my colleagues and I will just share some observations with each other and ultimately come to a recommendation. That recommendation will ultimately go before the state board at our May 2026 meeting. And so that's the steps of that process. So with that, colleagues, your feedback and observations from this conversation.
So I think the culture shift is definitely something moving in a positive direction based upon what we've been told. Also, I noted the identification of teacher development, helping teachers to learn how to use the data, also how to align their resources. I think acknowledging that those are areas that need continuous improvement. I think that can help move things in the right direction, but acknowledging that those areas of need exist, I think is important.
Yes, I agree on the culture shift is very evident. And there was something that Dr. Clark said that I thought was really good. She said, we have to own it like we caused it. So they came into a situation, and taking that ownership is very critical and very important. And I appreciate the comments that you said that. I think that's key to making that culture shift. I think also with the new authorizer you've only had for a year or whatever, getting the support that you're saying you're getting from Shelby County Schools versus ASD, I think is important for success too. So yeah, I think things are moving in the right directions.
Okay. So my observations, one is just had this prevailing thought that you're really creating a new school for all practical purposes. The teacher pool, the leadership, I will add that board leadership is really critical for charters, especially. I've served on a couple of charter boards before I got here, and even those I've observed that are no longer in existence, oftentimes board leadership has played a role in that. And so, as you go forward and constitute, your new relationship or renewed relationship with the authorizer, looking at the history of Westside Middle, it's clear that academics have to improve dramatically. It's been languishing for a long time, and definitely appreciate the efforts and strategies that you've shared that will hopefully get it back on track. But definitely think there are a number of things with so many moving parts that still need to be monitored. So with that, is there a recommendation?
Well, I would ask for unanimous consent for a corrective action plan. I feel like they're moving, there are positive things, and as you mentioned, you're working on the school improvement plan, and these will be things that you'll want to include in that and move forward.
Without objection, so ordered. Want to make sure we help you understand that corrective action plan is just that. It's a plan. It's ultimately, if approved by the State Board of Education, would put you in concert in working on that plan with the State Department of Education. And going forward, focusing specifically on Westside and making sure that the strategies that you've outlined are moving the needle. And so that's the next step potentially after the May meeting, should that vote occur. So I want to just end the conversation by making sure that we share with you that as we have with every entity that's been before us to date, that we're all in this work together. It's not easy, obviously. And, you know, the charge that's been given us by the legislature to have these conversations is tough family conversations, but ultimately we're trying to make sure that 1 million students across Tennessee have successful futures. And these 280, is it 284 roughly, are a big part of that 1 million. And so we thank you for coming forward, wish you the best in your work, and look forward to you changing the lives of these young people. So thank you for coming today. Right. All right, good afternoon. We are here convening the State Board of Education accountability hearing for Memphis College Preparatory. My name is Darrell Cobbins, chair of this committee, joined by our State Board Chair, Bob Eby, and Dr. Ina Maxwell, also State Board member. This committee established by the State Board to conduct these accountability hearings by virtue of the TISA legislation that was passed, empowering the State Board to hold hearings for schools that were underperforming. This conversation will be roughly 60 minutes. We will allow for some introductions and pose some questions to you. Want to make sure that for your benefit and for the benefit of anyone listening or watching the hearing, that you know that this committee has received a good amount of information over the past few months, both from our staff and in the form of a pre-hearing form completed by the school. And we have reviewed that information and a lot of data. And that's why we will begin the conversation with questions as opposed to presentation. And so the conversation is meant to be constructive, not punitive, not gotcha, not rake you over the coals, but to really have a clear and transparent conversation about the school's performance and what we can do to improve it. So we'll allow you, assuming Mr. Daniels, or to introduce each of you and let us know who you are and what your roles are with the school.
Great. Thank you so much to the committee for the work that you're doing in making sure that all of our kids are getting adequate and very good professional training as they learn not only educational aspects of their lives, but also their futures that they will have as families. So my name is Tyree Daniels. I'm the executive chairman of Memphis College Preparatory, was on the founding board, and we just celebrated 15 years in the charter world.
My name is Genesis Parker. I'm the managing director of school at Memphis College Prep.
My name is Phaedra Green, and I'm the director of operations at Memphis College Prep.
First question that we'll start with is, the school was called here today due to its underperformance. To begin, please tell us what you believe are the challenges and root causes of those challenges for the school?
I believe one challenge in particular that we were dealing with last year was chronic absenteeism. That was a big one for us. And then also our teacher effectiveness, especially when we're looking at the subject of math. In the past, we have had TVOS scores of 5. Last year, we dropped to a 1 in math. And that was something we had to step back and look what was going on and what was that challenge in that content. A lot of it did come with our teacher preparation, teacher effectiveness in the roles. So we did make particular changes, especially not only in math, but ELA, of what we could do to bring some of our coaches that were doing some more of the professional development and things of that nature and putting them back in the classroom to actually see that impact with the scholar achievement.
We'll go with you. Next question.
Your pre-hearing form states that City Year Fellows are used as interventionists at the school. And you go on to explain that these fellows are non-trained and young and cannot drive the needed outcomes. How is it determined to use City Year Fellows as interventionists?
The partnership came about almost 2 years ago. It is an AmeriCorps partnership. We were in partnership with the Memphis Educational Fund to get the program implemented into our school. What we were seeing was it was hard to find enough interventionists to staff the team. So we did look at an outside partnership to help us with that. Last year was the first year in our building, and this year's the second. So really stepping back and can we develop them with the City Year administration and make sure they're prepared to put that content in front of the students. So a big lift of that this summer was making sure they attended professional development with CKLA, our curriculum, with our teachers, lead teachers, making sure they were paired with a mentor teacher this year, putting things in place that made sure that they were getting the effective training throughout the year. So they also attend the Wednesday professional developments with our teachers. They're a part of our RTI meetings this year to make sure they can actually analyze their data. And then another big step back, we were using a separate curriculum for them to use last year, all Memphis, when they were doing their ELA reading comprehension or reading fluency groups. This year, we're actually doing an instructional cohesion. So that's looking like our CKLA is Tier 1 instruction. They're actually using that instruction as well in the RTI groups. So therefore, students in RTI, ELA, reading comprehension or fluency groups are getting another at-bat with the information they're seeing in Tier 1 and Tier 2 and Tier 3. And that's something that was totally different from last year to this year to help us support the City Year Core members.
Just to follow up on that, so as far as the implementation of adding helping them with that knowledge base to perform the interventions, who would you say is directly responsible for ensuring that the interventionists are prepared to work with students?
Yes, ma'am. So we do have a response to intervention coordinator, and then myself is directly helping support as well in partnership with her. And last year, that looked like an academic leadership change as well. We had a director of academics last year. That role was actually eliminated to flatten out leadership. So we have direct lines of communication and RTI and with me at the top of the school.
And one last thing with this, you mentioned your Tier 1 CKLA, and then they're getting a double dose of it in intervention. Within that intervention, are they also receiving specific skills-based intervention
Yes, ma'am.
to go along with
Yes,
that?
ma'am. Their deficit areas are attacked within that as well. So we have some students, of course, in Tier 2 and Tier 3, they have the different time allotments based on 2 to 3 days of intervention. Our Tier 3 kids are actually given intervention all week with progress monitoring done on a Thursday. So therefore, they're able to tackle their deficit areas as well as look at that curriculum again for a second dose.
And one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you maintain the fidelity of ensuring that these students get the needed interventions every week?
Yes, ma'am. So this year we also implemented lesson plans that all interventionists have to complete, as well as the Tier 3 lead teachers. Those are checked weekly by myself and the RTI coordinator. And then we do complete fidelity checks and walkthroughs of those intervention groups during their block.
Can I follow up?
Yes,
on that?
yes, sir. Go ahead. Sir.
I just want to understand the City Year Fellow program. Can you explain that to me, how they're chosen and what it is?
Yes, sir. So they're actually not chosen by the school. So City Year is a nationwide program through the AmeriCorps branch. They go through an application process with AmeriCorps. They have interviews through AmeriCorps and City Year, and then they're selected to be in the Corps within the city. From there, their executive director and their managing partners are able to select who and their Corps are going to the assigned schools. I believe in Memphis, they have about 6 partnerships within the city, and then that Corps is then deployed to our school. So we don't really have hands-on direct selection of those interventionists, but when they hit our campus, we're able to develop them from then on.
The pre-hearing form also notes that the Director of Academics role was recently eliminated, and the former director now serves as a third grade ELA teacher and 3 through 5 ELA coach to increase direct scholar impact. What factors influence this decision, and who's responsible now for academic decisions for the school?
That decision was made at the end of last school year, going into this school year by myself and my board chair, Mr. Daniels. When we stepped back and looked at our University Screener MAP scores, we saw that some of the teachers in those areas were struggling. So I wanted to make sure, since my director of academics had an ELA background and that content knowledge, we could utilize and leverage that faster. So she was selected to go into third grade in particular because we know of the retention law that impacts our third graders. So we wanted to have the strongest ELA person in the building with our third graders. And that was also paired with our third through fifth grade math coach as well. So both of those instructional coaches are in the grade we feel is the most critical within our building to make sure we're seeing that growth. And then I'm able to be more direct line of communication with them and the teachers along the way. Yes, sir, that will fall under me directly now instead of having a mid-level person. And then we also created a K2 ELA coach and K2 math coach as well. And both of those teachers are in the classroom. They served as our second grade teachers last year and had the highest academic growth in the building. So we were able to transfer those skills as well to make sure not only we're thinking about those 3rd through 5 testing grades, but also those foundational grades in K2 and how we can leverage those teachers' expertise.
Yes, ma'am.
Rachel Supay, General Counsel. Just as a follow-up, I know you made this change only last year with the Director of Academics, but thus far, do you have any data to support the success or effectiveness of that decision?
Yes, ma'am, I did. So I actually have RTI data and as well as Universal Screener data. So from October 2024, the previous year, in Tier 2 intervention, we only had 6 out of 23 students hit their targeted goals. And this year in 2025, we had 22 out of 44 be able to hit their goals. So that took us from 26% being able to hit their deficit areas to 55% in math. And then last year in 2024, October, we had 12 out of 41 students in Tier 2, Tier 3 ELA. That was 29%. And this year at October 2025, we had 24 out of 51. That was 47%. And then moving into February of last year, 2025, I had 8 out of 37 kids hitting their deficit area. That was 22%. In math. And then for ELA, I had 9 out of 58. That was at 16%. And only 12 students had transitioned out of RTI at this time last year. 2026 February, we have 28 kids that have actually transitioned out of RTI completely. In math, we have 9 out of 25 that have hit their deficit areas. That's 36%. And then in ELA, we have 13 out of 43. That's 30%. And we know in February, that's when the cut scores grow in RTI. So those deficit areas are a little harder to hit. So we're really proud to see 12 out of 28. And that is impacted by the teachers going into the classroom because our lead teachers do give the Tier 3 instruction directly themselves. And then when we're looking at whole school achievement goals, right now from fall to winter, overall in math, we're at 43%. And then at the 40th for reading. No problem.
I have a couple of leadership type questions. First, can you give me your background, how you got to where you are right now and your educational background?
Yes, sir. So I went to the University of Tennessee in Knoxville undergrad. in Child and Family Studies. And then I received my master's at Xavier University for elementary education and special education. I started as a special education teacher in New Orleans and then worked my way up to a special education coordinator, director of special education. My final year in New Orleans, I was there almost 9.5 years. I was a director of special education, K through 8, and 3rd through 4th grade assistant principal. And then I transitioned to come back home to Memphis to be the managing director of school.
Thank you. This is for the board chair. How do you provide support to your executive?
Great question, Mr. Irby. She probably gets tired of talking to me every day. We interface about all decisions that go on at the school. So not only do I hold her accountable to the SIP that she puts in front of me and we bless and approve, but also the academics that are going on at the school. So we get quarterly reporting from Ms. Parker and her team about what's going on at the school. And then we talk about where we are, what moves we need to be making, where we find ourselves, and also issues that we are we're impacting learning along the way. And so if there's needed to be made adjustments, if we can look at additional partnerships or funding opportunities, we talk about those as well, because what I believe, having served as chair and being involved with the school since its infancy, is we need the entire board to be wrapped around. So not only as chair do I work in that capacity, but we also do a lot of work in our board committees, that is from the academics committee, the leadership and board development committee, that work with different segments of those plans and seeing not only are we doing them to fidelity, but also are they really accurately, truly reflecting what's going on in the school building. As we did, even in preparation for this hearing, we met with the board met, and we talked about where the data was, what we were going to present, and the plan that we have going forward to tackle the issues that we're seeing.
And how do you hold her then accountable for meeting the goals?
So not only do we have a annual evaluation that evaluates where we are, and that's in September, following, whenever we get the grades from the state to tell us where we are. But we also have a biannual review of where we are, not only academically, but also leadership style, in terms of there's a board form that says this is the evaluation rubric and where we should be. And we keep very true to what that rubric says that we should be and adjust accordingly.
I also have annual goals I have to hit that are submitted to the board as well. So this year, I changed from having more of a growth goal for the MAP Universal Screener to have an achievement and growth goal. That was something we were seeing that we lacked in the past. We were able to hit those growth goals for our students, but they were not closing the gap in their achievement. So even just making sure my teachers and my staff and myself had a metric that we wanted to hit and seeing where we were falling in that. So this year, our achievement goal is sit at 60%, and then looking at where we are as a school. Kindergarten, first grade are at 65 and 63%. Second grade and third, 52 and 59%. And then fourth and fifth are at 37th and 22nd. But having those metrics, that was an example for math, but just having those metrics and our goals are always driving us, and we know where we're falling in terms of what we need to do to improve and submitting that to the board.
Excellent. So what kind of increase over last year are those goals?
Yes, sir. So when we ended last year, we were sitting at about overall school 20 to 30%. And then right now, for growth, we were sitting at about 50 to 60. So we've already seen the growth, like I said, be higher. Right now, growth is sitting at 53rd and 44, and then achievement sitting at 43 and 40th.
Excellent. Thank you.
Your chronic absenteeism data shows a massive swing in the percentage of all students who are chronically absent, which in 1 year dropped from 46.4% to less than 5%. What do you attribute to this dramatic shift? in student attendance?
Yes, ma'am. So last year, going into this year, we came up with what's called a transportation contract. So we were able to get different resources for our parents that we saw were struggling. So myself, my social worker, and our associate director of operations, we created an attendance committee. That was something that was new as well. So within that attendance committee, one of our initiatives was a transportation contract. So if a parent told us they were having struggles with their car or they didn't have any transportation, we would go to MIFA, for example, down with them and get them actual bus passes. We would have that created for them. We would go and do the paperwork. So putting those into place, or say, for instance, you needed a car battery, Mr. Daniels and myself would actually use personal money to purchase those. And then you had to have a commitment of how many days your kids could miss in school. So if you signed a transportation contract with us, you could only be absent for 1 day out the month, and then your transportation contract will be renewed. That could be in the form of a gas card, it could be in form of an Uber, it could be in the form of a Lyft, but making sure we had some kind of way to support you during your crisis. Another one was our 21-day attendance challenge. So the 21 days leading up to state testing, we have a perfect attendance initiative. Each week, if a kid is there for the entire week, they can get an initiative incentive on a Friday. So for example, that could be a free dress down pass, that could be a homework pass, that could be lunch with myself, Ms. Parker, as the principal. And then when the students are getting their incentives, the parents are actually put in a raffle, and we complete that on Muffins with Moms. So just incentivizing the need and want to be at school are different ways. We also have a perfect class attendance award. So if your class in your school hits 90 or above attendance, you have a trophy that you can have in your classroom and a party. So just making sure we're having the students buy in into wanting to be in school and how that translates into their conversations with their parents.
So where is attendance trending this year?
We are on target for where we need to be on attendance this year. Actually, we're trending probably about 10% ahead of where we were last year, which is really attributed to a couple things. We also partnered, 2 years ago? With Attendance Works and the High Foundation on their initiatives around making sure we were tackling chronic absenteeism. But another thing that I think Ms. Parker does a great job of, and I have to remind her all the time that we're not a social services organization, but is really using our resources and our skills to connect families to social services and organizations that can support them. Because as we know, we see the data and we see the news articles that say that we have this economic crisis going on in our families. But what in Memphis in particular, and I'm sure a lot of our schools see this, we have families that are very, very transient. So it is making sure that, whereas they may be in Memphis College Prep in August, but by the time we see them again at Memphis College Prep, it may be April and they've gone to 2 schools. So it is also following up to make sure that we are meeting kids where we get them in terms of, do they need extra accommodations? Do they need extra services to make sure they are getting that instructional development, but also keeping that fire, whether they're with us or not? So that is the follow-on support. So say, for instance, somebody may call Ms. Parker, this kid may now, maybe had a kid that's moved to Texas, or actually, no, Nashville. She moved to Nashville. She's, hey, I want to come back to Memphis College Prep. She was in Nashville for 3 months. It was still, the conversation was still going. So there's still a relationship there, which allows us to then make sure that we're being impactful in those kids' lives.
And sorry, something Mr. Daniels said triggered another thought. We also pair our parent-teacher conferences with a resource fair. So each quarter at the resource fair, we have jobs come out. So we've had YMCA Workforce come out. MIFA has been there, Knowledge Quest for Counseling. So again, just making sure we can tackle some of those barriers that they're facing at home and then get them to school.
What curriculum is used and how was it selected?
So we use CKLA for ELA. We use iRating Math for math. We use Science Weekly and Social Studies Weekly for science and social studies. And then we are also use a couple of resources for electives. We have art, PE, and STEM. We're very excited about our STEM. It's a partnership with TVA, with their robotics curriculum. So our kids are learning robotics, and that has just been such a success for us. But they were all selected based on were they on the state's approval list. We did demos with all of those bid process. And then also, we are very big on feedback at Memphis College Prep and making sure that our teachers have the ability to weigh in. And so making sure teachers saw curriculum options and, they have buy-in there. It feels a lot of buy-in and trust, but then also seeing what works. What we did probably now 3 years ago was make a huge investment and shift all the entire school, both math and ELA curriculum. Prior to that, we used a couple different curriculums throughout the year, but we switched and made a huge investment to have a standard curriculum across all grades, and we've seen the growth in our academics because of that.
Who's responsible for training teachers on the curriculum implementation?
That's a combination. So during the summer, we actually have the consultants come out from CKLA and iReady. We have iReady consultants come out twice a year, and we have CKLA consultants come out 3 times a year. That was something new we implemented. We actually wrote into the contract with CKLA for their consultant to come out after they've done the initial training or take in and do observations of the teachers and actually give our teachers observations from their lens as a CKLA specialist. So that was something that was different as well. The summer before professional development started for all teachers, we also had trainings for our coaches to make sure that they felt more prepared this year as well. And then again, them being in the classroom, they have more hands-on experience with that curriculum, so they're able to have those collaborative conversations with the teachers as well, and then myself.
And how often are the teachers observed and receiving feedback on curriculum?
Yes, sir. Depending on, at this point in the school, is depending on your level of support and need. So it's scaffolded. So at the beginning of the school year, everyone is on a weekly observation and feedback. And then moving into the rest of the year based on your needs and where we have tiered the teachers, you're able to go from weekly to biweekly.
Are Tier 1 classrooms teaching on grade level?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Are all Tier 1 classrooms teaching on grade level?
Yes, sir. So they are using their grade level content, and then they're able to, in their lesson plans, provide to the coaches and myself how they would differentiate the lesson if students are struggling with that information. And then in ELA, we've also incorporated where the whole group lesson does happen, and then small groups are able to happen during the Tier 1 instruction as well as in RTI based on exit ticket data in the moment.
And what happens when teachers aren't implementing the curriculum consistently or on grade level?
They would be put on a corrective action plan. So from those observations and debriefs, we're able to set goals with the teachers, and they know what they're working on with their coaches. If we're not seeing changes up or down, we're able to put them on improvement plans to make sure that we're hitting the goals that they need to hit so their kids can hit their goals as well.
Thank you.
Pre-hearing form states that we still have significant cuts to our intervention team, supportive services, and SPED services due to reductions in post-funding COVID. This was integral in helping our scholars with learning loss, remedy gaps, and improving overall academic success. So how are you responding to these challenges?
Yes, it did severely impact our intervention team. We went from a team of 5 to a team of 1, and really it was a budget. It was the money wasn't there, so we were able to not only invest in a teacher who became the RTI intervention coordinator, that not only is a successful, very highly effective teacher, but she's also a great coach and leader, and able to make. She's a math teacher, so the math and the data behind where our kids are is second nature to us. And it really is through not only her wisdom, but also really providing the supports around her to be able to rebuild that plan. And that is why we coupled not only her leadership and her ability to not only effectively coach teachers and provide where that was intervention, even doing pull-outs or a push into classrooms, but also teaching teachers how to effectively not only coach, their own students how to be successful at intervention, but also teach them in a way that they need to differentiate their lessons, but also adequately progress monitor where they are along the intervention cadence. Which was also why we made an investment in partnership with City Year, was to further supplement the funds that we were using for those additional full-time staff members with the core members. And just a note, we're going to even change that next year, as we are already developing plans for next year, to where we are actively fundraising for funds to bring back a lot of the intervention plans and team members that we had, because what we found, as you see in our pre-hearing form, is City Year is not as effective as we want them to be, and we think we can do a lot better, and we think we can hire and staff it better than City Year model. So we are always, not only are we looking at the data and interpreting it, but also figuring out what challenges and budgetarily, what fundings are we going to need to be able to effectively get the results that we need to have and be successful with.
I think this is also where my background comes in, expertise in special education. So even though we did see our TVOS scores drop in the Tier 1 whole group, our lowest 25% of scholars and students with disabilities were at level 3 in ELA and math last year. So I also think in me getting more boots on the grounds with our RTI coordinator and also doing City Years training myself was a way to support them and making sure those gaps are being closed, even though we did see the numbers change in our intervention team.
What would have been the fiscal or budgetary challenges for the school?
Yeah. So really the primary budgetary challenges are the intervention program, as we talked about, but also enrollment. We are definitely a school of choice, and we originally were in the uptown neighborhood of Memphis, and then about 4 years in, we moved from uptown to South Memphis. The move to South Memphis really caused our enrollment to decrease quite a bit, and we've never actually recovered to our pre-move enrollment numbers. So it has steadily been a challenge, because what has also happened, we've seen other charter schools move into our areas. So now we look at our data from where our kids come from. Our kids come from 12 different zip codes throughout our city. And so we don't offer transportation. So all the economic crises that affect our families also affect our enrollment and our attendance. Whereas families, once, if I lose my job, I am probably not going to bring my kids to school as regularly as possible. I may have food scarcity at home. Those also affect them bringing their kids here. So we have, through some budgetary tricks and our generosity, and thank you, Ms. Parker, for, let me say this publicly, for your partnership with my crazy ideas of let's buy car batteries and water pumps. We've been able to stay within our budget, make sure we're meeting all the metrics that we should, but then also deliver quality education and also retain our teachers. Ms. Parker has done a very good job of retaining our teachers at very high levels for the last 4 years. And that has allowed us to have some stability on the largest driver of what our costs are, so we can, in a large part, dedicate as much money as possible back into the classroom.
Thanks.
Why did you move from uptown to South Memphis?
Oh, that's even a longer story, but we moved at the time we needed the space. So we were busting at the seams. We had a building that we bought, and then we had, as I would like to call it, a triple wide. We had 2 portables on one side of our campus and another one on the other side. And we were growing at a rate where we could not sustain our current footprint. And we had to buy an additional parking lot because we were having so many kids. We had to use what was kids space for staff parking, and then staff didn't have any parking. So the goal was to move campuses to alleviate the stress. But what didn't happen was some families did not move with us when we moved. And then also we offered busing, but the convenience of a neighborhood that was an up and coming neighborhood. It probably had 4,000 families that were, we are elementary school, so that had 60% of those families had elementary students, to where now we're in a senior neighborhood where you may have 400 families that have elementary students.
So you didn't unfortunately recognize that those potential downsides before you made the commitment?
Yes, we missed the market on this one.
We also read in your pre-hearing form that the principal oversees grant planning in addition to the typical school leader responsibilities. Has there been any discussion regarding ways in which the executive leadership can remove tasks from the principal's plate to allow the leader to focus entirely on instruction? And if so, what are some possibilities?
Dr. Maxwell, don't say this publicly. She's fine. She has it. No, it's always, the board is always evaluating opportunities as we look at the staffing plan that she creates, and then we're weighing options. It does become budgetary. Our development committee tries to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of grant writing and supporting her greatness in terms of finding those opportunities. But if funding comes along, there would be a conversation about how we can remove that role from her tasks.
I think also in this year in particular, Mr. Daniels has hired a consultant for branding and marketing and development, and she's also helping us with those fundraising events and activities that would normally be on my plate. So us being in the year 15, she's already planning out 3 events that will help us leverage partnerships in the city to get more fundraising. And I'm just kind of giving stamps of approval instead of being on the ground planning everything from beginning to end.
Yeah, funding seems like to be a difficult challenge when your enrollment is declining and, you're having to pay out of your own pocket. I mean, my wife was a teacher. I understand a lot of that, but it seems we never bought any car batteries or anything like that. But what are you looking at to turn that enrollment decline around? Because if it continues, I hate to think about, where this will go down the road.
So that's a great question. So attendance is always going to be an issue for us. It is I say attendance, but also enrollment. Initially, we love our district partners, and we're so grateful for Dr. Richmond and his leadership and the entire charter team. But, they're also our competitors as well, right? So as we see we talk about real world, what's happening right now in our marketplace, we see 2 charters in our marketplace, one that may close and another one that may merge with another school. So there's opportunities there. So we're trying to look at the bright side is, if people would prefer to give charters a try and leave our neighborhood school and come to us, we definitely are increasing our marketing efforts to make sure we're seizing those opportunities. And as we see closures in our immediate neighborhood, we are very actively recruiting heavily, and we're probably invested another $5,000 of marketing dollars that we typically don't spend in right now, recruiting those students and marketing to them and really directly outreaching to families. But as well, another large part of this is retention. And it's a huge conversation, and it's one of the metrics we're measured on from our charter partners is, are you retaining the kids that come to you? And which is a mixed bag for us, to be very honest, because a lot of the factors of why they leave us are things that we can't control, and they come back to those economic issues, right? If a family is very transient and they move from our neighborhood, not because they don't like their school, that they move because they either could afford to drive to us and now they cannot, or they lost their home and they moved to another part of the community, we can't affect that. But another thing that we've seen recently is families literally relocating outside of our state. So we try to control the controllables that we can, and that is investing in marketing, but also working on what retention looks like and making sure we have the best staff. We made a deliberate effort to and beef up our engagement staff, and that's family engagement. And Ms. Green's team to my left, and Ms. Parker have been very, very active in making sure we are having in-depth conversations with our families, figure out what their needs are, and supporting them as they go along the school year.
So recruitment for enrollment has started already. Like Mr. Daniel said, we do have a street team. That was something that was new this year that are going to local businesses in the area, passing out flyers. With the potential closing of a school around the corner, we've been to 3 of their events so we can meet their parents personally, pass out flyers, let them know that we are there. A lot of times what we're hearing is we didn't know you guys were there. So even thinking about how can we beautify the campus and make it more noticeable and approachable. This year we did have a partnership where we were able to get 60 trees donated just to make the school more inviting in the front. Even banners of saying now enrolling, just making sure people in the neighborhood know we're an active school that's open.
See where you mentioned that you had to make some cuts to special education services. Just want to understand that a little bit more, knowing that there's certain mandatory obligations for special ed children, and how are you making sure that those students get the full complement of services that they need?
Yes, it was a necessary cut. We were probably a rarity in our district, and definitely for a charter, to where we had a functional skills program on our campus. And it was a staff position, but as anybody in the education business knows, finding sped teachers and qualified sped teachers that are able to do functioning skills can be very difficult and expensive. So as we were coming out of COVID and COVID monies, and then just looking at where we were enrollment wise, we could not do our basic mission and have functional skills and all the supports that we needed there. And it was an opportunity where we only had 1 kid in the program that would need it in that year. So we were able to get that kid to another school that can meet the services and their needs as they were, but also absorb that cut that we needed, and we did not have the program. One of the things, as Ms. Parker said, she has a SPED background, and so she's very passionate about SPED and all the resources. So we never skimp on our resources. We make sure that all of our SPED kids, and all kids for that matter, have the resources that they need. But we lost our functional skills program, which is something, because we see it so often in our communities where we have kids with severe needs and that need adequate resources we just were not able to provide at the time. And one of the thoughts is, how do we do that when we get back to a position where we can offer it?
I have a wild question. And it just occurred to me 5 minutes ago. So having observed the charter evolution in Memphis and Shelby County over roughly the past 25 or so years, and having seen some come and go, some grow into CMOs, some grow just, in and of themselves, and some struggle and peter along. Has there ever been conversation about merger of charters or anything of that kind? And I know it may be a conversation that involves the LEA too, but just wondering with all these lone gunmen, could children be better served by there being some cooperation, collaboration, and combining of charters who, may find themselves in a tough spot, but still trying to make a difference for children academically. So that's just a wild card question. I'm just wondering about.
It's a great question, and it is actually a conversation of today. Working with City Fund and a couple of their representatives, particularly in the South Memphis neighborhood, and I'll talk about it right now. As I said, there was a elementary school that's closing, one that might be closed by the state that's in our area. So you hear the district talk about feeder patterns. I always say what does high quality seats look like? That's all I'm concerned about at this point is high quality seats. And so the conversation is, how can we make sure, particularly in our South Memphis area, that we have as many high quality seats as possible in the area for kids to be successful, whether that is through collaboration agreements, group purchasing plans, all of those things. We have a meeting in about a month to talk about that and how we can better work together, if not look at what a different model may look like that could give us much more success, but it will require some kind of alignment in the charter sphere, which can also be very challenging, as you say, when you have a lot of lone gunmen that are out there on the battlefield. So we are working on that, and it is a conversation that is at the forefront of my mind right now.
Well, I'll just end on this, and this isn't more, it's more of an opinion than a question. And I think your situation fiscally, begs this conversation to go further on that. Is there are only a finite amount of resources that exist in the community to support the multitude of charters. We have more than any other part of the state. And competing for those resources, competing for those families, and I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business, but it just appears that within that universe, there's a need for those kind of conversations to occur. And, I think there might be some wisdom in looking at finding ways to survive and thrive together, as opposed to everybody being lone gunmen and struggling and petering along. So you didn't ask for my advice, but I gave it to you. So yes, sir.
I just got a couple of questions sort of along that line. So this is the only school within your charter agreement, right?
Yes, we're a single site.
And how large is your board?
10.
Okay. That's
questions. Go to colleague observations. This is just the point in time where we converse and share observations amongst ourselves, and then ultimately we'll render a recommendation that will go to the State Board of Education at our May meeting and ultimately be voted on. So, colleagues.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
First, let me say that there is no doubt in my mind that you all are committed to student success. Very impressed with how you answered the questions, and particularly you, Ms. Parker, just your knowledge of what's going on in your schools, the data that you have, what you're tracking, recognizing what your limitations are, what you need to work on, and how you need to get there. So that's really, really impressive to what I see. Clearly, your commitment again to putting up your own financial dollars is that sort of shows what it is for both of you. And the challenges, though, that you have with this declining enrollment, and I think as the chairman said, kind of looking at what your options are there, what's best for the students, are things that you need to look at, because I don't think you can continue to sustain declining enrollment. Unfortunate that you located where you did, and that ended up resulting where you are. But if you look at the numbers that you talked about on the success rates, ELA and the math scores, and where you are, where you've been and where you are, and the goals that you're setting, says that you're all doing things in the right direction. But can you keep it? Can you sustain it? That's the challenge.
Also, first of all, the tremendous improvement made with chronic absenteeism. I mean, that's just, when I read that percentage change, I reread it and reread it again because I wasn't sure I was reading it correctly or seeing the correct numbers. So that's commendable. Also, I think that an area that it shows, based upon the numbers transitioning out of RTI, that you have looked at your intervention needs and you are working towards providing trained interventionists to deliver that, those things that are needed that the students need. So I think that that's trending in a positive direction, but it still needs to continue to be a focus to help those students with the skills that need to be remediated. Those are my observations.
My thoughts, at least the initial thought, is centers on board leadership. Mr. Daniels, I've known you 25 years, if not longer, and I remember when Memphis College Prep started, and you were a leader then, and you're still leading now 15 years later, so I applaud your dedication. My niece also attended Memphis College Prep as a kindergartner, and very familiar with the organization. I think you and Ms. Parker shouldering this load tells me we need some board members stepping up to the plate and helping doing some fundraising as charter board members are supposed to do. And I'm not saying that's not happening, but I think with where you are, and you mentioned the need for more funds, mentioned to a charter just before you all that board leadership plays a huge role in that. And, I think you shouldn't be shouldering that burden alone. And so as it relates to the school's performance, with the cuts that affect the interventionists, told the LEA yesterday that you can't necessarily cut your way to success. And so to the extent you have growth strategies that you can employ with some of the moving parts that are happening in the area geographically that you're in, that might ultimately prove beneficial, but sounds like there are other conversations that need to occur as well. And so with that, there are a number of still lingering parts associated with the organization that will likely require more monitoring and attention being given to them. And so with that, is there a recommendation from the committee?
Well, I think just as you said, I think it's to have that monitoring and to see the continued progress and get these schools out of the F letter grade. I think we need to have an action plan, recommend an action plan being developed.
Without objection, so ordered. Corrective action plan recommendation will go to the State Board of Education for Memphis College Prep. Want to take 1 second just to make sure that you understand that the corrective action plan is just that. It's a plan. It's not meant to be punitive, but it's meant to take a lot of what you shared with us and concentrate it into a codified document that governs what happens with Memphis College Prep in concert with State Department of Education and with the LEA. And so we appreciate you appearing before us today. We want to make sure that you understand that we're all in this together. We're all part of the same ecosystem across Tennessee, trying to make sure that 1 million children have brighter futures and can succeed in life. And so we know the work is challenging, but we have an obligation to make sure that we're doing all we can do to achieve the academic outcomes that will make them successful. So thank you for being here today, and we appreciate your presence. I am joined by my state board colleagues, our chair, Mr. Bob Eby, and Dr. Ino Maxwell, also State Board of Education member. This process was, it sounds like I keep hearing something from over there. Okay. This committee was appointed by the State Board of Education in reference to the TISA legislation to ensure that resources afforded to school districts and to schools are utilize to achieve student outcomes to the best of their ability. So we ultimately have two routes that we can take with today's conversation in terms of a recommendation that would go to the State Board of Education. One is either a corrective action plan or no action. So those are the two guardrails in which we have to navigate and operate. This conversation will be roughly 60 minutes, and want to make sure for anyone listening and for you all before us that you know that this committee has received a lot of information relative to this particular school, both from our staff over the past few months, as well as a pre-hearing form that was completed by the school and submitted for our review. So with that, we will start with questions as opposed to presentation, and being conducive of the time afforded to us for the hearing. And so with that, I'll allow you to introduce yourself and your team, Ms. Booker.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board, Dr. Maxwell, Mr. Cobbins, and Mr. Ebby. My name is Lakina Booker. I am the founder and executive director for Memphis Merit Academy Charter School. I will allow my team to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Aurelia McBride. I serve as the board chair for the Board of Directors of Memphis Merit Academy, and I look forward to providing you all with any insight as to the steps that the Board of Directors has taken and will be taking in the future to address the concerns of the State Board.
Director Jacqueline Brown Lewis. I am the director of the lower schools at Memphis Merit Academy, and I look forward to providing you insight on the instructional background of Memphis Merit Academy.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelina McCoach, and I am the Director of Finance and Compliance. Thank you for allowing me to be here to provide any transparency and insight on the financial health of Memphis Merit Academy.
All right, our first question. Your school is called today due to its underperformance. To begin, please tell us what you believe are the challenges and root causes of those challenges for the school.
Memphis Merit Academy Charter School is a college preparatory kindergarten through 8th grade charter school serving 500 scholars in this current year in the Parkway Village community in Memphis, Tennessee. Over the past 7 years, we have grown intentionally through a slow growth model, meaning that we're adding one grade level every year until we reach a K through 8th pattern. And we started in year 1 in 2019 with kindergarten and first grade. We started with just 113 kindergarten and first grade families, scholars, and we are set and on track for making sure that we have 540 plus our 10% that our authorizer allows for 594 students in our full expansion year next year. Our student population reflects the community we serve, approximately 95% Black and 5% Hispanic enrollment in our school with an increasing student needs. Over the past year, we've experienced a 30% increase in students with disabilities and a 17% increase in English language learners, which has required us to strengthen and adapt our instructional systems to meet a broader range of learners. We serve a community where approximately 49% of children in the Parkway Village community live in poverty, and greater than 65% of children under the age of 5 live in poverty. These realities do not lower our expectations. However, they deepen our responsibility. I would also add that greater than 50% of students, according to Well Child, came into our school and conducted physicals for our students. Greater than 50% of those students are considered in a category for asthma, and other comorbidities such as obesity and diabetes. Memphis Merit Academy was founded with a clear understanding of both the promise and the challenges of our community. As one of the early charter schools in the Parkway Village community, we have not turned away from the realities our students face. We have leaned into them. We understand the mission, and we are committed to doing the hard work, the good work, the necessary work of educating our community well. As a public charter school, we fully understand the level of accountability placed upon us and the responsibility to continuously build our capacity to meet academic expectations and respond to the evolving needs of our students each year. I want to begin by taking full ownership of our academic outcomes, including receiving an F letter grade over the past 2 years. We do not minimize that result. Instead, we have taken time to deeply analyze our performance, understand the root causes, and respond with urgency and intention. In the first year we received an F, the challenges we experienced were largely the result of significant overlapping transitions within the organization. During that time, we were continuing our intentional growth as a school, expanding grade by grade, while also making substantial investments in facilities and infrastructure. We successfully secured and transitioned into a permanent facility by our 3rd year of operation, including meeting TCA requirements for storm shelters for schools, which we all know has now has a moratorium placed on it because of the burden that it caused for schools to be able to access facilities. And so that was an important milestone for our school and our community. At the same time, we experienced a leadership disruption, including the leave of a key instructional leader, which impacted the consistency of instructional oversight during a critical period. This coincided with our transition to high-quality instructional materials aligned to the state's approved list. We were transitioning from uncommon schools and internally created curriculum, of which we submitted with our charter application, to a more robust instructional set of curriculum. As a result, instruction was not aligned in a way that would continue to render results as we had previously maintained. We recognized this and acted. In February, we placed an interim leader to stabilize the school and support instructional direction, while simultaneously launching a search for a school leader with the experience and capacity to lead turnaround work and develop both teachers and leaders. This led to the hiring of Ms. Jacqueline Brown Lewis, who joined our team in June 2024. In the 2nd year, we began to see important shifts. With the stable leadership in place, our instructional systems became more consistent and we saw measurable growth, including TVOS movement in ELA and math, particularly from level 1 to level 3 in both those content areas. This was also the first year, one important point, that our performance data for our middle school was being rendered for science, social studies. And so it's important to point out that that data represents 40 students. As we analyzed our data, we identified specific areas where additional support was needed, particularly in science and social studies. Consistent with how we approached our work, we did not delay. We responded with strengthening our content-specific coaching, aligned resources, and increasing instructional supports, just as we had done in ELA and math for science and social studies. At the same time, we strengthened our approach to teacher recruitment, development, and retention. We have been more intentional in hiring educators with demonstrated success, improving compensation structures, establishing a clear professional learning schedule, and creating systems that support both growth and retention. Our partnerships, the Learning Lounge in math, Array Education, and Literacy Mid-South and Literacy, and additional supports in science and social studies and STEM through Code Crew, have allowed us to build stronger instructional capacity across the school. While we recognize that our letter grade has not yet reflected the full extent of this progress, we have seen meaningful indicators that our work is moving in the right direction. We have improved growth, strengthened instruction, and closed subgroup gaps, and exited TSI designations from the state in a single year after designation. More importantly, we have built systems that are now consistent, aligned, and focused on student outcomes. We are grateful for the opportunity to reflect on the work in this space. We understand that there is still more work to be done, particularly in translating our growth into consistent proficiency for all students. We remain committed to that work and to continuing to learn, adjust, and improve. We appreciate the opportunity to share our progress today. We appreciate for being able to have the opportunity to create transparency for all stakeholders.
Thank you, Ms. Booker. Mr. Eby.
Yes, this is a question for the board chair. So how do you provide support to your director?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Eby. My support for Mrs. Booker runs deep. Not only am I a board member, I'm also a parent. I was a board member before I was a parent. And I saw what was going on at the school, the good things that were going on at the school, and made the decision to enroll my daughter there. So I've known Mrs. Booker for quite some time, and she has always had an open line of communication. Since becoming board chair, we regularly meet bi-weekly for at least an hour, depending on the business that the school has to discuss and take up. During that time, Mrs. Booker updates me on any priorities that are going on at the school, and I'm also able to bring up thoughts that I have for her as well, and any other issues that board members have raised for me as well. And so we have a very open line of communication, and she knows that if she needs me, I'm there to assist her in any capacity that I can. And I also know that if I have questions or concerns as a parent or from other board members, that I can bring them to her and the staff at Memphis Merit.
How large is your board?
We have a board of 8.
And then how do you hold her accountable for the F schools?
So we actually had an indication that we would probably be an F this for the 2024-2025 school year. I think I was made aware in late June of 2025. And so by the time we had our annual board retreat in August of 2025-26 school year, we were already discussing as a board the steps that we needed to take and going over the plan that Mrs. Booker and staff had put into place. As she mentioned, we have been taken off of the priority designation list by the state because the Mrs. Booker and staff immediately went into creating a school improvement plan that was presented to the board and approved by the board. And so we didn't wait until we got the official letter grade to start making improvements and to start pushing for changes. We began having those discussions, like I said, late June, early August, when there was a slight indication as the data began to come in, and we began to discuss that data. We also have an academic achievement committee that meets monthly that takes a deep dive into the data as it comes in. Memphis Merit does regular benchmark testing, and that data is presented to the academic achievement committee, which I also sit on. The chairman of that committee is a longtime educator with a special education background who is keenly aware of academics and data and what it means, and can easily translate to the rest of the board and the steps that the school is making to take to make adequate progress to get us off of this F letter rating. And so along with those academic committee meetings, that information is then presented out to the board every month at our monthly board meetings. And so we are a very open board. We discuss things. We are never left in the dark. We are aware, and we're always working and thinking together and collaboratively along with school management as to how we can always be better. And so we hold Mrs. Booker and her team accountable by asking the hard questions and making sure that we are never waiting on the information to come to us. We're actively seeking that information from Mrs. Booker. We actually have an academic dashboard where any board member can go in to review that information. It's updated by the team regularly, and we review that regularly.
Does the board do an annual evaluation of Ms. Booker?
Yes, sir. We do an annual evaluation at the end of each fiscal year, which our fiscal year ends June 30th. So we do that review yearly. We use a tool called Board on Track, so we're able to put that information in and review our goals. We set yearly goals at our board retreat, and we measure our progress towards those goals at every board meeting via each committee. And then we also do a cumulative review to see how far we have come. Have we met those goals? What steps may we have missed throughout the year to address any gaps as well?
Do those goals include academic performance?
Yes, sir. They do include academic performance. And one thing that we noticed, as Ms. Booker has mentioned, and as probably Ms. Brown Lewis can discuss more. We, in the 2023-2024 school year, the data showed that the deficit was math and English. And so what Ms. Booker brought back to the board was, hey, we need partnerships and resources for these particular subgroups. And so the board of directors listened to our executive director and authorized contracts with partnerships with Literacy Mid-South and the Learning Lab and Array Education to strengthen those areas during that time. And so the data shows that the contracts and the partnerships that the board of directors approved helped. Now in 2024, 2025, there was an increase in math and English, but so science and social studies lacked a bit. And so now this school year, we've been working to get partnerships and strengthen instruction for staff to strengthen instruction and partnerships in those areas as well. And so we take it as it comes, and we've been able to adjust, and the board has been fundamental and, like I said, asking the hard questions, but also approving the contracts to provide the necessary support for staff and students.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Follow up to one comment before I ask this next question. You mentioned that you exited the TSI designation within 1 year. What do you credit as how you were able to do that?
Thank you for that question. One of the key drivers for us being able to exit that TSI designation list was one, our systematic approach to how we would implement specific systems within our school. That meant that our partnership with Array Education Lit helped us to define and codify a literacy playbook that outlines what our arc of the year is. So for each given month, what should we be seeing accomplished at each time? What would be the key indicators for that? Outlining our priorities, our goals for each cycle. And those cycles, including layers of our system. Myself as a system level leader, our director of schools as a school level leader, and our external partners that come in to quarterly evaluate our progress towards those plans. So we had that in place for ELA and math in those years. And so we were able to implement those plans, so those strategic academic plans were implemented in those years, and we were able to see those results. Also, I think that it was valuable that as a means to demonstrate also support from the board, those contracts that they approved allowed for not just the school leader to be able to receive development on how to improve our reading ecosystem, but it also approved coaching support for me as a system level leader to be able to understand how to deeply monitor those systems. And so one of the things I noted in my opening statement was we had shifts in instructional leadership in that first year. So I served historically as the school's principal in the founding. Like most charter schools, there are dual roles, and so I did that probably for the first 3 years, and then we brought on a school principal. With me being removed as a direct person that was coaching and developing teachers, there needed to be that development of that infrastructure of like, how do we do this from a systematic perspective and not just lean on the talent of one particular person. So we're taking more of that systematic approach around how we improve our instruction and making sure that this is sustainable, and this is sustainable beyond one person, and it continues to build the capacity of our leadership and our teachers throughout our organization.
Thank you for that. What curriculum is used and how is it selected?
Thank you for the question. The current curriculum that we use for ELA is HMH and CKLA. For math, we use iReady. For science and social studies, we use McGraw-Hill.
Who is responsible for training your teachers on the curriculum implementation at the school level?
So we have the company to come out to provide training, but we also, as instructional leaders, provide training with our teachers through instructional coaching cycles, along with data-driven coaching instructional cycles. So what that looks like is week to week, we meet with teachers during CTM meetings. We have them to engage in deliberate practice. Then we go into the classroom to observe what they're doing, providing them real-time feedback, also co-teaching. We use weekly assessments, daily assessments, and benchmark assessments to determine how we move daily. Teachers are using aggressive monitoring trackers to determine what instructional moves they will make in the moment. Our week-to-week assessments help us to determine how we will use our CTM meetings to coach teachers around the instructional gap that they're missing so they can structure their small groups that are also embedded inside the classroom time. And our benchmark assessment, we share that data on a district level to the teachers so teachers can explain it to students so students are able to internalize their own data to make goals that they can share with their parents.
I would just add one thing about how we selected the curriculum. So there was a very extensive process that went into making sure that we selected a curriculum that would address our student needs. From a system level perspective, there was a suite of curriculum that was selected based on the state approved list first. And from that state approved list, we examined, for example, the literacy curriculum based on its capacity to align to the science of reading and how we envision being able to implement reading instruction for all of the needs of our students. From there, we work with our external partners, such as Array Education, to be able to fully support us translating that curriculum in the way that it was designed to be able to be implemented into a way that fits into our school infrastructure. So our daily schedule had iterations and different things like that. We had a test and decide process where we tested out internalized units, internalized the individual lessons. This involved teachers, leaders on the system, school level, to ensure that we were making a selection about curriculum that would be the right shifts and moves for our student body. And we're already planning for next year. So we're, again, stepping back to see, we've seen some progress. Are there any shifts or adjustments that need to be made based on the progress that we're currently making? Is it urgent enough to be able to respond to our student needs? And for us to be able to determine if there's a necessity for supplements or a shift in curriculum. So that's a process that we do that's not abrupt. That's something that we knew that we needed to expand beyond something that was internally created to make sure that our school survives long-term and is sustainable. And so when you adopt a curriculum that is a high HQIM, you're able to expand what that coaching capacity and support is able to be, because you then have more resources to be able to lean into to fully support leaders and teachers.
Thank you. Also, are all Tier 1 classrooms teaching on grade level? And how do you know that?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, all of our teachers are teaching on grade level. And when we look at the data and we see that scholars are not performing on grade level, we created intervention plans. For an example, from 8 to 10, every leader in the building, staff member in the building is pushing into classrooms. I teach 5th grade math during the week, and I teach 3rd grade science, 3rd grade ELA on Saturday for our Saturday schools. So we provide different interventions for our scholars. We also have partnered with Literacy Mid-South, who comes in to cater to our bubble scholars who are performing in the 26th percentile and up, to help us close those achievement gaps. We have also have inside interventionists who specifically support our below 25 percentile of scholars. We meet monthly to determine what progress they're making so that we can help provide support. We do fidelity checks along with instructional walkthroughs monthly to determine the fidelity of the systems and action steps, looking at our goals that are within our playbook to determine how close are we to meeting our goals and the next steps to correct that action.
Thank you. And you mentioned that time when intervention is provided and you're part of that. How is the instructional day protected to make sure that every minute counts?
Every minute in our instructional day is accounted for in alignment with the recommendations from the HQIM, and is also spelled out in our playbooks for our each content area. So, for example, a student at Memphis-Merit Academy Charter School receives in grades K-5 120 minutes of literacy, which is fully encompassed with our Tier 1 curriculum. In math, they receive 90 minutes of math instruction in K-5, and then science. From kindergarten, our students are receiving science and social studies, also as a way for us to project like how our students will have a deep knowledge for the science and social studies data right now that we're realizing for our students to ensure that they're ready. In middle school, that translates into them having 90 minutes in ELA, 90 minutes in math, 60 minutes in science and social studies, and then students have the exploratory block. During that exploratory block, that's the time where our teachers receive their content team meetings once a week, but then also they also receive their planning time. And they also can be leveraged for as needed practice clinics. So deliberate practice clinics for them to be able to go over do the lesson before they actually implement the lesson. In addition to that in-day instruction, our teachers also have a protected time from 3:10 until 4:10, where that's additional planning and coaching support time. So every minute that our students have embodies them being able to engage with curriculum that is high quality. Students that have been identified below the 25th percentile, from the 25th percentile and below, receive response to intervention. In our school, that response to intervention is administered through our internal interventionists that we have that you see leveraged in our federal programs budget. And then students that are above the 26th percentile and up through the 80th percentile are receiving high dosage tutoring from Literacy Mid-South, of which we've seen results that mirror greater than 90% of students making progress and meeting their winter benchmark goals for iReady. So we know that the rate of that investment is strong, and we want to continue that. And we have plans to expand that partnership for future years.
Your data shows that in 2024, 2025, 76.5% of your teachers have less than 2 years experience, and 56% of them are teaching on permits or waivers. What does your retention look like, and how are you addressing that?
So thank you for that question. Our retention looks like in the past year, 100% of teachers that were invited back through the renewal process returned for the upcoming year. We currently are proud to say that we flipped that data. Only 32% of our teachers are on a permit currently in our school. 23% of our teachers have less than 2 years of experience in our school. 77% of our teachers have greater than 2 years of experience, and 59% of our teachers in our building have a full certified license.
You're obviously doing something right. So what are you doing? What are your staffing decisions, or how are you accomplishing that?
Honestly, given the results that we accomplished that we are not proud of, we knew that the teacher quality was a key driver. And we knew that coupled with our strategic coaching, we knew that we had to ensure that we had teachers in front of our students that we could build and retain. Some of it is also just the retention of those teachers that were at the 2-year mark and continuing to make sure that we're supporting them through ensuring that teachers that were on a permit transition to a license by supporting them through incentives for passing their praxis exam. We will reimburse them for passing their praxis exam. We've gained partnerships like Relay Graduate School of Education. We also partner with Man Up to be able to seek out staff members. And we participate in things like Teach 901. And honestly, we know that good teachers know good teachers, and we provide incentives for teachers referring other teachers that are strong. Another pivotal move that we made in that 23-24 year was when we started in 2019, we were functioning where we were not aligned to the district's pay scale, and so that created some challenges when it came to recruiting talent. One of the things that we bit the bullet around in the past year was just going ahead and aligning with at minimum with the district's pay scale to be able to match that, so that took our biggest competitor and also partner off the off the table. So we were able to do that. Also providing like those high need bonuses for those high need areas like special education, and if it's a prioritized area for our school, going ahead and providing those bonuses. We also strategically provide our performance bonus at the beginning of the next fiscal year as a means for it to be a performance and a retention bonus for our teachers. So we wait for the formal accountability results in order for us to be able to award that to our teachers, and we provide increments of bonuses also throughout the year for meeting certain benchmark results. And so our teachers are, I will credit that to Ms. Brown-Lewis, creating a very positive school culture amongst our teachers in a way in which teachers want to return under her leadership. And she's doing that by continuously leaning in and developing and supporting teachers on a regular basis.
So what are you doing to make that happen then? How are you leaning in? How are you developing them?
One thing I learned is just to implement a spirit of care. I learned that the C is being an effective communicator. A is making them aware. R is making sure that you're being reflective of your action and responding. And then the E is just executing. So being able to be an active listener, but also communicating clearly like, hey, this is not working, but giving them options and making them aware of, hey, this is how you do it, but not just telling them how to do it, modeling it for them and staying beside them to complete the task. And one thing that our model this year is we don't wait. You don't wait when you see the data instantly in the class. You make that decision and you execute. So I will contribute all of that to just implementing the spirit of care.
I will add also, we're very aligned in that I said when I started that our retention was 100% of teachers that we renewed, they returned. So we don't wait on like if the results are saying that this is this particular teacher, after we've done the coaching and things like that, it's not working. She doesn't make recommendations for teachers that are not meeting those metrics. And so that is definitely supporting that, because then that becomes the speaker, in the school around like, you must accomplish these things in order to be successful within our system.
So what % do you typically not recommend for renewal then?
Well, if I go in and coach and they're not responding, we do use a PIP, and we give them 2 weeks, and we're right there supporting them, me and the instructional team, and we determine if it's a skill or a will, and if we've done everything possible, I just make the recommendation that this may not work, and she follows through, and we interview and hire. And one thing about our hiring practice, we go on and implement deliberate practice. We make them teach a lesson. We give them feedback in the moment to see how they're going to respond, because this is the work that we do every single day. So if they can't take the heat in the interview, we don't hire them. So we put the pressure on them in the interview to let them know that this will be the expectation every single day.
And then to the percentage mark, every week, as a part of support with Jackie leads, Ms. Brown-Lewis leads a instructional leadership team meeting, and I'm able to be there to observe and provide coaching support for her. And she's providing feedback to her coaches, her other leadership team members around, here are your teachers that are on your caseload. What % of teachers is your teacher meeting their AMO metric? Are 80% of students meeting 80% or better on their curriculum embedded assessment for this week? If so, why is it working? If not, why is it not working? What is your coaching action plan? And so I'm proud to say that we're at the level now where I'm able to provide feedback on Miss Brown Lewis's coaching action plans, and she's providing the feedback to her leaders, which is changing, and that's happening, changing the trajectory of what instruction looks like on a day-to-day basis. And that's happening week over week. So that's happening week over week for every content area and also in intervention. And so that level of data monitoring that's happening is allowing for her to know where the trouble spots are. Where do I need to shift to? And it's the continuity of the urgency that is needed is coming from direct support from me. So we're able to look at her data and be able to plan out what her strategy will be with her team week over week, which is definitely causing a deep impact in what professional learning looks like, because that means that all of our professional learning is needs-based, based on what the student needs are and how do we equip our teachers to be able to respond to those needs.
One last question. Give me the acronym CARE again.
Communicate, aware, respond, and execute.
Thank you.
Chairman loves his acronyms. Can you talk about, from a fiscal standpoint, what are your budgetary challenges? What needs do you have that fiscally are challenging in terms of getting the resources to help change the achievement outcomes?
The fiscal challenges that once were the issue was facilities. One of the things that Memphis-Merit Academy Charter School did as an organization was, before we made a permanent facility purchase for our students, was we evaluated like what percentage of our finances were being spent in particular areas, and then identified a benchmark for where we wanted to be, and then made a strategic plan around how we would get there. So facilities in 2023 and 2024 were consumed a lot of what our finances were being consumed by, and also the challenge of we are growing actively and trying to meet the growing demands of our student population. So I think it's something to be said about being a single site school, and of course, this is what we signed up for, but being a single site school and trying to meet the demands of the changes that come each year, and they come each year, and sometimes you don't know that until day one of instruction. And we are a charter school that accepts all students. We accept all students. We have a functional skills classroom that grew by 50% of scholars, and we did not turn them away. We added the staffing for those students. And then we are also on the same lens of growing our special populations. We also are a school that's actively working to identify our CLU students, because we also have that variation of population within our school building. So growing into a facility and stabilizing an organization. So what that looks like is you have 500 students, of course, funding works where we're being paid in the current year based on your prior year enrollment projections. So that creates some stability challenges until you reach full growth. And we're there next year. We will be at full scale next year, and we're very excited to be able to finally see some of the funds that we have with our positive net income be able to translate into being able to fully staff our school and not have people that have to be part this grade and part another grade, but really be able to expand based on our true enrollment projections. I hope that answered your question in regards to, the challenges that we face. And one thing I will add is in the beginning, I talked a lot about like the student needs and how they've grown over the years, but even with our facility strategy, we're trying to address the needs of our school population. We purchased a shopping center that now, at first it was nearly empty. Now we have ABA therapy services that are located on site in our shopping center because of the needs that exist within our community. Also, we have a clinic we're actively trying to secure a clinic to reside in our shopping center to respond to the needs that exist in our student populations. We pay for a full-time nurse to be on staff every single day for our students as a matter of trying to combat some of those challenges. But those would be examples of like the wraparound services that are continued to be, demanded based on the needs that exist for our students are a challenge and an area of opportunity for us to continue to try to acquire funds to make those better. Where we offered in 2024, 25, high dosage tutoring for 60 students. This year, we were able to increase that to 120 students. And we plan to keep increasing that based on our student needs.
So you're doing a lot of good things, but the bottom line is results. And your school's TCAP results are consistently well below the district's average. So what do you think are the root cause of that, and what are you doing to fix that?
Well, one root cause is, was leadership change. We've addressed that, and we are very confident that we will continue to see, based on our last benchmark data that we gave with the in-case assessment, it demonstrates that our students have met and are going to exceed and almost triple our science and social studies achievement data that it was in the prior year. So we feel really confident about that. Our overall TVOS in the past year, there was movement in ELA and math. There was not any movement in our inaugural year of our middle school class for science social studies, which represented those 40 students. We will have the growth based on our projections from our in-case data that show that with growth in science social studies and sustaining the growth that we currently have and retaining our leader, our gracious leader, we will be able to see TVOS growth that is going to yield an impact in our accountability results. And so we feel confident that with the continued implementation of our strategic plans for literacy, math, and then the added staffing that we've added around science, social studies, we didn't just adopt curriculum, we also added staffing. So we have a science instructional coach. We plan on continuing to identify partnerships that can even strengthen that to match the impact that we're having or seeing in literacy. We want to see that across all content areas. And so that's also an opportunity for increased funding support for us to be able to make sure that we can afford that and be able to provide adequate staffing for the needs of our students.
So the last group we heard from had a challenge with regard to enrollment and declining enrollment, which impacted their funding capability. We haven't heard anything about your funding. We hear a lot about your hiring and all that. So is your funding pretty strong? And
we have right now, so we've grown from 113 scholars in year one to 500 scholars in this 7th year, and we've never struggled with enrollment, even through a facilities challenge. We had a waiting list last year of over 200 scholars, and we currently have a waiting list right now of 87 scholars for the upcoming year, and we already have registration complete for our incoming kindergarten class enrolled at 64% before we reach the summer months. And so we have been very strategic about enrollment every year. Our community wants our school to exist and understands that our organization is simply growing. And this is an ebb and flow of an organization, but we are fully accountable to the results that we are receiving. We have strategically also, in order to protect our accountability results, made sure that because we are a public charter school, of course, we enroll all students. But strategically, what we will have to do in the future years is we have 500 students right now. We account for attrition. We are going to try to withhold backfilling across all grade levels and limit that backfilling to kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade, so that we can have the opportunity to be able to support our students that we know are coming to us historically several grade levels behind. So next year, we opened up 90 kindergarten seats, and we're already 64% enrolled for kindergarten. And so we have been blessed to be able to maintain enrollment through the years. So that has allowed for us to be stable, also allowed for lending institutions to be able to feel confident in being able to lend to us and continue to lend to us. And that's why we're celebrating the opening of our middle school on Thursday, where families are asking for us to continue to grow and continue to offer seats in a community where we were the first charter school to exist. And we're now happy to have 2 more charter schools that exist in Parkway Village. But we meet the challenge head on.
So what do you attribute that wait list to? I mean, what is it that family, we're looking here, in all reality, we have 2 years of F letter grades, but you have a wait list. So what do you attribute that to?
I think you want to add.
I just want to add, although I'm a director of lower schools, I was a parent first. I struggled with trying to find a school that was best for my son. I didn't even realize the school was in my neighborhood, and didn't even realize that Miss Booker was over there. I just called crying to her like, man, I need some help with my son. In that opportunity, my son started with them in 2nd grade, and he's currently now in 7th grade. I've seen just the growth in him being able to read on grade level. It was when I was assistant principal at another school where I was looking at my son virtually and hearing how they were teaching my son how to read, which started to make me cry because I'm like, I cannot believe, like, I'm taking notes to try to figure out how can I incorporate it in the school that I was currently in. But it's word of mouth by our parents, word of mouth by the students who enjoy being at the school that keeps us having an enrollment or having a waiting list where people are wanting to come to the school.
And I will just, add this. Parkway Village is my community. It's my village. And I've been a part of the community. I went to elementary school in the community. I went to middle school in the community, high school in the community. I graduated, came back from college and taught for 7 years, nearly a decade at American Way Middle School, just one light away from where I am right now. And Memphis Merit Academy we're not a STEM school, we're not an art school, and I love all of those things. We're a school that's focused on literacy. It's a direct result of the needs that existed in the community. Only 1 in 10 children were able to read on grade level when we founded this school, and our mission is to try to turn that data around. We understand that literacy is our innovation, meaning that we know that this is the one thing that we need to get right so that our community can lean on us. That's why we accept all students and families seek us out. That's why our functional skills classroom doubled in number, in percentage, based on the students that were enrolled in our program, because they knew that we had leadership that would care. And lastly, we're actively responding. We're more than a school. We're more than an F. Our parents understand that. Our parents understand that we're more than a school as well. We create programming that is likewise to private schools when it comes to opportunities that our students get to experience on a day-to-day basis. Our students from as early as 3rd grade and 1st grade get to experience track, basketball, majorette, cheerleading, chess team, broadcasting. They get a myriad of experiences that allow for them to be able to express themselves and figure out just who they are so they can be successful in life. The shopping center purchase was not we just need a facility, but it was, what does our community need? Our building is an abandoned Kroger building that closed when I was a little girl 30 years ago, and it sat abandoned for years. And our board was adamant about, we want to make sure that our students, that already 65% of them come to us living in poverty, and have a place that they could be proud of, and a place that is clean, a place that is welcoming for them to be wrapped in a culture that's going to take care of them despite the challenges that they may bring or experience or have. Ultimately, our parents know that we care. They know that we care, and they know that we identify with them, and they know that we're not going to give up with them. So I have children in our school that have been with me from kindergarten and 1st grade, and their families are still able to access me as the school leader and be able to get their problems resolved and help them navigate. So much so that Our families are asking us for a high school, and we've been transparent and told them we're not ready for that growth until we accomplish these results. And in the meantime, if it is something that our board and our management team deem as the right move, we've put strategic partnerships in place to make sure that our families have the right tools to be able to decipher what's the right high school for their child. And so that's the care that our families are receiving. I'm also a parent of scholars that are in Memphis Merit Academy. So this work is both personal and professional for me. I was a mom that was looking for a good, high quality choice. I was a teacher that could not afford private school. After the second child, then the third child came, and I said, this is absolutely not right. Why is it that any mother should go to sleep at night and not be able to have a high quality education or a high quality option for their children to go to school at, in a clean facility, in a safe facility? We're the only school, I believe, in the state of Tennessee with a storm shelter in its facility. Our school in its first year opened in the midst of the global pandemic. We survived. Our family stayed locked in with us virtually. We had to transition from being an in-house school, that was our charter plan, to a virtual school, basically. That was everybody's story. In the same year, we were hit by a tornado, the only school in Memphis to close for 2 weeks. And there, lo and behold, we were trying to find a school facility again while we were displaced. We overcame that. So our school represents a beacon of hope in regards to, I know that when I send my child to school, they feel safe. There's a literal storm shelter. Their response to the storm is not coming to take us away anymore. When our children leave our program, they've had the experiences that will set them up for success in high school. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to share and provide transparency to all of our stakeholders in this process.
Thank you. We appreciate you appearing before us. We're at the point in the meeting where we're done with Q&A, and my colleagues and I will have some observations to share and ultimately a recommendation that will go to the state board. So, feedback.
First, thank you for being here. I think that, as I share with my colleagues, some thoughts that I've had throughout this process, I think that there is a strength in their intentions to recruit and retain effective educators. I'm impressed with your interview process. I think that's awesome that they teach a lesson, because I like what the principal said. If they can't take the heat in the interview, they're not going to survive in the school. Also, the decrease in, you now have 77% greater than 2 years there, which is very productive. And you spoke to translating growth into proficiency. So it's obvious that there is that caring element, but I think you also recognize that there is the degree of improvement that continues to be made, and you are seeking that out. Your systematic approach that you spoke to, and the sustainability of it, I think, is also a key element of the progress going forward that you can make. And I think it was extraordinary exiting TSI designation in 1 year, and, taking those practices and strategies and applying them to what is lacking at the moment to go forward will translate into success for students.
Yeah, I agree. You're obviously doing something right when you look at the growth that you've had over the years, and the continued growth, and the waiting list that you have. You're obviously meeting the needs of the community. They recognize the value that you're bringing. You look at, since June of 2024, when you got your principal, the progress that's been made, and that progress needs to continue. I love the care. I love the communicate, aware, respond, and execute. And as the chairman says over here, I'm one for acronyms. I'll give you my acronym. Mine is LEARN. How do you learn best? What you do first is you listen. First thing is to listen. E, engage. How do you listen? You engage. A, act. Act only after you've listened and engaged. R, respect. Respect others in case you don't have the same, everybody doesn't have to agree, but respect. And then N is to navigate through the process, negotiate, and nurture the students. So there, we can learn and we can care. But you still made an F, and you got to get that up. So.
Echo my colleague's sentiments. You know, when I asked the question about the fiscal or budgetary issues and how they might be affecting student achievement, initially I wasn't expecting you to say facilities, but when you started talking about it and a lot of what you shared, it crystallized for me, and we also heard it from Memphis-Shelby County Schools in terms of with the facilities, how that impacts student learning, and the resources that are able to be provided to students, and in some cases, parents. So, you know, I applaud you for that. I lived in that area, used to shop at that Kroger. My dad lived around the corner. So, and being in real estate, I saw it sitting there for 20 years vacant myself. So, also, Madam Board Chair, thank you for being here. Your dedication as both a board leader and a parent shines through your commentary. Clearly, you have had some bumps and bruises along the way, you know, with some of the staffing challenges and things that you've had to overcome. And it sounds like you are addressing those. You all are addressing those. But as the Chairman Eby said, ultimately it's about student achievement. And so we have to stay focused on that and these 500 students that that have to be successful. So with that, any form of recommendation from the body?
So I want to reiterate what my colleagues have said and what Chairman Cobbins said at the very beginning, that this is to help all of us to improve because we are here for the kids. The students across the state are what matters most, and your 500 plus students matter. And so with that, I do recommend unanimous consent for a corrective action plan.
All right. Without objection, so ordered. Corrective action plan for Memphis Merit Academy Charter School will be recommended to the State Board of Education. Want to just talk about that, and the corrective action plan is just that, a plan. As we shared with others that have come before us, a lot of what you shared in terms of your approach, your strategies, some of the movement in terms of those metrics are all things that are part of your existing plans and that would likely be part of a corrective action plan. So we're not trying to inundate you with new work, but should that corrective action plan be approved at the board meeting in May, you would then work in concert with the State Department of Education and with your LEA to put that corrective action plan in place and make sure Memphis Merit Academy moves forward as you aspire and ultimately are off the list. So we thank you for being here today. As we've told other groups that have come before us, we're all part of the same team, trying to make sure that 1 million students across Tennessee succeed and have great futures and great lives. So thank you for your hard work, and we appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you.
With that being our final hearing for today, we are recessed until 9 o'clock. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Thursday morning. Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's all running together. I'm delirious. Thank you.